All right. They're muted now. Morning. 6:21. Oh, I'm a minute late. Maybe my clocks. Four people. Nobody interested in today? 5. Maybe everybody tired from yesterday. I don't know what's going on. Well, they're already broadcasting too. Morning, TikTok. How are you? Well, the video is unlisted. Aha. Let me fix that. Oh, where did we do that? I thought I switched it over. Thank you for telling me. I was wondering. I'm like, goodness, there's very few people in here. There we go. Is that better? We'll wait for a couple more people to jump in. Stopping by to say hello before crashing. Morning. Morning, truth and all. Thank you, Brickleberry and TikTok, for reminding me, of course, is mine. Yes. Had a hard time finding it unlisted. Well, it is on the if you're ever the tweeters, I think yeah, it's on the tweeters. Usually I try and do that. This is why my redundancy for derpness. Okay, so now people are getting notification. Okay, people here are starting to come in. How's everybody doing this morning? Lynn, Countryside. Julia Rock. Chris Lee. TV wasn't showing it when I went to your channel, but your phone was fine. Yeah. Tired. You're tired? Nova Scotian. Nosy Scotian. It's interesting. That's the pet name for my dog. I call Nova Nosy. It was her first birthday yesterday. I was like, realized that I found a notification on my phone. I'm like, oh, it's your birthday. Tony K, Caper, Dave Redmond. Big day yesterday. Nikki Lewis. Right, 665 documents up right now, I think. Only seemed to let me download, what was it, 550 or 653? For some reason, 12 are being excluded. I'm not sure why. Anybody finding anything interesting in there? Mic drop moments yesterday. Seawood, morning. Happy dog birthday, Nova. Maybe she'll wander in here. Thank you for the birthday wishes on her behalf. Sad and Brickleberry and Julia. Pioneer Driver, morning. May money, weather. Right. Need more lawyer questioning for sure. Thank you for birthday wishes, Seawood. 4D reconstruction. See, this is what they would have built that right away. Anything, is that interesting? Was a hold of H Division cruiser. Oh, excuse me? Oh, old. 26B11. Huh. Where did you find that? Family lawyers to question gaps, more gaps. Yeah, that's what they're there for, I would think. Squirrel. Reconstruction video Shuby crash is flawed. Position of the two RCMP crash cruisers is not correct. 2 minutes 42 second video. Should we put it up? Oh, it's that bad, eh? Wow. I know the police officer I spoke to, he was retired, but he was not impressed with what he saw. Well, it wasn't not impressed. He just was completely baffled. Uncle Blazer, at the end of Appendix H, page 1120 something. Appendix H on what document? Can you mind helping me with that one? I'm interested. Kelly Blair, good morning. How are you doing today? Oh, they're flashing up the names. Best get ready here. I think they'll be walking on stage soon. Walking on stage. Click. I wonder if they're going to wear any purple today. Seeing a shift in Pinio. What's up with that? Maybe a settlement? How so? What kind of shift are you noticing? I'm curious. Dropping by to wish Nova a happy birthday. Oh, well, I suppose if you can stay, that'd be great. If not, then do have a good day, Strawberry. Bullet number of both police officers do not match. Count does not match. How was their bullet? I think that's what that says. If you don't mind sharing, I think that these videos actually go in the toilet somewhat, not just because they're not popular with certain people, but also because the algorithm doesn't like certain words that are used. So I'm trying to memory hold it more. Brenda Grant, good morning. Not asking questions, confirming things that have been said. Is that is that new? Was that a new one? Any family that's in here that wants to speak as to what they thought of yesterday, I'd be very interested to hear. What do we got here? Oh, they're going to come on soon. Oh. Thank you, Squirrel. Very nice. Pino is not asking questions, but confirming things already said. Opinions are very good. Trying to figure out what foundational document to go through next. Any suggestions? I don't know. That's why I was asking you. There's so many. I actually kind of just took a break yesterday. I was feeling kind of, well, I think the last 5 hours of the night I was working on stuff. But Mitchell, morning. Don't understand what the point of the video says. Oh dear, morning. Oh dear, of course, the archivist of and computer guru. It does not show how many cars ended up in the position they did. Totally useless. Do I have the emphasis on the words correctly? Totally useless. Linda. Anyone else notice? Explaining GW's PC as 28B11. Here we go again. Where did you see that, Mitchell? Was it at page 1100 and what was it? What was it before? 1102 or something. Appendix H? I don't even know what that is. Blue nose. Let's see. I've probably waited too long on all this now. Oh.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Chief Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Hello and welcome. Bonjour et bienvenue. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. As always, we start by remembering those whose lives were taken or were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Yesterday, Commission Council presented 2 more foundational documents that included the murder of Gina Goulet at her residence on Highway 224 and the fatal police encounter with the perpetrator at Enfield Big Stop. These 2 foundational documents were the last in a series of 12 that were focused on the facts of what happened at critical locations involved in the mass casualty. Yesterday, we also heard from Dr. Matthew Bowes on the cause and manner of the death of the perpetrator. We also heard some submissions from participants based on foundational documents to date. And Dr. Bowes also spoke about his medical examiner's report on the cause and manner of death of Heather O'Brien. Next week will mark 2 years since the mass casualty occurred. At the end of today, we invite you to join us in a moment of reflection to honor the memories of all those whose lives were taken so senselessly and acknowledge all who have been affected. We will also review briefly what has been accomplished to date in the public proceedings and prepare you for what you can expect when we resume on April 25th. First up this morning, we will hear from Constables Craig Hubely and Ben McLeod, who are expected to address factual gaps and provide important context surrounding their encounter with the perpetrator at the Enfield Big Stop, including what happened and observations immediately made prior to and following the engagement with the perpetrator. After that, we will hear more submissions from participants. I now ask Commission Counsel Mr. Roger Burrow to begin today's witness panel. Mr. Burrow.
Thank you, Commissioner Fish. I wish to call Constable Craig Hubely and Constable Ben McLeod to provide evidence, information, testimony as to the Big Stop Enfield foundational document presented yesterday. We'll request that these 2 gentlemen be permitted to provide their testimony in a panel format, which has been prearranged. I assume that's acceptable to the commissioners.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Burrow.
Thank you. I will introduce you then to the two gentlemen before the commissioners now. You are Constable Craig Hubley.
I am.
Hubley is spelled Hubley.
Yes.
And you are Constable Ben McLeod.
I am.
Macleod.
That's correct.
Madam Registrar, the witnesses have indicated a preference to be affirmed, and I've asked them to remain standing while you conduct the affirmation process.
Constable Hubley, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please. And Constable McLeod, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Welcome, gentlemen. I'm going to start our discussions here this morning with some questions of introduction for both of you. And I'm going to isolate first Constable Hubley because he was the first to be sworn. Craig Hubley, you are a regular member of the RCMP and have been so since September of 2001.
Yes.
And I understand that you are a police dog service dog handler and have been so since August of 2013.
Yes.
I understand as well that you are currently assigned with the police dog services in the Halifax District RCMP. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Perhaps you can, for the commissioners, just give us a general sense of what a police dog service member is and what the police dog service is, please.
Police dog service in the RCMP is a support section. My role as a police service dog handler is to support general duty and other members that conduct investigations for the RCMP. Police service dogs are primarily used as a locating tool, evidence, articles, people, things of that nature.
Great. On April 18th, 19th, you were engaged as a police dog service handler, were you?
I was.
Thank you. And just before we leave this topic, any specialized or direct training that you would have to be a police dog service handler?
Yes, the process to become a dog handler in the RCMP can be long. At the end of, I guess, the indentureship, for lack of a better explanation, you go to the Police Dog Service Training Center in Innisfail, Alberta, for a new handler course that's anywhere from 4 to 5 months long. 5 months long, sorry, in the beginning.
Okay. And I'm now going to turn to your colleague. You are Constable Ben McLeod. You are 13 years service with the RCMP, sir?
That's correct.
And I understand in 2009, you were assigned to the Cole Harbour Detachment of the RCMP.
Yes.
You were there for 5 years as General Duty Officer.
Yes.
And then in 2014-15, you were assigned to the Goulet Detachment as a General Duty Officer.
That's right.
And 2015 to 2017, you were still at Iqaluit, but working in the major crime unit at that location or that detachment. Is
That's
that right? Okay. Am I right that between 2017 and 2019, you were reassigned to Chester Detachment, Nova Scotia, to work in traffic services in Nova Scotia?
Correct.
And in December of 2019, you became a full-time member of the Emergency Response Team, otherwise known as ERT. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And as I did with Constable Hubley, I'll just ask you a few questions about ERT, please. What is ERT, or the Emergency Response Team?
ERT is it's a group of trained individuals within the RCMP. We use specialized weapons, equipment, tactics to resolve high-risk situations, things such as armed and barricaded persons, hostage rescue, and we support PDS and other high-risk events that are more than the general duty officers are trained to do.
Great. And as I asked Constable Hubley, any specialized training that comes along with being an ERT member?
It's an 8-week course. It's now a 9-week course. I took my basic ERT course in Ottawa in 2016. It's a centralized course where all ERT members across the country go. There's also ongoing training, monthly training that all individuals have to partake in, as well as some specialized training for different people on the teams. It's a lot of constant training.
Right. I failed to ask Constable Hughley, ongoing training with police dog services?
Yes,
Yeah. And that, on what kind of basis would that be?
daily.
All right, very good. Training it daily?
If we're not in an operational call,
Yeah.
the majority of the time is spent training.
Okay, very good. Tell me, on August 18th, 19th, you were an active member of the ERT team?
That's right.
Yeah. Can you give me some idea of the size of the ERT team, its construct?
Yeah, at the time in 2020, we were what is considered a hybrid team of part-time ERT members who have their substantive duties somewhere else in the province. And at that time, mine was in Chester. We also had 6 full-time members. So sorry, at that time I had gone over as a temporary assignment to that full-time side. So 6 full-time members and 7 part-time members at the time. So 13 out of, I believe, 18 positions we were allotted for at the time.
Okay, and does that remain the situation currently?
Yeah, it's still 18 positions total. We've since increased our full-time allotment to 12 full-time positions.
Okay, this is a question for both of you gentlemen. Is there any interaction between the police dog services members and the ERT team or emergency response team members?
Yeah, I can tell you we kind of support each other. So I'll let Craig speak in a moment about when they might call us to support them. Certainly for ERT calls, I'll give you an armed and barricaded person, for instance, where we containment set up on the house. They're one of the first people we call to assist us as a support to ERT. So yes, we work closely with them, train closely with them.
Okay, any comment on that, Constable Hughley, the interaction between ERT and PDS?
We train together monthly, constantly. My job as a handler of a police service dog is to interpret the body language of the dog and make decisions based on that. It requires a lot of attention, and to have ERT with a handler in a high-risk situation provides a blanket of security for the team, which is the dog and the handler, so that the handler can focus wholeheartedly on their job, which is the dog.
Okay, so there is some interactivity between your two structures.
Yes.
All right. So with respect to that generally, do you two know each other before April 18th and 19th, 2020?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Yeah. Would you have had an opportunity to work operationally together?
Yes, we did.
And you would have worked in the professional capacity as you were described as an ERT member and a PDS member?
Yes.
Are you able to say how many times? You have a sense of that?
I'd consider it a handful of times in the few years. It would have been 3 years, I guess, at that
It
point.
wouldn't have been very much just because of the overlap of our service.
And sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. How would you describe your working relationship professionally?
With ERT?
Yeah, no, with McLeod, Constable McLeod.
Good.
It's very good. Yeah. Oh, very
You had
good.
to say that, didn't you? All right, very good. The inquiry today, gentlemen, is into the events at the Enfield Big Stop. And the commissioners will no doubt be interested in your information and testimony. And I'm going to ask you about the incident at the Enfield Big Stop at around 11:26 a.m. on April 19th. But before I do that, I wanted to just get into the circumstances and contextualize things a little bit. So I'll ask you some preliminary questions in terms of your initial involvement in the mass casualty. Constable McLeod, you were called out approximately what time? Are you able to say?
Approximately 10:54 p.m. on the 18th of April.
On the 18th of April?
That's right.
And in what capacity, please?
So I was called out by Corporal Tim Mills, our team leader at the time. And I was called out as an ERT member, kind of a standard call-out procedure for that.
Okay.
Through a cell phone.
All right. If I can, Madam Registrar, I'd like to bring up Exhibit P000379. And I'm going to address Constable Hughley with respect to what I believe to be his cert statement. Can you take it to the top of the document, please? Constable Hughley, do you recall providing through your counsel a statement to the CERT investigators with respect to this incident on April 19th, 2020?
I do.
Okay. Have you seen the document before you?
Yes.
Yeah. You recall that, do you?
Yes.
Okay. It's accurate as best as you know?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I'm going to go to the bottom of page 1, if I can, Madam Registrar. And I'm going to direct your attention to, maybe if you come up a paragraph, please, Madam Registrar. Yeah, I departed my residence. This is your situation in terms of you leaving your residence in a call out for the PDS. You indicated that you departed your residence at around 7:30 a.m. You arrived at the command post at 8:17 a.m. Does that sound right to you?
It does.
Okay, can you tell us how that process would be undertaken?
Well, on the early morning hours of April 19th, I got a text message from Corporal Jeff Wall, who's the acting sergeant for the police dog service in this province at the time.
Yeah.
He had sent me a text. I don't remember exactly what was in it, but it was to the effect that there was an active shooter in Portapic and that people had been shot. There were handlers on their way there, and he was looking to line up some relief potentially for later in the day. I told him I would attend. I would leave my house probably at around 7:30 in the morning.
Okay. The final paragraph in the statement says, on that page, says at 8:27, I went into the command post for information on what was happening. There I learned the suspect was Gabriel Wortman, who lived 200 Portapic Beach Road. There were photographs of Wortman on the wall, and I viewed them. Now, I'm going to ask you, if you would please, to comment on what I've just read in terms of this process of you going to the command post and observing materials and photographs. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay.
When I drove into the command post that morning, I wanted to gather as much information as I could about what was happening, who we were looking for, suspects, other people of interest. And the best place to do that would be at the command post. It was upstairs. And I remember going upstairs and seeing pictures of him on the wall. I was cognizant that they probably weren't going to be what he looked like now. And when I mean now, I mean at present. And the pictures I saw were, I think one of them, he was smiling. He looked happy, and I was pretty sure that wasn't what was happening that day. But I remember trying to burn them into my mind's eye. Yeah, I wanted to know who we were looking for.
As a police dog service and a dog handler, this process, was it of any significance to you in terms of looking at these photographs? And if so, why would it be of significance to you?
For me, it's important because if this situation, if I ended up having to track him with my police service dog, I wanted to make sure that if we got close enough to see somebody, that it was the right person. I'm not sure how to explain it other than he was the guy.
Would this be part of your responsibilities in the police dog service for,
Oh, yes.
in terms of identification and or things of that nature?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Constable McLeod, are you able to comment with respect to any exposure to photographs or materials that you would have had of the perpetrator in your involvement?
So we arrived on scene in the Portapic area about, I'd say about an hour and a half, give or take, after that initial call out. I'm not sure what time the perpetrator's name was sent to us and given to us, but when it was in that first few hours, when they did have photographs, they were sent out to our cell phones. So 2 pictures sent.
Okay.
One of a driver's license photo and one looked like it was a Facebook photo. Took a little bit of time at that point to look at it and familiarize myself, but to my knowledge, don't remember for the rest of that morning into the early morning hours and then further into that day. I don't remember looking at that again.
Okay. And did you say for us when it would have been and under what circumstances you looked at those photographs?
Just when that was initially sent out, at the time we used WhatsApp Messenger for any operational updates things like photographs, maps, anything that would be sent to the entire team.
Where would you have been located and what were you doing when those photographs would have been accessible to you?
I believe I was in the Portapic area, and I was on scene from the very early morning hours, tasked out as an ERT member with different things, and that was at that time.
And would those photographs and that information been of any significance to you in terms of conducting your tasks that day?
Yeah, absolutely. That was our number one task, and really throughout the day was locating him. And the same as what Craig had mentioned there, that our job as police officers, when we're looking for a suspect, if we're able to identify them, if we have means to identify them, is to know what they look like. That being said, many people's driver's license are not a true reflection of what they actually look like. There's many photos on Facebook. We didn't know when that photo had been taken, if it was a dated one. Like he said, smiling is it's not always an accurate reflection. So those are things you keep in mind as a police officer when you're looking at a photo, that they may not be accurate.
Thank you. Would either of you had any additional opportunities to view photographs or materials regarding the perpetrator other than what you've described at the command post and you through the WhatsApp app?
I was never at the command post, so
Right.
I didn't have an opportunity to see that. For me, it was just what was pushed out to the team in our operational chat group.
Constable Hubley?
No, outside of the pictures in the command post, I don't recall getting
Gotcha.
pictures on my phone.
Can you tell me how long you, Constable Hubley, took when you made these observations in the command post of the perpetrator?
Maybe 5 minutes. It was more than a glance.
Okay.
So
All right. All right, Madam Registrar, I wonder if I might turn to page 3 of the same exhibit, 00379, the cert statement of Constable Hubley. I understand, Constable Hubley, that after you were at the command post, you then undertook some operations. What did you do at that point?
I was tasked by Corporal Wall to move up to the intersection of, I think it was the Beach Road and the highway. He told me that ERT and other PDS members, dog handlers, were in the area attempting to locate a track. And a track is a mixture of scents that a person drops, scents that a person creates. If you can imagine walking across a grass field, the vegetation that you crush is going to smell a little bit different than the vegetation beside it. That, along with each individual person's individual body odors, reinforced odors, create a profile that we refer to as a track. And our dogs are trained to follow the freshest and the first one they follow. And that is what the PDS members were doing that morning with ERT as cover, trying to find a track for the perpetrator.
And did you yourself engage in that process of trying to find a track when you went to Portapic Beach Road and Highway 2?
I didn't have, when I moved up, there were other members there. I moved farther down the road. I can't remember the name of what road it was. But it was clear to me that things were maybe in a lull. And the first thing that I got tasked with when I went to that area was the dog.
Okay. Tell us about the dog, please, and whether that had any special impact or any impact on you.
Yeah. I remember when I was directed to the house and asked to help the dog.
Do you remember the house that we're talking about here, Constable Hubley?
Yes. I think it was maybe the Blair residence. One of the ERT members had let me know that there was a dog there that needed some attention. We have, as a dog handler, I carry medical kits specifically for my police dog. And we have additional training on canine first aid. I brought that kit to the house. As I got closer, I could see what I thought was a pile of clothes.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like someone had shot the dog. It was a gruesome. Injury.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We got lots of time. I was asking you about the dog and that your action with the dog, and I think that you were actually engaged in terms of, according to the statement, wrapping the dog up and taking it out.
Yeah, that dog's injuries were beyond my abilities. My concern was to get him to somewhere or someplace that he could get the care, or the dog could get the care that they needed. What struck me at the time was that the perpetrator, had shot a family pet that was 20 pounds, maybe. The dog was not a threat to anybody. What struck me was just how intent he was on causing harm, I guess, that he would shoot a dog that meant nothing.
Right, and I appreciate this is difficult for you, and we'll try to do our best here. But did you have an idea at this stage of the loss of human life at this point?
Yes, I'd seen, or I'd observed a few bodies. I remember one in the side of the road. There was another body in front of the. I don't remember the address. It had the pole fence, and the body was near the fence, and it looked to me like that person was either trying to get away from somebody or hide, I guess. And it struck in my mind. It struck me as a chaotic situation that almost I would use the word rampage, indiscriminate killing. I mean, the dog.
Had you ever experienced anything like this in your prior investigative or police role?
Not on that level.
Okay, all right. Now, I didn't mean to draw any extra pain with respect to the injury to the dog, but I was left with the impression that this may have had some bearing on how you reacted to the situation.
I don't think it's fair to say that I was more determined to find him, because we were going to find him. I guess that that animal for me was pointed because I've been to other murder scenes, crimes of passion, but never where somebody would vent rage like that.
Okay. If I could just have you roll up a little bit to the next paragraph, Madam Registrar. I'm looking at the paragraph that says, at this point, I believe that Wortman was responsible for the deaths of at least 4 people in the area, had shot a dog. And as I move down in that paragraph, you indicate, I thought that his mindset would have had an air of vindictiveness, given that he shot a family pet and could not have been a threat to him or his size. Is that consistent with what you are trying or have articulated for the commissioners this morning?
Yes. It wasn't. It would have been right around the same time that I was able to surmise that he lived in that community, very close to those people. I mean, this province, nobody has fences in their backyards. Everybody is neighborly, and I believe that he probably knew those people more than saying hi on the road or whatnot. And it struck me as he would have been operating with. He would have had some emotions that day, I think, that I didn't understand.
The last line in that paragraph says that I knew that Wortman was an extreme danger to everyone he encountered. He was mobile and his direction of travel was unknown. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
Did that mean anything to you in terms of how you were reacting to the situation?
I believe that he was extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
That he was.
Was there any delay in you coming to that conclusion in terms of your involvement in the
No.
matter? Okay. Constable McLeod, do you have any comments with respect to your colleagues' remarks with respect to level of vindictiveness, extreme danger, things of that nature?
Yeah, so like I said, I was out from the very early morning hours before Craig was there, but was at the same scenes. I was at the Blair residence early on when we came across that scene, when the dog was on the step with his family. And at this point, I believe I was aware of 4 deceased persons in that area. He described it well, chaotic. It was different than any scene I'd ever been to before. I've been to lots of sudden deaths, murder scenes. This didn't compare to anything like I'd been to before. And the dog that hit home with a lot of us that were there. And I think Craig described that well, that vindictiveness is a good word and evil is a good word, that somebody to do that was evil.
Thank you, gentlemen. I know that's difficult to describe. If we could move to page 4 of the exhibit, please. Paragraph on the first marker says, up to this point, there had been overall incident command with operational commanders tasking police resources. The situation was dynamic, and I had a feeling of extreme urgency. This was at the command post and thereabout, when there was a call that came in with respect to Wentworth. Do you recall that, Constable Hubley?
I do.
Okay. Now, do you recall the call as to the homicide scene in Wentworth in the early morning or around 9:30 on April 19th?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about whether that had any impact upon you and what you did?
That call came as I had arrived at the intersection of, I think it's Portapique Beach Road and the main highway, or not the main highway, the rural highway. I had just given the dog to Corporal Ivany and Constable Rodney McDonald, who had lined up veterinarian care for the dog.
Right.
And then that call came in, so that pretty good shot of adrenaline.
Yeah.
I remember thinking that with the amount of people that I believed he had shot in the community, that on top of the dog, I think it'd be safe to say that we all knew it was him, that this was continuing or in some way was associated to what was happening in Portapique. I left that intersection, drove to the command post. I knew because I was there earlier in the morning that there was a lot of members there. I was looking for a member to ride with me to provide cover, as I explained before. And I stopped and I saw Staff Sergeant McCallum in the parking lot, and I asked him, I told him I needed a cover member, and he got into the vehicle with me.
Yeah. Just explain for us about the cover member bit, because I'm not sure it's entirely clear to people the necessity of a cover member for a PDS member.
When dog handlers in the RCMP engage in the tracking profile, or what most people think a police dog does following a bad guy, the handler's attention is 90%, 95% of it is focused on the dog. We run into branches in the corners of buildings. When you're looking for somebody that is not posing a threat to anybody, somebody that's just lost, it's not as critical. But when you're looking for somebody that is armed, or you believe to be armed and have committed murder, as many people that can help me do my job is what I was looking for. And Addie McCallum was the first guy that got in the truck.
Okay. And the purpose of you and Staff Sergeant McCallum at that point was to do what? What were you going to do?
We were going to that scene in Wentworth is where we were going. While we were there, before I even got out of Great Village, that segues into the Glen home address. That's where we ended up.
You indicate in the CERT narrative that the situation became more urgent. Can you comment on that?
When I was in Portapique, before I even had the chance to deploy my dog, I would describe the situation as not in a lull. We didn't know where he was. We knew that he had firearms and was shooting people, but we didn't know where he was. So it was an uneasy feeling, is what I felt. But when that call came in about the scene in Wentworth, everything accelerated quickly.
And I take it you drove to the scene in response to the call or made efforts to drive to the scene?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Constable McLeod, do you recall that call?
I do. At the time that came in, I was with 3 other ERT members, and we were still in the Portapique area. We were in the process of going house to house, essentially looking for more victims and or evacuating people, having them shelter in place. So we had started that process a little bit before. I believe I describe it as a bit of a lull as well. This was around 8:30, 9 o'clock that time. As we're looking for people, we had just finished evacuating one gentleman, and we had gone in looking for the next one, and we were actually at a house, locked doors, and kind of searching the outside of the house when that call for Wentworth came in. So we drove as fast as we could out of Portapique, back to that main road, past the TAV, which members were getting out of the TAV to get into other trucks, our pickup trucks, which can go a lot faster than the TAV can.
Right.
So I was with 3 other members, and we drove as fast as we could towards Wentworth, but obviously the Glenholm call came in on the way there.
I'm going to go back to Constable Hubley here a little bit in terms of the paragraph that I had brought up, page 4 of 10. It said up to this point there had been overall incident command with the operational commanders taking police resources, tasking police resources. The situation was now more dynamic. I had a feeling of extreme urgency that you've described to stop Wortman from killing people. And I want to ask you about the next sentence. As a dog handler, I have autonomy to act on my own when deploying my PSD. In tactical situations, I have independence and freedom of movement to deploy my PSD in the most effective manner. This was the reason I didn't stop and seek direction from the command post. Are you able to comment on what that means and perhaps expand that to a certain extent? As a dog handler, you have some autonomy?
In the police dog service in the RCMP, there's 2 types of handlers, and it's the same job. You're just either in a provincial setting, rural outside of a city, or urban inside of a city, and those aren't cast in stone. You can, I mean, case in point, I work in Halifax, and I was deployed for this. Dog handlers are support services, just like traffic services or the emergency response team, but we're on our own. We operate essentially by ourselves with the dog, unless it's a high-risk call where we need cover members or more options. Most people don't understand how police dogs are employed effectively. The policy in the RCMP defaults to the handler on the deployment of the dog, and that's essentially what I was meaning. What I meant by that paragraph in my statement was that in situations, tactical situations, not always leaders will default to the handler about how best to employ a dog.
In terms of this relative autonomy that you're talking about, did that make any difference to the manner in which you responded to the stimulus in this case?
Yes.
Okay, how so?
It allowed me to respond quicker. If I had to guess, I would say that most police leaders trust their dog handlers and know that they'll be able to complete the task they're given. I took that for granted that day, and that's why I didn't stop. I wanted to get there as fast as I could.
Gotcha. Tell me, though, in terms of the autonomy that we've discussed for the PDS, would you still be subject to the critical incident command direction if that came to you in some manner or form?
Yes.
Okay. And at this stage, were you getting any specific critical incident command in terms of your actions or movements as you undertook your responsibilities?
Me specifically, no.
Did that cause a problem for you or a barrier for you as a PDS member?
No.
Great. Okay. All right. How about you, Constable McLeod, in terms of command issues and instructions? Do you have the same degree of autonomy that we've just discussed?
Not the same as PDS members have. We certainly fall under the critical incident commander when we're deployed. We call it a full deployment with the critical incident package. So it's not just ERT, it's support services such as the dogs, crisis negotiators, and other personnel. We all fall under that incident commander, but we also fall under our team leader who answers to that incident commander. And there's also different levels of supervision within ERT. We call them det leads or detachment leads, or essentially they report up to the TL and so forth.
So in terms of your actions, would that have been independently organized, or would you have been taking some instruction from a line of command?
Throughout the night, we took instruction from our team leader, who made decisions in consultation with that incident commander. At this point, when the Wentworth call came in, there was none of us needed direction. And what I mean by that is, it's at that point, like Craig had said, we all believed that this was the perpetrator had gone active again. And what I mean by that is, it was certainly an active shooter event earlier, late the night before on the 18th, before ERT or before police dog ever arrived, when it was active. It was pretty clear in our mind that it had gone active again. At that point, all police officers kind of have that autonomy to try to stop that threat.
Okay. Your team leader that time was?
It was Corporal Tim Mills was in the acting sergeant role at the time.
Gotcha. So we've got to the 9:30 call. I neglected to ask you, you were involved in the Lisa Banfield extraction?
I was.
That have any impact or bearing in terms of the manner in which you conducted yourself?
Certainly. So I'll have to backtrack a little bit. The first few hours we were on scene were chaotic, as we described before. I've described it in my cert statement as a war zone. Burning houses, those bodies in the street, still hearing explosions, not knowing at the time if they were explosions or gunshots, but believed them to be explosions. So there was a lot going on. A few hours into that, there was a bit of that lull. As we're still searching, we were still tasked out with different things, searching different areas, different sightings of flashlights and whatnot that I described in my statement.
Yeah.
But at 6:30, when we get the call that Lisa Banfield was at a house, needed to be extracted, and once I made contact with her and saw how distraught she was and scared, just scared to be out in the open. She wanted immediately to get into our truck. She thought he was out there searching for her. I've heard people talk about the fact they thought that the perpetrator might have killed himself in the woods. We're police officers. We base a lot of what we do based on experience, and experience tells us that things like that have happened before. So it certainly crossed people's minds. It didn't change the way we went about things. But there was that changed when she came out, and to see her, to know that I think at that point we knew that she'd been with him earlier in the night and that something had started with her. And to see that she was still so scared that he was searching for her kind of clicked and made myself think too, that he was still out there ready to finish that.
I see. And just to close the loop on this, did you have any contact with Lisa Banfield, Constable Hughley?
No.
Okay, very good. Anything further on your interaction with Lisa Banfield in terms of how it impacted you?
It was very brief, a few minutes, just a quick. I'm one of the medics on our team, so it was part of the reason I did that quick debrief was just to make sure that there were no life-threatening injuries, which I didn't note any. But then as soon as that was complete, a quick, we call it a field interview, just the basic questions to try to find out more information about the perpetrator. But it was minutes before I handed her off to.
And I understand that you would have interacted with her, the Jodrey resident, and then extracted her to the head of Portapic Beach Road.
She came
where
out of
was
that
handed over.
residence, that's correct. We took her right up to the road next to our truck, which she was trying to get into to get out of the open, and very quickly brought the armored vehicle into extract her.
Okay. All right. Let's continue on then. You traveled towards the Wentworth call, and then there was a distraction or a reorientation in terms of your tasking. Is that right, gentlemen?
Yes.
Can you describe that, Constable Goulet?
While I was en route to Wentworth, we were notified over the radio that the perpetrator was at a residence in Glenholm.
Yeah.
I was not very familiar with that portion of Colchester. I had to map it on my phone. And Addie, I think if I remember correctly, I think Staff Sergeant McCallum knew better than I did how to get into that area. And so we diverted from Wentworth to Glenholm.
And I understand you attended at the Glenholm at the foot of the driveway or in that area and took up a position of
Yes.
And then you were actually engaged in the TAV movement at that address on Highway 4?
Yes.
Okay.
I arrived at that address in Glenholm. I believed that he was there. I couldn't see the backside of the house. I remember it was set far off the road, and it was not a good situation tactically. There was lots of open area. There wasn't a lot of cover or concealment.
Mhm.
I remember when I got there, Staff Sergeant McCallum got out of my truck and took over the role, I think, of as incident command for that area, I guess. I waited for ERT, and the other dog handlers all arrived. Everybody began deploying at the bottom of the driveway. The TAV arrived. The TAV, ERT typically will take a dog team with them. When I say team, I mean dog and handler, in case he fled on foot. I got into the TAV, and we drove up the driveway to the house, and I remained in the TAV until the other calls started coming in.
All right. Were you in that TAV, Constable McLeod?
I was the truck I was in with the 3 other members. We were one of the first trucks on scene at that address. Same thing. We were notified over the radio that he was at that address on Highway 4 in Glenholm. We showed up and we stopped right at the base of that driveway. At that time, I should add though, the occupants of that house were still on the phone with the 911 operator, and they were giving us constant updates. So we knew that he wasn't in the home. We believed that he was on that property. It's hard to describe without pictures how big the property was. There was excavators, vehicles out in behind. We did wait for the TAV because we knew we were going to have to search that.
Sitting in the back of the TAV and looking at the image of that property on my phone on Images or Earth, I was disheartened by the amount of hiding places that were there. And if he would have been hiding there, it would have been very difficult to find him safely. And that's kind of what I was starting to wrap my head around, is how we were going to do this.
Okay.
And yeah, then the calls for Plains Road started coming in.
Okay, we'll get into Plains Road in a second, but am I correct to assume that you would have had contact with Constable McLeod at this time in the back of the TAV?
Yes.
Yes.
So that would have been the first time you two would have had contact on April 19th?
Yes.
Okay. How easy is it to engage in conversation and or discussion in the back of a TAV?
Yeah, it's difficult. It's a loud environment. The TAV itself is loud. You're boxed in there in the back. We can certainly communicate, but it is hard. Sometimes there's not always good radio communication when you're in the back. The guy in the front has it with the radio, but and there's also, I think I would mention it in my interview, the situational awareness you have in the back of the TAV. It's not very good. There's windows to look out of, but especially a big guy like me to get up and turn around and look out of that it's hard to do. We had a little bit. We were able to look out and see, but it makes things difficult.
Okay.
The communication is, I mean, it's all verbal in the back.
I'm sorry, it's what?
It's all verbal in the back. I had, at the time, my police service dog was brand new. he was in an environment that he'd never seen before, the back of a tab with all the other members. My concern was keeping him calm.
How'd that go?
Well, yeah, so they're between trying to figure out what they, when I say they, or what they were going to ask us, meaning me and my dog, to do. I was trying to get as much information from my phone and keep him under control and essentially plan the next move, I guess, or prepare for what may be the next tasking.
Okay. So I understand at that stage, the call for Plains Road then came in.
Yes.
And then you two became more, how shall I say, intricately involved in terms of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe that for me, either of you gentlemen? What happened?
The calls for the Plains Road began coming in, and it was very quick. I remember thinking from the time that I got to Portapique in that morning, from the time that I had left Portapique to go to Glenholm, knowing what had happened in Portapique and that he was potentially there in Glenholm, the sense of urgency was indescribable. Yeah. And then leaving Glenholm to go to the Plains Road, it was a feeling I can't describe. I'm trying to get there.
In terms of practical, how did you guys get together for the next step in the proceedings? This is
So we were in the TAV at the Glenholm address when the police radio in the TAV was on, I believe, the county channel.
Sure.
I heard it over the radio and asked the TAV driver to take me back to my truck. And the TAV left the driveway, went back to the bottom of the driveway where everybody's vehicles were. And as I was leaving the TAV, I asked for a cover member. I knew I was going to need somebody.
I'm sorry, you knew what?
I knew I was going to need some help.
Thank you.
Need somebody with me that would be able to provide lethal cover if I needed it.
Right. And that's where you came in, Constable McLeod?
Yeah, so when the TAV went back, the same as when we got the call for Wentworth initially, when guys that were in the TAV got into vehicles that were much quicker to move from point A to point B, we did the same thing in Glenholm. So we were exiting the TAV. My intention was to get back in the same truck I was with. But I happened to be next to Craig, and I heard him essentially ask for a cover member. I don't know what he said, but I was right next to him, and I said that I would go with him. I know he had, well, I know now, I guess, that he had Staff Sergeant McCollum with him, but typically in these situations where ERT and PDS are involved, it will be an ERT member that acts as that cover officer. So this was the first opportunity we had to jump in with him.
So making that decision then to move from the vehicle that you were in to the vehicle with Constable Hubley, was that anything unusual in terms of operational procedure?
No, not unusual at all. Usually on a planned operation, so a high-risk search warrant, or even one that's unfolding like an armed and barricaded, that will get tasked out by the team leader to somebody as their role. So this happened differently than that, obviously, that he just asked for somebody. But I was next to him, and I guess I was the first one to say I would go with him.
Okay. How was the comfort level in Constable Hubley's Suburban?
Not great for a guy of my size. The trucks we use are generally F-250s and larger trucks for our team, partly because of all the gear we wear, and we have some bigger guys like myself. His Suburban didn't quite have the same space.
Did that have any impact on your capacity to operate on April 19th?
No, I mean, it's just comfort level.
Okay, all right. All right, so you have described then heading off the Plains Road, and I don't want to get into too much detail other than what is significant for you about the Plains Road call. Anything of significance that comes to mind?
I can say what we believed when we first got that Wentworth call, that things had gone active again, and then the fact he had moved to Glenholm, and of course we knew of the marked police car at this time. I think around that time we knew of a uniform as well. I believe we're starting to get that information. It was very clear that this was an active event when the divert calls.
I understand that you attended to the scene involving Ms. Beaton at that location and conducted some investigations and/or observations at that point. Is that right, Constable McLeod?
We did, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then can you describe what took place then after that location?
Yeah, when we left this beaten scene, we didn't have a direction of travel for the perpetrator. We didn't know which way he'd gone. We started, at that point, we kind of started, say, putting our heads together, just discussing possibilities of where he may have gone. I think it was around that time, too, that we knew that he had a business in the city. We knew that he may be trying to get back there, that in an active event like that with somebody that's motivated to hurt or kill a lot of people, they're looking for an environment with a lot of people in the city, obviously, and Nova Scotia is that. So we had started thinking about that around that time, but at first we did search some areas in and around Debert, Debert Hospitality Center. I remember we pulled in there. And then we also were at the highway, 104 highway, the Debert exit. We were there for a few minutes. I think that was kind of, yeah, just trying to figure out which way to go. And it's at that point we started heading towards the city.
Okay. Constable Hubley, any comment in terms of what Constable McLeod has said with respect to the city?
No. I remember feeling a little defeated that he had found 2 more victims when it seemed like we were seconds behind him. But like Constable McLeod said, we spent some time in the Debert area searching for him and then realized probably he wasn't there. And I didn't know that for sure. It was just a feeling. And we drove back towards the highway. There seemed to be a congregation of other members there, people that didn't have a tasking on Plains Road, I guess. And it wasn't very long after that was the call for the Sovies?
Oh, it was Brookfield.
Right.
Yeah, so it's at that time, I believe, and I don't recall if we started getting on the highway to start going towards Halifax at that point, or we got the call that there was a possible sighting in the Brookfield area. They happened around the same time.
Okay.
I know our speed probably picked up at that time and started on the 104 to take the Truro exit and the 102 and head that way.
Who's driving?
Craig was driving.
How quick are you going? How fast are you going, Constable Hubley?
Fast as that truck would go.
Yeah, and any further commentary in terms of how fast that truck goes?
180.
Yeah.
We were passing other ERD vehicles. Like our trucks don't go that fast.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing with how much gear and heavy they are. And yeah, we were passing ERD vehicles and anything going slower.
Okay. Are you able to describe, either of you gentlemen, what the goal was at that time as you're traveling quickly along the 104 and the 102?
I think obviously the goal was to find him and stop him. But I would suggest that at that point it was trying to figure out how to get in front of him.
Yeah.
I remember the call about seeing that car in Brookfield, and maybe even that they voiced over the details about the push bar and the number 22 Bravo 11, 20 Bravo 11.
We had received a picture of it too.
Right.
Yeah.
And we were, I think it was at that point, we were on the 102 heading towards Halifax after leaving the 104. And we were thinking, I believe, in that time frame on the highway for me was when Chad and Heidi were both shot, and we were trying to figure out what would have been the best exit to get off the 102 to get over to the number 2 and be in front of them is what I remember the most about that time.
Yeah, I think we actually talked about it too, about which exit to take. So I think exit 11 is the Stewiacke, 112 is the Brookfield, and then as we're going closer to the city, each exit we kept having a conversation, should we take this one?
At this stage, were you getting any direction geographically by anybody in a command position?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
No, what I do remember is I think there was some decisions made and command-wise about checkpoints for both general duty members and then where ERD members were going. But at this point, we were just trying to get ahead of them.
Okay.
During that time, like I was driving very fast. I had the radio in the truck was on the channel for the county that we were in, which were patched, I think at that point, Colchester and East Hants. But my portable radio in my ear had the ERD channel. I was monitoring those, talking to Ben, and trying to keep it between the paint.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up because that was something that was next on my list to ask you about communications at that point. What is it that you're listening to? How is it you're listening to it? And what are you learning from that information? Because I'm getting the sense there's a lot of sources of information as you're traveling down the 102. Am I right that way?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me again what you were listening to and how you were synthesizing it?
The truck radio was on whatever county we were in, whether that was Colchester or East Hants. And like I believe they were patched at the time. So both of those county talk groups were the same essentially. Right. And that came over a speaker in the footwell, passenger footwell of the truck. My portable radio was on the ERT channel or ERT talk group. The only members that would have been listening on that were other dog handlers, ERT members, and the command personnel. So there's information coming from two different groups of people.
So how are you listening to the portable radio?
I have an earpiece that went into my ear.
Okay.
Yeah, and I believe I'd logged into my MDT that day, and I think at some point we were looking at that too, but.
Okay, I'll get back to that in a minute. Constable McLeod, what do you say about communications at this point?
Yeah, so I'll back it up a little bit just to speak of how that typically happened with an ERT call when we were deployed at the time and how it is now. At the time, and what happened that night is when we deployed, we would switch over to the local county channel, we call it. So in this case, Colchester. Yep. We do have a dedicated channel just for ERT that we'd switch to, but initially you'd roll out to a scene, whether it be an armed and barricaded or porta pick in this instance, we'd be on their channel to get as much updates as we can. So I was on the Colchester channel right from 11:30 the night before, throughout most of the night. Typically when we get to the scene and we take control of that scene is when the decision's made by the incident commander that we'll switch over to the ERT channel once we have control. Because of the circumstances of the scene and the sharing of information, that didn't happen that night, and I can't speak to why not. But what I can say is since then, we've changed how we do things. So now we'll stay on our ERT channel, on our portable radio, same thing. I have an earpiece that comes through on that. So all ERT members will stay on that. When we roll out to a scene, they patch the channels together right away. So we'll get that information from members that are on scene. And then when it comes time that we need to take control of that scene and general duty members just have the outer containment, they'll break that patch so that we have it. So on this day, because it didn't roll out that way, at some point in there, and it was around this time, I believe, the decision was made that all ERT members would switch over to the ERT channel. That decision was made over the air. We heard that, I believe, on the Colchester County talk group. So I do remember in the truck, Craig and I both making sure we had our portable radios with our earpiece on the ERT channel, and we kept his vehicle on the Colchester so that we could continue to get any updates immediately. All those updates from the command post. So if a member only had the ERT channel on, they would still get those updates through the command post, through our OCC operator. We had that extra radio in the truck. We wanted to get those quickly.
Would you be able to comment on any difficulties processing information, or were you comfortable with the manner in which you were able to process and discern what was being learned?
It's a lot of information coming all at once. For the average person, I think that would be a lot to try to decipher, and certainly it's a lot for anybody. It's for any psychologically, it's probably hard to do that. I do believe with my experience, and I think Craig would say the same thing, is that we're used to that to a certain extent of getting information from multiple sources.
Constable Hubli, any comment in terms of my suggestion about difficulties of processing information in the manner in which you were getting it?
I agree with what Ben said.
Okay, good. I'm under the impression that there was actually contact made to a third channel or a third location, Halifax Div or HDiv. Am I right there, Constable Hughley?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
My normal role as a police service dog handler is within the Halifax Regional Municipality. And I believe that he was probably heading that direction, as Constable Ben had spoke about earlier. I believed he was killing innocent people. He didn't appear to have any inclination to stop. And if he was headed toward the city, I wanted to make sure they had as much warning. When I say they, I mean the police officers that I worked with, Halifax Regional Police and the RCMP, were aware of what was coming. And so I moved the truck radio from the Colchester or East Hants County talk group to the talk group in its primary west. It's the channel that all police officers in the western part of Halifax operate on, whether it's RCMP or HRP. I knew the call signs of the shift supervisors, which is what I used. I can only imagine how I sounded on the radio, but my intent was to make sure that everybody knew what was coming and were prepared for it.
So this is the introduction of a third communication channel in terms of
Yes.
provision of information. Did you receive any information from that channel, or is that more of a delivery of information?
I don't remember receiving any information. I remember being acknowledged by the RCMP watch commander, who I believe was Bill Casey, Staff Sergeant Bill Casey. I don't remember exactly what was said, but I know I was left with the impression that they knew, that they were preparing.
Okay. Any comment then in terms of generally overall how you were processing comms or communications that day, that morning, excuse me?
Quickly.
Okay, all right. So we now have you coming down the 102 at a relatively quick pace. I'm going to move then to, Madam Registrar, to Exhibit P00465. This is the CERT investigator statement of Constable McLeod. So we've shown in front of you, Constable McLeod, the serious incident response team description of events provided by you in 2020. You recall that?
I do.
Yeah. You agree with its contents, that it accurately outlines your actions on that day?
Yes.
Okay, very good. If we could, Madam Registrar, now Exhibit 000467. This is the interview of Constable McLeod with the Mass Casualty Commission on September 10th, 2021. This is a transcript of a recorded interview, Constable McLeod. You've had an opportunity to read that, have you?
I have.
Yeah, and you recognize it?
Yes.
You're comfortable with its contents?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I think there may be a section that we'll be discussing a little bit later in terms of this, but we can move on unless you have any comments in terms of that regard.
No, not at this time.
Okay. You have described generally your actions and involvement from the command post through to Portapique, up through Glenholm, across to Plains Road, and then down the 102. At some point, you will have attended at the big stop scene in Enfield. Am I correct there?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to do then is go through the foundational documents, the materials that the commission has put together for purposes of discussion of what took place in and around the big stop at Enfield. That's exhibit, I believe, 754, Madam Registrar. And before we do that, there is a correction I think that Constable McLeod we should make with respect to page 4, the bottom line on page 4. And this is a housekeeping role here, Commissioners. The very bottom line, the document indicates that Corporal Calvin Byard is an RCMP Emergency Response Team H Division member. I understand a correction is in order for that. Is that right, Constable McLeod?
Yeah, he's not a member of the team per se. He's I mentioned earlier about all the support staff we bring with us, and it is quite extensive. He's what we now call part of our emergency support unit, but essentially their primary role is to operate the armored vehicle.
So he's not an ART member, but he is a member of?
No, at the time he was a general duty member, but he was a member. He was a support personnel that operates our TAV, and that's how he was used throughout the night.
Great. Okay. So we've got that corrected. Then let's move on to page 17, if we can, please, Madam Registrar. in particular, paragraph 26. And this is going to start the narrative, gentlemen, around 11 or 11:07 with respect to what took place in that, that area as you left the 102. Paragraph 26 indicates that Constable Hubley and McLeod exited Highway 102 at exit 8, and they observed a RCMP checkpoint and then continued on to the Enfield detachment. Do either of you constables have a recollection of that?
Yeah, we took exit 8. That was ultimately where we decided to get off the highway.
Okay, why is that?
Just trying to get ahead of him. We were aware of what had happened in the area of Shubenacadie with Heidi and Chad. We didn't know all the details, obviously, at that point.
Right.
We figured the speed at which Craig was driving that we had got far enough ahead that we might be able to get in front of him. We took the exit and drove down to the old highway number 2. You come to a set of lights there with that road, Elmsdale Road, I believe it's called. We initially, I believe, may have even started turning to go left back towards Shubenacadie, but came across a checkpoint there with general duty officers that had the road essentially blocked off. And I do remember at that time having that discussion with him that if the perpetrator made it to there, they were going to stop him at that point. We could be of more use if he had have already got by that, either on that highway or the one to go the opposite direction out towards Enfield and just start looking for him out that way.
Constable Hubley, any comment in terms of decision-making process at that point?
No, I remember what Ben spoke about coming down to the intersection and looking left and seeing a checkpoint past the Legion and the Elmsdale landscaping garage, and having that conversation and making a decision to turn right instead of left.
And the document indicates that when you went right, you went down the number 2 to the Enfield detachment. Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
Any significance to that?
Yeah, we headed down that way, and when we got close to the detachment, we actually pulled into the detachment to look for the perpetrator.
Why do that?
At this point, we were aware that Heidi had been shot. May have even been aware of the other shooting as well. So knowing that he was also targeting police officers at this time, and from my experience, and that was an area where he knew that police officers may be congregating to pick up vehicles and go out. And just with some knowledge, I think we both had knowledge of the Enfield detachment. There's no gate around it. It's not protected at all. And so we drove around to make sure he was not in there.
Okay, sound right, Constable Hubley?
Yes.
Anything to add? No? Okay.
No.
Paragraph 27 of the at page 18 says that you then pulled into the Irving Big Stop to refuel and noticed an HRP ERT member and thing of that nature. Sorry, I shouldn't say thing of that nature. There was a team there. Do you recall that?
I do.
Tell me about the refueling situation, please, Constable Hubley.
When I left my residence that morning, I had a full tank of gas.
Yeah.
It's a big truck. I was driving very fast. I think at that point, I'd mentioned to Ben a couple times, starting to think ahead that this is potentially going to be a drawn out incident. I was thinking about things like food and water, making sure my gas mask and carbine were accessible, but we need gas. And as we approached exit 7, I told Ben we need gas, and I think it was okay. Well, if you think you need some, let's go to get some. And
yeah,
that was the decision. Basically, I was running out of gas, or not running out of gas, but wanted to make sure that I had enough.
I believe we actually pulled into the Big Stop 2 times, which is reflected here. That was
right.
The second time. This first time was just after we were on the number 2. We had just checked Enfield detachment, which is in close proximity to the Big Stop.
Yep.
So Craig's correct. That's the second time we pulled into the Big Stop. I recall that conversation. The first time with paragraph 27, which you're referring to, saw the unmarked HRP ERT vehicle, which we're both familiar with. So we pulled up next to them. We pulled up next to the vehicle, had quick conversations with Constables Manley and Jodry, who we both know, just to make sure, similar to how Craig had gone on the radio earlier, to make sure that HRP and RCMP knew. We wanted to make sure that they were well aware of all the facts, which at that point hasn't been mentioned, but we knew that we were looking for a gray SUV. At the time, a Chevy Tracker. I know now that that's not what it was, but at the time, any vehicle similar to that is what we were looking for with the perpetrator. So we wanted to pass that information along to them. And there was a discussion at that point about refueling initially, and made the decision at that time not to. Again, Craig's already talked about having a feeling. We're used to that as police officers, using intuition and call it what you want, but having that discussion that we think he's close to us now, let's stay in this area and stay mobile trying to find him.
Okay. Can you tell me about the level of understanding of the HRP ERT members? Did you have any comment? Did they know what was going on?
They were aware. I think they already had that information. So information, even though we're on different channels, was getting filtered out to them.
Gotcha.
They said that they would stay in that area as well.
Okay. Page 18, paragraphs 28 and 29 describe movements of Constable Hubli and McLeod to the in response to a dispatch to Sobeys in Truro and actually attending at Sobeys in Elmsdale. Do either of you gentlemen recall that dispatch and what happened thereafter?
Yep. Recall coming over the air. I'm not sure which channel it came over on, probably the Colchester one. And just, I think we had that discussion that Truro didn't make sense based on the timeline, and especially believing he was heading towards the city, that he would go back that way. But we knew we were close to the Sobeys in Elmsdale, so we proceeded immediately to that location to be of assistance to the people that were checking for him there.
Okay, you remember this, Constable Hubli?
Yes.
Yeah, and did you operate the vehicle to go to the Sobeys in Elmsdale?
Yes.
Make any observations at Sobeys in Elmsdale?
Yes.
Anything of significance in terms of what was being undertaken that day?
No, I think there were members already in the parking lot.
Yeah.
If I maybe plainclothes members, I remember carbines and hard body armor.
Any conversation with them at all about the observations or anything of any sort of situational importance to you?
No, and the reason I think that we didn't stop and communicate with them was we knew that if he was there, they would have voiced it over the radio.
Okay.
There wasn't really anything to talk about with them. Our task at that point was to find him.
All right, I understand. Constable McLeod, anything further?
Yeah, no, by the time we got there, the members were going in. I think we were starting to get updates that it didn't appear to be a valid complaint, or we call it complaint of dispatch. But so we did go around the back of the Sobeys just to make sure that there was no vehicle, silver SUV parked in around back.
Okay. Then direct your attention to page 21, paragraph 34, which picks up the narrative. Constable Hubli and McLeod traveled south on Highway 102 to the big stop in Enfield. Now, there's a decision made to go on the 102 as opposed to the 2 that you were on previously. Any insight into that, gentlemen? No?
No.
Okay. What were your intentions at that point as you were headed south on the 102?
Probably fuel.
Yeah.
The fuel
Okay.
up.
Tell us about that then.
Like I had mentioned earlier, I'd left my house that morning with a full tank of gas,
Yep.
driving at a high rate of speed. I think at that point I was below half, which I knew I would have needed more if he would have got past or into the city. And I didn't know that for sure. I'm just suggesting that the planning that was going on in my head was to try and be topped up and ready.
Yeah. Okay. And tell us then what took place, gentlemen. Where did you go?
I got off the highway at exit 7 and turned left. My intention was to fuel at the big stop. I was driving fast still, even on the number 2. I'm familiar with the big stop. When I pulled in and was driving parallel to the bank of pumps, I remember seeing orange bags or orange markings on the pumps, and I took that to mean that they weren't operable. And I pulled into the first pump that was available. It just happened to be the right side for my truck. The gas cap on a Suburban is near the back. For whatever reason, I consistently get it wrong and not pull up next to the pump. But on that day, I was pretty wound up. Wound up might be the wrong term. Like, I was very focused on trying to find him. And so I pulled a little farther ahead and a little farther away from the pump that day. I remember seeing the car as we were
I'm gonna
driving in.
I'm going to stop you, Constable Hubley, because we're going to get into some details, and I appreciate that. But I wanted to ask you the direct question. Did you know that the perpetrator was at that location when you pulled up?
No.
Okay. And when you pulled up, what were your observations specifically about your environment and what was around you?
It was very open. There weren't any other cars or people in the parking lot. I couldn't see as I was pulling in, I was probably concentrating more on not hitting the pump, but I don't remember seeing anybody in the car, but I remember seeing the car or the outline of it blocked by the pump.
Okay.
As I pulled up, my intent was to just fuel and go, gas and go. When I got out of the truck, I opened the door, I looked to my left, and at that point, because of how far ahead of the pump that I had pulled, I could see that there was somebody in the car. At the same time, as I was getting out of the vehicle, I was reaching for my pistol, not because that I saw that it was him, but because dog handlers and ERT members are afforded more latitude in the employment of their kit. And by that, I mean, we have more decisions and discretion about how we wear certain things. One of those being your pistol and your holster. Some police officers prefer to carry or wear their pistol on their thigh, in what is referred to as a drop holster, or on your hip. The primary advantage to wearing it on your thigh as opposed to your hip is comfort in the vehicle. It's harder to access, and you may reach for it and it's not there. So as I was getting out of the vehicle, having moved my pistol from my hip to my thigh, I was reaching for it to make sure that I knew where it was. I let go of it. I got out of the vehicle, and that's when I started to make observations about the person sitting in the car next to me.
Okay.
You have to remember that this happened within a second, and the best way I can describe it is for if somebody had a question, the next time you're filling up your car at a gas pump, look around the pump at the person on the other side. And that's essentially how quickly it happened for us. I realized that he was wearing a white t-shirt, and he looked very sweaty, very run down. I think I've used the word animal to describe him. Like whether he had lost a fight or had just finished a big one is how he looked. He was breathing heavy. He had a bump on his head. There was blood coming from it. And what struck me the most in that quarter of a second was that he had a wound that he wasn't addressing. And just his demeanor sitting there, it was enough of a concern for me that I began to draw my pistol and realized that it was him. I remember yelling something to the effect of, "Benny, it's him." Bring my pistol up into the threat ready position, and then lining up my sights on him. I was aware that Ben had left the truck. I don't remember if I heard the door, but when I yelled out to Ben, he made a jerking motion to the left.
When you say he, you mean the perpetrator?
Yes.
Sorry.
When I yelled, "Benny, it's him," he looked at me, and I was already 100% certain that it was him, but it just confirmed for me that it was. He matched the pictures that I had saw in the command post earlier in that morning. They weren't the exact same, but it was enough for me to make the decision that in my mind, I was 100% sure it was a perpetrator. While all this is going on, he makes a jerking motion to the left. I had a perpendicular view to him. What I remember seeing is his arm come up.
Which arm?
His right arm. There was a silver pistol in his hand, and it was at that point that I began firing.
Any doubt in your mind with respect to who it was you were dealing with in the vehicle across?
No.
Okay. And how is it that you can speak to the certainty of that identification from your
I viewed pictures of him earlier that morning in the command post. I had no reason to believe that the pictures I saw were not the perpetrator. I was pretty close to him.
Yeah. In terms of your actions in discharging your weapon, are you able to say what it was that may have instigated or had some role in that? What was it that had the impetus for that, if anything?
I believed he was going to shoot me
Why'd you believe that?
because he had shot 2 other police officers and at least 4 people that I knew of. 6, I think, at that point.
Anything about his actions that you saw in that regard that would enhance that belief?
Other than him raising a pistol, and what I believed at the time was his intent to point it at me and shoot.
Right. Tell me about the pistol then. What did you see? What did it look like?
It was
Where
silver.
was it?
It was silver. I should point out that members of the police dog service and ERT carried different sidearms than general duty members. I use Sig Sauer 226, and general duty members use a Smith & Wesson 5946.
Yeah.
The primary difference being the Sig pistol has the ability to attach a light to it, is the reason why dog handlers and ERT members have them.
And was there any significance to the pistol that you had observed?
I believed it was an RCMP issued Smith & Wesson.
Did that have any bearing on your thinking or how you were reacting at that point?
No,
Okay. All right. Did you know at that point when you discharged your firearm where Constable McLeod was?
yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
When I got out of my truck and in the space of a second or two, I'm realizing that this is the perpetrator. I was aware, I had heard the door open and close. I also had shut the door of my truck. Specifically, I didn't want to create an obstacle if I had to, and again, this wasn't planning. It was my normal practice to close the door to create less of a barrier if I had to move around the vehicle. But I knew where Ben was. I think I was cognizant of that he had moved out in front of the truck. But I remember the windshield, the bullets impacting the windshield, and I knew it was him.
All right. Are you able to recall the amount of rounds that you were able to discharge?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
I fired 12 times, and the only reason I know that is because my normal practice is to load my magazines with 15 rounds. When it was finished and the other ERT members, RCMP and HRP, had arrived, I ejected the magazine of my pistol while it was holstered and saw that there was 2 rounds in it and realized that I had shot, 3, and I had shot 12 times.
Were you conscious of the amount of rounds that you had discharged while you were doing this? Okay. And are you able to comment on the purpose of the 12 rounds from your point of view?
The reason that I shot so many times is, number one, I shot until I was sure he wasn't in a position to shoot back or shoot me or Ben or anybody else. I'm also aware that 9mm rounds are not effective on their own without volume or shot placement, so I wanted to make sure. Yeah.
In terms of any training and or experience that you would have had with respect to lethal force, can you make any comment about whether your training assisted you in terms of how you reacted or acted that day?
Yes, the employment of lethal force is something that's spoken about in your basic training at Depot. We recertify in what's called OSMs, or Operational Skills Maintenance. We're presented with scenarios where you're expected to know the proper use of force, and in a training environment, if you learn. I believe that he was trying to use lethal force on me specifically in that second, and then everybody else, Ben, the HRP members that we had seen in the parking lot. I'm not sure what else there is to say.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Constable McLeod then for his experience, and we'll return perhaps a little bit more detail with respect to what took place. But do you recall this instance of rolling up to the pump, Constable McLeod?
I do.
Are you to describe that for us in some narrative sense?
And Craig described that we rolled in very quickly, which we did, and I'd suggest also that I think all of our movements for that approximately an hour or so, that, or an hour and a half that Craig and I were together, was quick. He was driving quick from one scene to the other, and that was no different. So I remember rolling in there very quickly. I remember initially how bare it was in the parking lot. I've seen photos since. I think we'll get to one of them where there is a motorbike there. I don't remember that at all. I just remember no vehicles in front of the restaurant over by the Tim Hortons. I don't recall seeing any, which is very strange for that location. I'm very familiar with it. It's often a very, very busy place, especially on a Sunday morning. I think given the fact COVID was early on at that time, it had something to do with it. And since later in the day when news of what was going on and was being learned by people in that area. So I recall nothing there as we did pull around to the pump, and I didn't notice, I don't remember noticing I don't know why he picked that pump until he's told me after the fact.
Yeah.
My job at that time is not to determine which pump he goes to. It's acting as that cover person as we roll up. I do recall that there was a vehicle at the pump adjacent to us as we pulled up, a gray hatchback. And even as we pulled in, I do recall seeing, I described him in one of my statements as a white male in his 40s or 50s. But it was just a very quick look, and I didn't think anything of it at that point. At that time, even before we pull up, I don't even think there was any discussion about it. I just know my role as a cover officer.
And that's what I want to know.
Yep,
What is your role?
Is
Yeah.
to, as Craig fills up the gas pump, is to protect his back, protect him from anything. We're dealing with an active threat at that time that we don't know the area where they're at. So he can focus on his task, and I can provide him with cover. To do so, I couldn't do that from within the vehicle. So my intention as we pulled up was to jump right out of the vehicle, put myself in the best situation to cover him.
Okay. And what took place?
So immediately as we pulled up, Craig described it best that this was seconds, less like approximately a second as we pulled up. I started to get out, and Craig said something to the effect of "it's him," is what I remember him saying. And he said it in a purpose in which I knew something had caught his eye. Where I was at that time was in the process of getting out the passenger side. Craig's driver's seat's to my left, and Craig was already starting to get out, and the vehicle was to my left. I didn't have a good view. I call it, in shooting terms, we call it a shooting lane, or I wasn't able to safely shoot past Craig if I needed to at that point. So I needed to move myself to a spot where I could do two things: orient myself to the threat at that point, which is Craig's alerted me that there is a threat next to us, so that I can orient myself and then protect Craig, protect myself. So as I'm doing that, I'm moving around the front of the Suburban, and I ended up in a roughly 45-degree angle off of the front of that Mazda hatchback.
Okay. And what do you recall occurring next?
As I was coming up, my view into that hatchback was through the front windshield. Saw a male seated behind the driver's seat, and I didn't immediately recognize him. My training, again, going right back to depot basic training, but I'm also a public and police safety instructor, so a use of force instructor within the RCMP. So extensive training on delivering those LSMs and block training to members. We call them threat cues, and a big threat is where people's hands are. And I couldn't see his hands.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't necessarily focusing on his face or anything else other than where his hands were, and they were kind of where my hands are down, out of my view. I couldn't see them. I do recall, I believe Craig was giving commands at that time. Not sure what they were, but something to the effect of show your hands or something to the perpetrator. And then very, very quickly, perpetrator moved his right hand and raised his right hand. And in it was a pistol. I'll backtrack a little bit. On the radio earlier on, we had heard that Constable Stevenson's pistol and magazines were taken from her. So we knew that something bad had happened, either that she was shot and killed or shot and injured badly enough that somebody could take that from her. When he raised the pistol, I focused immediately on that. It was, as Craig described it, a silver and black pistol that right away I knew it was an RCMP issued pistol. And it's at that time I believed he was going to try to shoot either myself or Craig, and I made the decision to start shooting him.
Okay. And do you have any recall of how many rounds you would have discharged?
I knew it was a lot in a very, very short amount of time. At the time, in one of my statements, I believe I estimated between 8 and 10. I've since learned through the forensic evidence that it was 11, and also the evidence of what was left in my magazine, which I didn't check that day, and it's more difficult. I use my ERD issued carbine. It's just more difficult to figure out how many rounds, but I've since learned it's 11. Yep.
And do you have recall of actually discharging the rounds?
I recall discharging, not the amount of. I knew it was a large amount, and I'll speak to that too, and similar to what Craig had said. Police officers, all police officers know, but especially with my experience, my training experience with ERT and with training in the RCMP, 1 or 2 rounds will very rarely stop a threat. Craig mentioned it. You'd have to, with the 9mm that he carries, or even the larger caliber rifle that I have, it would need to be a very effectively placed 1 round to immediately stop that threat. And our training is shoot center of mass because it's a bigger target. And again, 1 round is not going to immediately stop a threat or change their behavior. You need to continue to fire until their behavior has changed. So I continued to fire my gun until I could no longer see him with that pistol in his hand, and I no longer believed he was a threat to myself, Craig, or anybody in that vicinity.
Constable Hubie, do you have any comment in terms of what your colleague has said in terms of the amount of rounds he took, discharged, and why it terminated or came to an end of the shooting?
I remember firing a lot to the point where I was starting to think about needing to reload my pistol. But I'm of the same mind.
Okay. And I may have interrupted you, forgive me, but the role of training that you have undertaken, both of you, with respect to lethal force, did that have any impact on your actions that day?
Certainly. I mentioned earlier the constant training that we do with ERT, but the additional training I do with, I'm a firearms instructor within the RCMP and a carbine instructor.
Yeah.
We do have specific drills even for multiple rounds, to fire multiple rounds in a short amount of time, because history shows with police-involved shootings that sometimes you'll need that to stop that threat. When you have a motivated person on the other side that wants to hurt or kill you, it's not like you have the time to take a couple shots, reassess while they still have a gun in their hand. So we do those drills to shoot very quickly, as fast as we can, and accurately, which is essentially at that point just reverting to training is what I did.
Okay. All right, I think what I'll do then is move on to paragraph 55 at page 38, Madam Registrar. And this is the portion of the foundational documents that does describe, perhaps not as effectively as you just have, the engagement with the perpetrator at the big stop. But there are, at paragraph 55, if you could just run up to the photographs at paragraph 55, the top 4 photographs, and so there'll be 4 there that you'll see on the screen directly in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you can comment, perhaps Constable Hubli, what are we seeing in the top left photograph there?
You're seeing me pull into the pumps at the big stop.
So that vehicle is the Suburban that you described earlier?
Yes,
Yeah, okay. And then on the top right photograph,
same thing.
okay, different position. Is this the positions that you were talking about with respect to gas caps earlier?
Yes.
Okay, it looks like the second one on the top right appears to be a little further ahead.
Yes.
Am I right? Okay. Any comment yourself, Constable McLeod, on what you see on those 2 photographs in paragraph 55 at the
No,
top?
it's based on my recollection, that's where we came to rest.
Okay. Bottom 2 photographs and that are before you, which are actually the middle 2 photographs at paragraph 55, depict what would appear to be the Suburban on the left in 2 different positions. Is that consistent with what you've described, gentlemen?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Paragraph 56 at page 39. Starts out with the narrative within seconds. Constable Hubli quickly exited the Suburban. And there are, at that stage, 6 photos displayed in the foundational document. And I'm going to ask you to make some comments on them for us, please. The top left photograph, Constable Hubli, are you able to describe what that is for us?
That's the door, or me opening the driver's door of the Suburban I was driving.
Okay, and this is consistent with what you had described earlier, your actions?
Yes.
Thank you. Top right, are you able to comment on what we see in that photograph?
Yes. Top right is me exiting the driver's side of the Suburban I was driving. This probably would have been around the time when I would have been reaching for my pistol on my thigh. The term we use is index.
Sorry, index?
Index.
Yes.
I would have indexed my pistol, like I spoke about before, having it moved from my hip to my thigh. I would have reached down just to make sure, reinforce the muscle memory for me that it was there and that if I needed it, I wasn't reaching for my hip.
Okay. Anything you have to say on that, Constable McLeod, top right photograph? No? Okay. Middle or bottom left photograph, Constable Hubli, any commentary on what we see there?
That's just the natural progression of me getting out of the truck.
Mm-hmm.
The one on the right is me, I'll suggest, drawing my pistol after having made the observations of the perpetrator in the car parked beside us. The photograph on the bottom right would have been me looking, or is me looking to see where Ben is. Not because I had any doubts or anything, just trying to be more situationally aware.
Okay. Any comment yourself on these 2
Yeah.
photographs in the bottom, Constable?
Yes, or the photo on the bottom left, you can actually see my passenger door beginning to open there. If you compare that to the top right, and I would suggest this is even before Craig has alerted me to him. This is just that, like he said, that natural progression that I was getting out anyway. And then the bottom right, looking back, I would assume that is when Craig alerted me to the fact and said, "Benny, it's him," or "It's him," that I recall. And you can see my door continue to open there.
All right. If we could, Madam Registrar, just roll down to the next 2 photographs at the top of the page. Thank you. We're now looking, Constable Hubli, on the top or the left of this slide to what depicts you doing something. Are you able to make any comment on that?
The picture on the left is me drawing my pistol.
Mm-hmm. Picture on the right?
Me pointing my pistol at the perpetrator.
Okay. And yourself, Constable McLeod, anything you have to say about these 2 photographs?
No, you can just see my door is further open at this time for me to exit the vehicle.
Thank you. Page 40, Madam Registrar, just rolling down to paragraph 57. These are a series of 4 photographs with some circles encoded in them or in them for purposes of speaking to Constable McLeod's experience. So I'll direct my questions to you, Constable McLeod. The top left photograph shows something in the, can you comment on that?
Yeah, that would be, I'm wearing a helmet similar to what Constable Hubli has on there. So that's the top of my helmet.
Okay. Top right photograph, what do we see in terms of a difference?
Just the top of my head and oriented towards the front of the truck as I move in that direction.
Okay. Bottom left, there's a circled area there. Are you able to describe what that is?
Yeah, there's nobody else around, just Craig and I on that side. So that's me moving across the front of the Suburban.
Okay, and the bottom right photograph with the circled area, do you have any insight in that?
That's around my final position where I ended up firing my shots, and that's at that almost a 45-degree angle towards the Mazda.
Okay. Page 41, Madam Registrar, paragraph 58 commences with the narrative. Just get you to come down half an inch, thank you. In the video, Constable Hubley's mouth can be seen opening and closing, indicating that he may have been speaking or yelling. Any comment to that, Constable Hubley?
I don't have any recollection of voicing commands out to him. What I remember is yelling to Constable McLeod, Benny, it's him. That's what I believe is.
Okay, so anything you have to say with respect to that series of 4 photographs under paragraph 58? No? Can you roll it up just a little bit, Madam Registrar? Thank you. Okay. I'll direct your attention to the bottom 2 photographs. Another just a little squid, Madam Registrar. Thank you very much. Where there's some circled area and those 2 photographs. Either of you gentlemen have any comment on what that might be depicting from your recollection?
I believe that's depicting the perpetrator sitting in the driver's seat of the Mazda hatchback.
Does that accord with what you saw on that day?
Yes.
Constable McLeod?
The same, and that photo on the bottom right kind of looks like a white, and I do remember a white shirt at the time.
Okay. Okay. Paragraph 59, Madam Registrar. The Mazda 3 then made a slight rocking motion. The windows of the vehicle appear to have remained intact during this motion. Any comment on that in the foundational document, Constable Hubley? Do you recall anything about a slight rocking motion?
I do.
Can you tell us, please?
I remember him, without being 100% sure, I think he had that pistol under his leg or between the seat and the transmission well. It was a distinct to the
Just
left.
made a motion, a jerking motion
Yeah.
to your left.
And that's when his arm and the pistol came up.
Okay. Constable McLeod, any comment with respect to what has been described in the foundational document as a slight rocking motion?
Yeah, I've seen the video, and in the video you can tell that there is that slight rocking motion. I don't recall the vehicle moving at the time, but I recall the perpetrator moving very quickly and with purpose at that same movement of moving away and the right arm coming up.
Okay, and in the right arm again, just for what was in the right arm?
The right arm coming up with that pistol.
Thank you. Page 42, paragraph 60. The narrative and foundational report document says Constable Hubley and McLeod then fired multiple rounds into the front windshield, and that the numbers were 12 and 11 rounds. That sounds correct to you, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any comments any further? I know we canvassed that a little earlier, but any comments with respect to the numbers of rounds that you wish to make? Consistent or inconsistent with your training?
Consistent.
Page 44, paragraph 62. The foundational document comments that Constable Hubley then moved toward Constable McLeod's position at the front of the Suburban. McLeod and Hubley backed up and took cover behind the Suburban. Now, we have not discussed that in terms of the process. Could we perhaps discuss that taking cover process, and then we'll get to the photographs? Any discussion, Constable Hubley, about that?
When I had finished firing, I was aware that I had fired a lot to the point where I was starting to try to convince myself to reload my pistol, but I was also dealing with a feeling of, did that just really happen? It was such a shock, such a surprise. You have to remember, I was already thinking about fueling up to get into the city. That's my primary area of responsibility. I knew it well. That's where my thought process was preparing for that, and to all of a sudden find myself standing next to him. I remember Ben voicing commands, telling me to move to him. I was in the black for a few seconds.
In the black?
I had auditory and visual exclusion, kind of tunnel vision opening back up again, for lack of a better expression.
Yes.
I remember Ben voicing out to me, and the language he was using was consistent with our training. It kind of brought me back, I guess. And I moved to him, and then we moved around to the passenger side of the Suburban using the engine block as a barrier between us and him. If he still had the capacity to shoot, we wanted to be somewhere where he couldn't shoot us.
Were you making any observations at that stage of the perpetrator?
Sorry?
Were you making observations of the perpetrator as you were moving to cover?
Yes. He was still moving. I was aware that he had some pretty serious injuries. I remember seeing blood and tissue flying off of him.
Can you comment about the level of threat from the perpetrator at that stage?
When we moved to the passenger side of the Suburban, and we took up a position of cover, I remember him sitting in the seat and continuing to move. I couldn't see his hands. I didn't know if he was dead or if he was still capable of using the pistol that was in his hand. His movements were enough that it caused me concern that I was thinking about shooting again. On the side of the truck, I was able to start thinking a bit more quickly and clearly. I was aware that he had masqueraded as a police officer for the better part of the morning and previous. Part of police equipment is body armor, soft body armor, that is designed to stop bullets. When I saw him moving in the driver's seat of the car, I quickly thought he might have been wearing some sort of armor. And that's what caused me to take up a sight picture on another portion of his body. At the same time, I was aware that I was probably fairly low on rounds in my pistol. And all of those things happened at the same time. And very quickly, I found myself sandwiched between two ERT members, and I felt pretty safe. And in that short period of time, his movements stopped, and I no longer felt the need to shoot again.
Constable McLeod, do you have any commentary with respect to your observations as you moved to cover?
With that photo where I was quite exposed, and our training right from every member of the RCMP, we go back to cover and concealment. Cover being something that, in this case, can stop the threat, which is a bullet at that point from his gun. So after we had finished shooting, being that exposed and knowing Craig was exposed where he was too, that if he did become a threat again, I wanted to put something between us and between the perpetrator. I don't recall exactly what I said. I've obviously since seen transcripts and heard audio that we'll talk about, but I didn't recall what I had said. But I knew that I wanted to move us behind that truck. So got Craig to come to me and we moved behind there. From there, keeping in mind that we're keeping an eye on the perpetrator as we're doing this. We're moving tactically so that if he does become a threat again, we can deal with that threat even as we're moving. When we got behind the engine block of the truck, which was our most appropriate form of cover at that point, similar to what Craig had said, could still see the perpetrator moving. I think I noted in my report, his right arm was shuddering almost. There was some breathing that I'll describe as agonal breathing or gasping for air. And I could also see that white t-shirt becoming red with blood. But I know from training that even with the amount of rounds, and I knew Craig had shot, but I didn't know the placement of his rounds. And I knew that he still could be a threat. So we did take up that position where if he became a threat again, we were gonna end that threat. At the time, I didn't speak of this earlier, but I do believe it's important, especially based on yesterday's evidence. When I first shot and that pistol came up and I made the decision to shoot, I began shooting, but I did notice, I saw the pistol come up to the right side of the perpetrator's temple. This isn't the movies, it's not a TV, that's not cause to stop shooting to see if he's a threat towards us or him. The training that we use and the words that we use are action versus reaction. If I was to wait for him to turn that pistol on me at that point before I fired, he would undoubtedly have the drop on us. So we continued to fire. I continued to fire even after that pistol had gone to his temple. I wasn't sure. In fact, I didn't believe he had gotten a round off at that point. I didn't learn that information until we met with certain investigators 8 months later. And obviously since more forensic information has come out about that. So as we took up that position behind the truck, I was not aware of that round as well. It wasn't clearly visible from our vantage point. So we took that position up to deal with the threat if it became one.
Okay. Photograph top left on paragraph 62. Comments on that, Constable Hubley? What do we see there?
You're seeing what I described earlier about me kind of regaining some sensory exclusion and moving to Ben.
Okay. Any comment on that, Constable McLeod? Top left under paragraph 62.
Top left, it looks like my feet are planted. He's moving towards me. And then in the top right, we're starting to move backwards.
Sound right, Constable Hubley? Top
Yes.
right? Okay. All right. Page 48, Madam Registrar. Paragraph 68. Paragraph 68 of the foundational document indicates that at 11:25:10 on April 19th, Constable McLeod radioed break over the ERT channel. We'll play the audio, and I'm going to ask for commentary with respect to how paragraph 68 accords with your understanding of what took place.
Enfield, big stop. Enfield, big stop. Come on, me. Get to me. Use your cover. Back up. Back up. Use your cover. No rush here now. You take comms. Take comms. I don't know what to say. Look at your hands.
Now, with respect to the foundational document, if you pull the slide up a little bit, at the bottom of the excerpted quotation at 11:25:28, the transcript indicates in brackets sound of gunfire, and there seemed to be communication by Constable McLeod at some point. Are you gentlemen able to comment on, after hearing this, about what you believe was being undertaken at that time?
Yeah, I don't believe that was sound of gunfire. I believe there was wind, and I think we'll get to some audio hereafter where you can kind of compare that to, there was a lot of wind that day, and one of the issues that all police officers have with the portable radios that we have is if it's windy out, it's very difficult to hear. I believe now, after talking to Craig, and he can speak to this, but what we've already talked about me bringing Craig over to me and then moving behind the cover, I believe that's what I'm speaking of there.
Okay.
I'll say I don't have any recollection of this. Craig kind of talked about it before with, they call it, there's different things that happen, and research shows this through other police involved shootings and stressful incidents for anybody, but definitely in our line of work, things like auditory exclusion where you might not hear the sounds of your own gunfire. He talks about tunnel vision or unintentional blindness where things become very focused in on what the threat is that's trying to hurt you, and you might not see things around you. And we have certain things like taking a breath after just to kind of open that back up to see your surroundings. And I very much remember that. We're not immune to those things at all. Another one is lapses in memory in a stressful situation. And this is one of my lapses in memories. I don't remember hitting my 1033 button.
Help us out with a 1033 button
So
or an ERTT
you'll see there
button.
it says emergency request to talk. So an RTT request to talk is a button. There's two. There's the RTT button and the ERTT. The RTT, we would hit that in a normal day-to-day. If you pulled a vehicle over and you need to get dispatch's attention, you hit that, they acknowledge it, you speak to them. The emergency request to talk, there's one on my lapel mic, an orange button, as well as on the portable radio, when we have them in our vehicles as well. Once you hit that, that immediately opens up. I believe it's a 20-second open mic that I don't need to press the key on my mic to be heard by dispatch. It'll open my communications up so they can hear what's going on. It's often referred to as a help me quick button. If you're in trouble, you don't have time to voice what's going on and you hit that, you're going to get a lot of police officers going to your location in a very quick time because dispatch is going to make it a priority what you're doing. I don't remember hitting that at all.
Interesting. Okay.
What I do remember is, and I made note of this, I believe in the surge statement, that I do remember trying to get on my radio and voice where we were. And I use the terms bonking out or toning out, which happens often with our radio system. If there's too many people on the system or somebody else is trying to talk over you, you'll get a tone in your ear that means you're not getting out. I do have recollection of trying, I don't know which one it was, trying to get on my radio and voice where we were, and I wasn't able to do so. And that's when I had Craig do it, which we'll get to, but I didn't have a recollection of doing this.
Does that bonging or bonking out occur when you key the ERTT button?
Not sure.
Okay, very good. Well, let me just ask you then, if I can just scroll up to the top of that transcribed portion, Madam Registrar. At 11:25, 10 a.m., we hear the word break. What does that mean?
So break means that it's essentially a word to get somebody's attention quick, especially if we use it in multiple, like break. It means let me have the air, let me have the channel.
Yep.
I need to get some information out. So that would have been a conscious decision, likely me keying up my radio and saying break Enfield, big stop, Enfield, big stop. The information that follows it was only recorded because I hit my 1033 button.
Okay.
Not sure if that was a subconscious or if it was just me hitting it by mistake.
But would the transmission of the word break be done in advance of the discharge of the firearms or post discharge of the firearms?
No, that's something that would happen post. When you're faced, especially with how quick this unfolded, the video, I believe you would know better, but in 8 or 9 seconds, it all happened very, very quickly. Communicating is not, and I say communicating to other police officers and to dispatch at that time is not the priority. The priority is dealing with the threat.
Okay.
And so, no, that would not have happened.
So when we see at 11:25, 10 a.m. the word break, and then at 11:25, 11, attributable to Constable McLeod, H15, Enfield, big stop, come to me, get to me, your cover, back up. Is that pre or post discharge of firearms from your recollection?
What's said there is what happened after. And I do remember asking Craig to come to me. I don't remember the words that I used, but this is obviously it. But that was after when I'm saying back up, Craig had nowhere to back up to from where he was.
Yeah.
But as soon as he came over to me, we were both able to back up.
Constable Hubley, any comment on what Constable McLeod has said?
No, that's how I remember.
Okay.
I remember finishing shooting and Constable McLeod giving those instructions and moving to him and moving behind the front of the
So
truck.
The implication of what you're saying, gentlemen, then is that the bracket sound of gunfire is an inaccurate description?
Yes.
Yeah, and that the communications that we've heard, just broadcast, just played, are post-discharge of firearm as opposed to pre-discharge of firearm.
Yes.
Foundational document then would be inaccurate if it described it as pre-discharge of firearm, correct?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I'm coming to the conclusion of my questions for you. I'm just going to ask a few more, perhaps pointed and direct questions at this point, and then I'll conclude, which you'll be happy with, no doubt. I wanted to ask you specifically and pointedly, did either of you recognize the perpetrator before you pulled into those gas pumps at the Big Stop Enfield?
No.
No.
Did either of you know or have any indication that the perpetrator would have been at that location before you pulled into the gas pumps at Big Stop at Enfield?
No.
No.
This too is going to be a very direct question. Did either of you get any orders from anybody or direction from anybody to execute Gabriel Wortman?
No.
No.
Given your knowledge of the situation, the information that you processed, your training and experience, would you have done anything differently than you had done on that morning of April 19th, 2020?
No.
Constable Hubley?
No.
It's been a long 2 years, I'm sure, for you. Anything you wish Nova Scotians to know that they wouldn't have known prior to your testimony here today?
Craig and I have got a lot of attention recently, and even it's been recent in the media, but in the last 2 years from within the RCMP and from people we know, most of that's attention that's we struggle with, just based on our personalities. There was a lot of police officers, a lot of first responders that were on the ground for that 13 hours. You heard from 3 of them 2 weeks ago, and I'm sure you'll hear from others. We've all struggled. We saw a lot that night, and every one of us just wanted to find them. There was a lot of support people, a lot of officers on the ground. We were doing everything we could to find them that night, and it's the attention that is on us. It's difficult for us. There's a lot of people that need to be thanked for the work they did that night. I'll also say that there's a lot of us, and I say us as police officers, and I can speak for myself, obviously, because I'm here. It's been 2 years of grieving with Nova Scotians, with the families that are here, families of victims, and we lost one of our own too with Heidi. Life will never be the same for us either.
Constable Hubley, you need not answer the question if you don't want to, but I think it's fair to ask you at this stage.
I don't think I have anything to share in a public setting.
Fine. Commissioners, those are my questions for these witnesses. Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, thank you, and thank you very much, officers. The process we follow here is that we will break now, and Commission Council will meet with Council for the participants over lunch. And so we would ask you to stay, because the purpose of that meeting will be to canvass what Mr. Burrell has asked you and determine if there is going to be any more questions for you, and if so, who would be asking them. So that's the process going forward. So I thank you so much for your testimony so far, but would ask you to stay with us over the lunch hour, and we'll determine what, if any, further questions there may be for you at that time. So thank you, and we'll break then. It's 11, maybe 1 o'clock. We'll break until 1 o'clock. Mr. Burrell, please, of course, let participant council know if they need more time to discuss the process going forward, then just let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, the witnesses, you can leave now. Thank you.
No questions. I don't want to be too hard on these men. I mean, a few things are going through my mind. One, are they getting thrown under the bus? We all know that there's something much bigger going on, huge going on. But there is funny things going on down there too. That's clear. And they, I was looking back. I know that I saw an entry somewhere, 11/24, everybody head to Big Stop. Big Stop. Does anybody know about that one? Have they come across it? I went through the logs that they have up currently, and I couldn't find it. Did they take that line out? I don't know. I'm sure I'm not imagining. I'm sure that I saw it. Mr. McLeod was not identified publicly until very recently. So I find that line about, I mean, I don't know, maybe in his personal life and stuff like that, it's hard. Mr. Hubley was, I was looking for that article. Do you guys remember this article here? And I really, you know, yeah. Things aren't adding up. Things aren't adding up. That's very clear. This was an article that replaced a different article. They changed the URL on it. So if you do Wayback Machine on it, you won't get it. I showed the other one, and it, funnily enough, was an article that spoke of Heidi. And because of the date, what is this? December 9th. What's happening with Lisa Banfield December 10th? What's happening with Lisa Banfield? Let's do search in that time range. Let's just go with 8th. I don't know. Let's just do a week. Why is that not coming in? Interesting. There were some interesting events happening in around there. I believe I even streamed about it at the time. Here we go. See? Very, very under the radar. Oh. She had her court appearance that day, I believe. Also the time around the what was happening then too. Oh yes, the federal raid down in oh sorry, I've got the wrong date here. No, I don't. Oh wait, no. 2020. That's right, yes, I do. That was the same time that they had the big raid, you know, the Indo video. I think it was. They do a lot of PR. Well, let's just go with the 9th. And do, just pick that. Was covering a Heidi story. It's got a bolster of things. Things were not going well. I think that was the same time, right? As the Halifax raid. I think I went through it back then. Anyway, it's unfortunate because the Heidi article was good. It's difficult to locate, though. I don't have it on the top of my fingertips. I know I've got it filed away somewhere. I did archive it a few times. So, I mean, firearms training, again, I'm not, obviously I'm not a member or anything like that. I don't know, but I have heard that it's a triple tap issue, center body mass. Obviously, you're calling out to the person. Hey, the choice that they didn't want to play the video, I think, is very intentional. It's not, I think, I know. It's very intentional because that really kind of goes against this. It makes it very clear. You would be like, well, how could you see all this stuff? How would you know all this stuff? But you don't know that he's wearing hard body armor. You can't see the blood. The statements are interesting if you read them side by side. I wanted to do that aloud. And I probably was being really critical, but it's hard to watch what's going down and not say, listen, what's really going on? What's the real story? Why don't you, it doesn't add up. Halifax ERT, I'm fairly certain, was still there the entire time. So you go down to meet them. I think he said they went, maybe, I could be wrong, the order of that. Did they go to the Enfield detachment first? Maybe they did. So I mistyped that, or didn't mistype it. I incorrectly stated that. I'll have to go back through the warrants. Maybe I'll just read them aloud at some point. Again, you can notice the that the things are, you don't have the full story, so to speak. If you go to the foundational documents and you say put in, I don't know, Goulet. If you get a cert statement given in September 4th, 2020. Cert. But that's it. Obviously, there would have been fairly major debriefing going on. There would be video, audio, officer notes, all of that stuff I'm always droning on about. All of those things would have been recorded. I have no doubt, and that's why I should stress that. I can't imagine what it would be like to be in the shoes of either of them and have taken somebody else's life, irrespective of who it is, right? That's tough. But there's clearly a lot more to the story. If we put in McLeod, I believe he was questioned with his lawyer as well. So if we put in McLeod, I misspelled it here. Oh my. Whoa. They removed them. Oh, no, not Shubenacadie. My apologies. My apologies. Okay. Sorry. I was doing other things while we were going there. So you have the mass casualty questions, and you have the cert statement, but no RCMP stuff, no debriefing, no officer notes, no video, no anything. I mean, people's feelings and stuff like that are at stake. That's for certain, right? But the fact is, our feelings are equally at stake. You know, weaponizing certain elements in the story, animals, things like that, to tug at heartstrings is very improper. I mean, I'm obviously, I love my dog and things like that. I'm not saying anything in respect to that. But there were people in houses who were not even checked on and things like that. Like, is that not kind of the priority at that point in time? But dogs, women, abuse, these things are all very sensitive issues. And people way up high, they know these things. Talk about those because it will shut people down emotionally. Talk about the trauma. Dwell in the trauma. Don't look here. Don't ask questions. And I'm sure that there will be lots written about how those officers got grilled, you know, maybe over here, etc., or other places, or will, I mean, nobody means them any harm, like obviously any harm or bad things. I don't wish bad things upon them. I'm sure they're going through a lot, but there's more to the story. And if they're getting thrown under the bus, because it's interesting that they're allowed to give their one-sided, because it's just Burl, nobody else, then you don't have any of the family's lawyers asking them any questions about inconsistencies, etc. Because, you know, you have well, he pointed a gun at himself. I thought he was going to point a gun at me. There's definitive statements, like I absolutely knew that it was Eddie's gun. And I brought that picture up. Excuse me. Where's that? I mean, you can look for it yourself. You either have to be extremely observant, which people's eyes are far better than mine. But think about looking in a car for 2 seconds or whatever it was, pulling up to a station. Are you going to be able to identify what that is? You know for sure it's Heidi's gun. You know, and then the statements, they are definitive. There are some, like, for sure things. To me, what you would know is that there is a suspect in a vehicle. That's what you'd know if you believe that it was suspect. That's what you'd know. And he is accused of doing all kinds of things. The only difference between this picture and this picture is that stamp. That's the only difference between So think about looking in glaring off windshield light, momentary glance. I believe that wasn't the video showing that he reached over into the glove box area? Am I wrong about that? That doesn't want to work for me now. Okay, there we go. I do want to hear a lot more about this and multiple rounds through the windshield. It only looked like one, but I mean, again, my eyes are terrible. So that picture went poof right away. Here it is. Very, very grainy, terrible photo. So actually, no, it looks like a few. My apologies. And you had all the people down there. The press. Krochek. What was I talking about one the other day? The PEI photographer. Mars happens to be everywhere. It. At all. You know, this door helmet versus this no door. It was clearly staged, this part, which I'm not sure why you need to do. We also had the change in helmet because one of the Halifax guys comes in and he just has a blue helmet. He doesn't have the green helmet. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't get a green helmet, or the green helmet is... Where's the blue helmet? Oh, here he comes. Here comes the blue helmet guy. No, green helmet. Green helmet gone now. And you watch the actual video of it. It's quite interesting. Now, it's even clipped. Where's that? I do have that somewhere else. You know, 8 rounds, all the papers. Oh, I had it up the other day. So there's deleted documents. I saw that. Anyway, I needed to say that because there is something much, much deeper going on underneath. And frankly, if these gentlemen are part of that, as in they're privy to that, then perhaps it may just be better to say. It wouldn't be a may issue. It would be much better just to get ahead of that one and be like, well, yeah, you know, here's what we know. If that's so. But I mean, did they identify themselves? It doesn't appear that way. I don't remember what I said. If I said it, I just said it's him. That seems fairly definitive. In a vehicle you don't even know. Different placement of the vehicle, I believe they say. One is beside the pump with the door beside the pump. The other one's ahead of the pump. And I understand also equally, you know, coming from their point of view. There's one of their own members that has just died, and a lot of things would be going through your head. But that's the point of having hopefully all of this training and such, that you are able to maintain the best of your ability. We're all human. A cool head. And if not, then just say that. Just say, like, listen, I really lost my cool. I was really upset or whatever. Is that not better? Would that not be more understandable? Would that not be more understandable? Would you be, let's just say, again, that's saying that we didn't get the whole story there. Let's just say that we didn't get the whole story. Let's say that there were other things that other thoughts going on in their head. Least tinfoil. That would be the least tinfoil. They're just pumped up on adrenaline, you know, all kinds of stuff is going through their head, and you know, they see a guy in a car and it's let's even say it's Wortman, and you don't want to arrest this individual. Now, lethal force thing, you just, I don't know the wording for that, so because I don't want to be. Would it not be better just to say I acted on those feelings? Would not. I certainly would understand that. Would you? Or would you appreciate, again, that's just simply, I'm just saying that's a possibility. Let's just say that they are trying to cover their ass or something like that. Would you appreciate being cover your ass or just the straight dope, so to speak? The straight dope. I think most people would totally understand the straight dope. Who knows what one would do in that situation? As Sauvé would say, armchair quarterback. I don't know. Maybe they're really good friends with Heidi and stuff like that. So, okay. Cuff. I think there was something about cuffs versus zip tie. I think that might have also been in there. Again, I really don't like to be speculative. Where's that video? And if you want to go a little bit more tinfoily, what are they just the latest victims in the machine? Is that why you put them there? Up on the witness panel? They would have to know that that was going to be a problem. They're going to have to know that the hero narrative might fall apart. Not might. It would be questioned. So questions would be asked. You didn't see the blood on the shirt. It was a bump. What's going on? Why are you going back twice? No questions in respect to Ert, the Halifax one that they met up with. So are you just trying to pawn it all off on these two guys, which is horrific? In, which case they may just be taking the fall. That would be horrible. They didn't want to show you. Okay. That good. Let's see here. So there you have the vehicle literally driving up, which would be difficult, I would say, very difficult. It's clippy, it's choppy, no timestamp. But you'd have to know who was in that vehicle. You'd absolutely 100% have to know. You would just drive up. This could just clip there. You can tell where it clips. There's a few of them. So I don't know why they're right there. Boom, there's one. Why are they clipping it? I don't know. Did Frank clip it? Did somebody else clip it? I have no idea. Are they just setting? Have they been setting these guys up the whole time? Who knows? See, there go the reaching over business. There, see his hand? There, in the bottom wheel well. There. He's fiddling around with something over there, right? Okay, I don't really see a firearm, but again, my eyes. Oh, actually, you can see a hand. That looks like a hand. Yes, it is. Doesn't appear that there's anything in the hand. And of course, you see the light, and it's reflecting the sunlight and stuff like that. This would make it very difficult. And obviously, even he kind of said, well, I didn't even know if he was wearing body armor or not. That's because his statement says that, I believe, that he thought possibly the body armor may have been taken off of Heidi. But you'd think you'd be able to tell the trickle of blood, quite a bulky, hard body armor over a t-shirt, which is green. Is it not green? Or blue? It's quite noticeable. Contrasting against white. It's not white body armor. So, I don't know. No gun in that hand? Well, I don't know. Again, but we have all these different security camera systems and different timestamps, and don't worry about it. Released to unreleased video is apparently nice and clean, not choppy. The one from yesterday where the media had to destroy it after viewing. Okay. Where is that coming from? That's Frank. He had a short sleeve shirt on, too white to be in his hand. Too white to be his hand. I don't know how his shirt is moving around like that. That would be kind of difficult. Yeah, it would be pretty hard. That's an interesting motion for a shirt. Oops, sorry, Becca. It's kind of an interesting motion for a shirt. I guess it's just flowing and flapping. There, it's kind of reaching around, and it's a pretty animated shirt if it's white. I don't know. But maybe there's a big breeze in the car. You never know. Could be a napkin, I guess. Could be. It doesn't appear to be a shirt. And somehow I'm having a difficult time believing it's windy in the car, but maybe he's got a shirt on a stick or something and it's blowing around, or a handkerchief. That's possible. I kind of just go with probabilities, but call me silly. Wheels start rolling at start of video. Yes, it is quite clear that the vehicle is driving up, as Mr. Hewley testified to, right? There's me driving up. That's why they didn't want to show the video, because does make you wonder about why. So if in fact, and I should really put this disclaimer out there, because it would be horrific if these two men are getting thrown under the bus by the system, which is very possible. I will say that, very possible, to keep the institution alive. Oh, they do it. You would show the full video, right? Did anybody catch about the third log? I failed to hear about the third log, radio log. Seemed to be some confusion. I have seen them communicating. I believe it's on Colchester Hughley Speaks. I have to find that 1124 entry. I know I've seen it. Everybody to big stop. Everybody to big stop. I'm like, how would you know that ahead of time? Unless, again, time clock's not in sync. Possible. Why did Hughley and McLeod address why perp bound versus handcuffed? The statements, I believe, differ in that respect. And, that's very possible, too. One of them saw and one of them walked away and was in a state of shock, because they would very much be in a state of shock, I would think. Shooting an individual would not be an easy thing to do. Were the photos of, again, and can you definitively even say who that was? Definitively, you can't. Just like I definitively can't say what happened isn't just as they said it is, and nothing more. Even though I was being a bit harsh. Lying on the ground, taken immediately from being removed from the vehicle. The upside down body picture, do you mean where he's on the stomach? The person who's lying there? Negligent charge if they didn't want to owe up to it? I have no idea. That is not mine to know. But the most important thing I'm really focused on, and still, is underneath what's going on, which is the fucking huge one. If something bad happened there, or somebody lost their cool or whatever, that's a piece. But the overarching problem that they're all trying to cover up is the one people should stay focused on, in my opinion. And it's the far more interesting one. Got T.E. Baudelaire under a bush. Okay, I don't know these stories, I'm sorry, but perhaps somebody does, Andrew. Don't believe the media tells you, for God's sakes. That's probably a safe bet. Who pays them? Who pays them? You generally don't bite the hand that feeds you. Some of these old adjectives work. Oh, they absolutely showed a black pistol. Yeah, no, I did that in a video a while back. I'm like, I don't know. I think they said, one of them says that it gets wedged between the center console and the seat, which I'm not sure. Possible, maybe a gun falls down in there. Possible, very possible. That's very possible. I'm surprised that it was Hughley Written statements can say the complete opposite of what a person actually said. Well, yes, they absolutely can. Well, no, they're not written. That's transcribed, actually. It's at the top of the statement, I believe. Is it not? Plus, in Hubeley's case, he's there represented. So I'd say that's a non-starter. But let's see, right here. Okay, he's got counsel. The following information is provided by counsel. That would be their lawyer. It's drafted and written. So Mr. Hubeley Mr. McLeod and his lawyer went over this quite thoroughly. I'm sure that his lawyer provided him adequate legal advice. So I don't think that that's if that's the case, then Mr. McLeod has a very serious issue to address with his lawyer, in addition to CERT, in addition to the Mass Casualty Commission, in addition to the RCMP. That would be a very serious problem if they're lying about the statement. Let's see, we can have a look at the other one. I believe. Okay, so we can go to Mr. McLeod's statement to the Mass Casualty Commission. Let's go to the top of that. I believe he has representation. This one is done by Trent, so it's AI software. It's not hand transcribed by a person. So the words would, hopefully, unless the AI is pretty garbage, which it is pretty good these days. And I believe he has representation there, too. Is Laurie Ward and the National Police Federation. So the union is there, the union lawyer. So he's adequately represented. And in the case of Mr. Hubeley, his statement does not indicate whether he does have counsel or not. I do believe so. Again, I do hope that they're not just getting thrown under the bus. Something interesting, I was asking in the chat if anybody knows whose vehicle 50K05 is. I'm sure you can see that. This would be a dog handler's vehicle, could be from New Brunswick. I have no idea. Somebody probably out there is going to know. There seems to be a bit of a discrepancy here from Great Village straight to Enfield. I don't know. The teleporter is working from 0 to 0. Don't know how that goes. And the time from 4 o'clock, 4:30 in the morning till almost noon. Seems that there's a lot missing here. Don't know whose vehicle this is, but there appears to be 7.5 hours worth of GPS missing out of this one. And 0 to 0 from Great Village straight to Enfield. If anybody has any clues on who 50K05 is or was driving that vehicle, that would be interesting to note. It's Wall. Okay. I don't know. Maybe then the personal workstation wasn't working again. Maybe we had one of those. I think Wall is out, isn't he? And he's pretty upset with things right now. So, But I'm sure there's records again of all the other stuff, of course, the GPS of members' phones, what is it? Company phone, personal phone. The radio systems even have GPS built in. Isn't it Wall is out? Am I correct with that? Did he quit? I don't know. Struck me as very odd. Hughley didn't say anything in the public setting. I found it odd that he was singled out to begin with, when it was very clear to everybody that there obviously was too. It was very clear prior to the video. It was clear because yes, it was stated that there was another member. Yet it was always pawned off on Mr. Hughley. Again, is he the fall guy? Are these guys the fall guys? My ranting in chat is more pointing out the inconsistencies. This is a very complicated one. And you have to be careful not to judge people. I'm not judging. I am honestly not judging these people until I got the full story. But for some reason, we're not getting the full story, which is wrong. I think everybody should just have all the evidence, all the videos, all the interviews, all of the audio, all the video, all the GPS logs. All members should be coming in and testifying, obviously. I mean, that's what we do in court. This is an inquiry. You're going to talk to everybody. You're going to talk to all the witnesses. You're going to have all their statements. You're going to have all the audio, video of everything. You're going to have all the cars' GPS of all the people involved in this story, etc., etc. You're not going to have redacted warrants. You're going to have family lawyers asking questions all the time because, of course, that's normal. That would be very normal. And the fact that it isn't, well, that's pretty clear. Hey, Tara, how's it going? Can wheels move slightly, reach for something, or move driver's seat in jerking motion? Are you speaking about the steering column, the steering wheel? That wheel definitely was at an angle, and the wheels that were at the station were straight. So I'm not sure where those pictures were taken, but they aren't from the... And was things changed in those pictures? I didn't see an ammo can in it. I certainly saw the black gun on the floor. I didn't see evidence of Heidi's gun. There appeared to be a silver handgun. I don't know, what do you call that? Brushed steel or something like that in the back seat. Was that Heidi's gun? I have no idea. Okay. HRP said not to kill him, didn't they? Again, that's from Paul. I don't know. That was never verified from Kinsella. The questions were posed to Kinsella via, or is it Paul? Sorry. No, my correction. That was not Bousquet. Who wrote that article? Was it Bousquet? Definitely in the Halifax Examiner. Some questions posed to Kinsella in respect to certain things. And I did find the questions very interesting and the lack of answers even more telling, but driven by Corporal Wall, recorded. Okay, here we go. Wall says statement 4:30 to 9:25 provided support to ERT and cleaning properties. Okay, well, that's fair. I don't know why that's not showing up on his GPS log. And there still would even be a discrepancy there because, well, there's 1.5 hours, 2.5 hours missing. Somehow it just magically goes from great village to, because that's how vehicles travel. They use teleporters and things in this world, just like timestamps and such. Animated shirt. Okay, so pure mother. To address the RCMP uniform Gabriel Wortman had, he had stolen it from Uncle Chris, former cop who grew up. No, Chris said in his statement that he gave it to him. He was quite open about that. I did give it to him. He said it didn't fit, I believe, in that. So all right, now I want to find out a little bit more about this video. And the comm numbers, do you mind retyping the comm numbers, please? Nikki, I think you had typed that out. Let's see if we can find out what's going on with the video. Let's see if we can find that. Thank you for keeping us all in the loop, because that would be great. Well, not that would be great, that is great. Well, that's a bit of a no-brainer. Okay. Earl is going through stills. Well, already that's known. They were under orders to see. I have to rewatch all this stuff too, because I miss a lot. I think my girlfriend called, sadly, which is not sad, but I want to hear about this destroyed video. Anyone who has questions after this is definitely a conspiracy theorist. Well, I'm not even going to touch that one. Transcriptionists in the room nod sagely. The openness of transparency on here is stunning. The RCMP really have got themselves into a bit of a hole. It's best to really get ahead of this one. Honesty would behoove them. Full disclosure. Okay, I'm not seeing anything about the, so there we go with the deleted. And now those were released only to the media, right? Because, of course, the public, what do they need to know? Is that correct? There was no record of these prior. This was just released to the media for their sanitized, in many cases, I would say, propaganda. Oh, the receipts. I have all the receipts, or many of them. Ouch. Okay, now Tim says they all look good. Oh, well, I guess you know. Don't you know? I suppose it will all come to light, right? How much contact people have with us all this journey? Is a family member, the media, or lack thereof contact, volunteering help, didn't want it. How many people do you think took up that offer? Okay, I'll leave that stew. Again, the people who know. Oh, thank you for the recommend, Peter. Appreciate that. Pushing it through the garbage suppression that they're doing. When it happened, there was somebody with a cell phone, a video on it. It was all over Facebook at the time. Many things got poofed off of Facebook. I happened to get a couple of them, but because I came in later in the story, I was talking to somebody last night about it, because Tara didn't even know, sadly. I didn't have a chance to archive things. So there's many things that went missing or scooped them up before. Which is a really sad comment. Meanwhile, there was a propaganda machine running. Anyway, lots of family members just sitting around waiting. Tav fueled up in Masstown, then had to stop at the Patrick Can. Well, again, this is curious. You know, you were at the big stop. You stopped there initially because you need some gas. But Halifax happened to be there due at 11:10. Then you go to the Sobeys where there is the Wilson's Esso. There, I don't think that was closed, but there's gas there. And the Tav was across the highway getting gas at the Petrocan. And according to Frank's other video there, or whoever dumped that with Frank, there was an ERT vehicle fueling up there. So the Tav and the ERT fueled up there, no problem. But I guess that Hubli and McLeod or somebody has a very strong affinity for the the big stop. I almost said the Blackfoot. That's a truck stop here in town. The food's gone very downhill, sadly. Was good. Boudelier was Nova Scotia child shooter. Oh my. AM radio had us off the street within an hour. Oh, is Whitman the fellow who was killing police officers? Was that who that was? That case I do remember, but I'm not sure. I think you scrolled past it. Correct. Frank posted the email. Oh, my apologies. Then I must have missed it. I scrolled past it, did I? Thank you for your eyes. Da-dum-dum. Is this it? The videos from the big stop have previously been published in Frank magazine, though the commission only shows still images. This is slightly misleading. Well, they are clipped, I will say that. As when you see the video, one is left with the impressions the officers parked and instantly exited their vehicle and started shooting. I don't know if the clip markers that I could see. Let's have that open. Because you can tell if you watch backgrounds, right? I'm kind of anal like that. You can see the clips. Just watching shadows and body movements. Wait a second here. I think I counted 4 maybe in this. So, okay, he drives up. That's a bit choppy, but it's not clipped. Clip is going to happen here. Okay, so I don't think that necessarily has anything to do with driving up, because it's pretty apparent that there is a driving up action there. Right there. I mean, I don't think there's any way that you can say, unless they drove up twice. Unless they drove up twice. I don't know. Yeah. I'm heavily sarcastic. This is slightly misleading, as when you see the video, one is left with the impression officer parked and instantly exit the vehicle and started shooting, leaving no time for either observation and reflection, suggesting that part, you know, again, it is clipped there. So what exactly was going on? Of course, you could just run them side by side with the appropriate timestamps and everything and see it from all different angles. Would become pretty clear. And suggesting that perhaps they knew it was him before they stopped. The same impression is not quite so clear when you're looking at the still images. We will hear from officers tomorrow when they testify, and so perhaps the video themselves, perhaps the video themselves will be played. Well, I guess they decided that wasn't necessary. Oh, conflicts. Ouch. Smelling conflicts somewhere. Source familiar with the board level deliberations, Liberal tells Franks. Okay, that doesn't seem to be related. So I'm not seeing the ding and dong. That's you guys at the ding and dong. You know, those American connections, they're always interesting. Arkansas. Bousquet commenting, by the way, because he also has said the video. No, I'm sorry, Ms. Fox, I'm not grasping. Just reading comments. Why, Nikki Lewis, was there a video for press and then they destroyed it? I'm lost on that. Reporters got evidence, didn't they? I'm sure that's been answered because I'm so far back in the comments, but so if the media is required to destroy something, destroy evidence, I'm having flashbacks of that document that was sent to me. What was that again? Oh, yes. What was it? October, November? Moratorium on destruction of evidence. Cars getting destroyed. All kinds of things getting destroyed. Of course, which there will be a paper trail because legally they have to keep that. Wall said they staged at open area near the superstore. Interesting. Okay. I haven't read that yet. Okay. Wow. Sorry, that's me thinking. The smoke that you probably see may be emanating from somewhere else other than my mouth. Media has signed NDA, got private link to Big Stop. Now, so, of course, this is a non-brainer. Why would you need to have to sign an NDA for something that's public? Why does the media have access to something beforehand? Do what the families have gone through, does that line up with what we get told? Can they talk about that? Questions abound. Questions abound. Frank said they did not delete it. There is a different post. I'll send you the DM. Oh, okay. Thank you. Of course, way back here. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Nikki. 2 accredited members of the media who have signed a confidentiality undertaking. Sorry, I thought this was public. Is it not the media's job to report information to the public? If we're running around having NDAs, how long have people been adhering to them? On what stories? Confidentiality undertaking. As accredited media who have signed the confidentiality undertaking, I want my underwear back. It's going to cost a lot of money. All the lawyers to draft up this bullshit to keep things hidden. Frankly, I take it personally. From me, I'm pissed. We want to provide you with an important update regarding the Mass Casualty Commission. The commission. Notice never an inquiry, right? Proceeding for today, because it's not. Wednesday, April 13th, the foundational document Big Stop will be shared publicly. And that it would be not shared. Why? It's interesting. I noticed that when I downloaded a video, I know my mind jumps all the time. When I downloaded a video, I noticed that the metadata buried in there, well, they'd published it a few days before their presentation, but of course, never released that. Makes you wonder. All the documents should be there. Things shouldn't be removed. You know, like 911 call logs, other items. Seems very, very much like you're not being transparent. And frankly, anybody who's party to that and has knowledge of that, well, I wouldn't call them honest people. That would just be me. I'd say a lot of them is dishonest that has any knowledge of any of that. Wonder if their communities are going to be so accepting to them. Perhaps it won't be worth it. Anyways, foundational documents will be shared publicly, marked as an exhibit during proceedings by the Commission Registrar. Several surveillance videos, the Enfield Big Stop, are referenced in the foundational videos. These videos are not for publication. Still photos of the videos will be shared during the Commission's presentation, during public proceedings. April 13th. As we have done throughout the proceedings, the Commission will provide copies of that, not for publication. So you could probably, I should just do like this. How about like this? We can do something like this. Where is it? Just so we're all on the same page and we break it down so it's quite elementary. I need that line thing. There we go. The not for public thing. And just make that nice big. Because that's really what it's stating, right? Isn't it? The not for public materials. To the media who have signed confidentiality agreements for viewing purposes only. Now, what makes them so much more important than, say, I don't know, you? You fund the media. You fund the Mass Casualty Commission. You fund the RCMP. Frankly, you own it all. But don't worry, you don't need to see anything. Glad we have parents like this. What would we do without them? Crazy. I always needed a caretaker. Materials to the members of the media and who have signed confidentiality agreements. There's probably charges on some of this stuff criminally. Maybe, hypothetically, maybe. I'm reaching there, but I'm sure that something could be found. Agreements for viewing purposes only. The not for public videos will be made available for viewing via the new Titan File channel, which has been created specifically for members of the media who have signed the undertakings, the confidentiality ones. You will receive an email once this channel is available to you. You know, like, say, the person who drafted this email or this message. Oh, Sarah. Is she in the know of the cover-up? Oh, I would say, being that she wrote it. You know, people like that. Ah, sad. You will receive an email on this channel as available to you later today. Please note that these videos are not for public and must be destroyed after viewing. As a reminder, the confidentiality undertaking that you have signed applies to all participants' exhibits provided in advance of public proceedings. As always, if you have any questions or feedback, please do not hesitate to email media at what kind of media? Mass Casualty Commission, omission.ca. Obviously an omission. Or reach out to Senior Communications Advisor, want my underwear back, on the site. Now, why is it that the media, because I'm just thinking, if I were in one of these major institutions, A, I would speak about that. B, I would sue. I'd sue the fucking pants off them, man. Excuse me? You can sue for warrants. You can sue to have warrants released. I'd sue for why I can't report. Why is it that you're putting a gag on my mouth? I understand you obey me, and I should probably do what you say. Fuck off. But because souls are not for sale, but where's that court case from the media? They sued before. If they don't sue now, my eyebrows go up. Please note these videos are not for publication. You just remove the ATION. Thank you for sharing that. Nikki. It does appear that way, but again, is the video clipped? Are we getting the whole story? Is the MCC throwing these gentlemen under the bus? Something is not going right. Certainly on the omission side, that is pretty clear. Media, now they're looking not so great if they don't do something very fast. It's kind of like deleting comments or closing comments or removing dislikes when that existed. The CBC, I did a story on that and their transparency. I think I did a couple of during the, they have some special board about transparency. You pay for that, by the way. Which, again, is just a sham. Fucking Bousquet, government too. If you cultivate a relationship, I just repeating Ms. Fox statement. If you cultivate a relationship with the media outlet and feed them exclusive videos, that is a stretch of the idea of independence. Well, okay, so yes, sorry. I think I already may have touched on that. Definitely cultivating a relationship that erodes objectivity. Oh, only slightly. Well, that sounds conspiratorial, but true. But true. They're obviously colluding if they don't do something very quickly, i.e., sue and talk about it. How long have they known about this? How long do you think they've known about it? About these confidentiality agreements that they have signed? I'm curious. Just saying it was a simple story. Video should compart with it. By the way, Tommy Boutelier was taken alive. I'm totally unfamiliar with the Boutelier stuff, and it's not really my focus. Why would Bousquet report favorably upon MCC if they granted him access to videos that the public doesn't have access to? Why wouldn't? Oh, all the pieces move in strange ways. Oh, do I have something else here? Okay, no. I'm very slow, Nikki, very slow. Trying to get points here. He said the video in question. Come on, man. You know English. I'm well read. Well, I believe I'm literate. I'll just leave it there. Patriots hanging with us. Weird, he said, in public setting. Wow. This is what it's for, the truth. Get it out to the publics. Well, I don't think it's a private media institution. Church hearings. Church hearings? Have you guys ever heard of church hearings? Oh, the glow. Maybe the lawyers will request it to be shown. Maybe they might start asking about, I don't know, if there's any kind of agreements elsewhere. Maybe it's not just for the media. You want to make sure transparency was going on, especially for those represented. I'm just hypothesizing there. I didn't hear enough 2 years ago, let alone now I'm lost. I never did put up that video of the radio show I did recently. But that was, I'm sure there's something out there that's very quick, succinct. There's just literally, there's over 500,000 pages of documents. Like, it's just, there's a lot. So to succinctly put it, and I'm not the most succinct man, as I'm sure anybody could attest to. Perhaps somebody can fill you in quicker. Because bumbling Bousquet, okay, that's, I'm just saying your words. Bumbling Bousquet should have access to footage above civilians that protested this very public thing. I won't use that word because it's not legally. Yes. Yes, if there's any kind of these agreements floating about, any kind of agreements, any kind, I frankly think all of the lawyers would be talking about that. The press's lawyers, I think they would be up in arms, of course. Constable Brown says they were talking over the radio about a F-150 in a field wooded area that sounded suspicious. Interesting. Okay. That is in his statement. Does he have a statement out? Maybe this was released. I'm unaware. There was a, how many pages were dumped? I can't remember. Yesterday. Oh. Okay. Missing. Not sure where you read that, but I'd be interested in knowing, so you would. For those of you that want to follow me on the tweeters, that's probably the best way to get a hold of me. I'm not very technical, so I just prefer old-fashioned phones. The not-for-public ass cover-up. Ass omission. Is this to deflect from the Petrocan Shuby incident? Wish they would leak the full Petro. I wish that they would just have release everything. Like everything. Like everything. Because public, don't you know? With the word confidentiality written all over. Even though that's not too confidential. I don't know if they just didn't update their stationery. At least I didn't have to pay for that. The video belongs to the gas station, not the MCC. That would be true. Petrocan, I wonder if these people are getting any kind of government funding. Former Crown Corporation. Do they still have shares? So the media covered up this massacre, and now they're getting a private video. Titan file channel. Oh, the tech. It will all come out. What the fuck are we hearing these words out loud? What the fuck? Not for public in the... But it's not that. No, completely false. Unless I can be disproven. I do believe it doesn't follow the Inquiries Act at all. It follows, how many sections in it? 2, which are selective and actually have outs built in those. But again, did the video on it a long time ago. It's an F disgrace. It needs to be sick. Remember that half or more of the media is totally CAO operated and owned. Are you meaning government? I'm not sure. Church hearings. Church hearings. Why is the media playing along is just as bad. Church hearings. MCC is acting pretty secret for a. Okay. Yeah, quotes. That's good. There you go. It's definitely not that. Even then, they themselves are very reluctant to call it that because that would be bit of a misnomer. Wouldn't want to get caught with that one, would you? No, secrets. Secrets. I love secrets. No. People keep secrets. Well, that's a problem. That's a problem. Who knows? How long have certain agreements been in place? That would be a very good question to ask. What extent do they go to? You know, all those people then that would know that because they would view the tape or read the documents or whatever it is. You know, they are equally complicit, sadly. No excuses. Perhaps it would be worthy of, I don't know, tweeting them, asking the media institutions why. The Mass Casualty Commission, asking them. How this is so public, how they feel about that. Maybe try and identify with them on an emotional level. They like the emotion. They weaponize it one way. Guessing that they've seen the Fisher footage. Who knows? Who knows? Who's to say? Exactly. How long? How long? Who all's involved with that? Who else signed these agreements?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Julia. Is Julia our official timekeeper? I think we're only 5 minutes over. Today's going at a, perhaps yesterday was, again, a bit of a shift in the tide. Bit of a shift. But we'll see. Brown envelopes. How long about the handcuffs? Wonder if anybody has access to any programs that may exist too. You know, softwares. The lost and found handcuffs in the evidence locker? Or are they on the side of the road, which Mr. Fisher picked up and scrubbed? Or are they in the back of the car? I don't know. Referring to the Onslow event as a blue on blue is not telling the truth. Could you clarify? Nothing blue near garage doors, maybe blue on red. Shot. Yes. Poor, I feel terrible for the individuals inside. That is horrific. HRP, that's the HRP they almost fired at? Yes, Mr. Gannon. No, noticeably absent. Hopefully he's doing okay. Supplementary report, Gannon, page 3. Okay, great. Do you know it's 1 o'clock? Do you know where your MCC is? Well, you can't be parental to the parents, right? That would be bad. All the media signed NDAs. When did they sign NDAs? What punishment are they
Welcome
under?
back.
What
The
threat?
proceedings are again in session.
Would it be cutting
Well,
off
thank
of
you, everyone,
funding?
and especially council, Commission Council, and Council for the participants for meeting and collaborating and proposing, which we are pleased to accept. Process for some further questions for the officers, if you would like to make sure they are here.
I wonder if the commissioners know about the NDAs.
Thank you. Please be seated, officers. You're still under your affirmation, of course. Thank you for waiting. I can explain to you that with our appreciation, council for the commission and council for the participants have met over lunch and have proposed, which we accept, a process whereby two council, each representing family members, will be asking you some follow-up questions. And I think it's Michael Scott. Are you going first, Mr. Scott? And then Mr. Michael Scott will go first, and then Mr. Josh Bryson. So thank you.
Afternoon. Constable McLeod, this morning you were talking about when you were in Portapic, I guess in the early morning hours of April 19th, 2020. And did I understand correctly that you've been called out to the residence of a person named Leon Jodry?
Yes, I was.
And was it your understanding that the perpetrator's common law spouse had emerged and was at Mr. Jodry's house?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And it was do I understand correctly, it was a team of you and 3 or 4 other ERT members?
I would say at least that many, if not a couple more. Yeah.
Okay. And you traveled in, not in the TAV, but in one of the ERT trucks?
I believe there's more than one truck, yes. I was in a truck with other ERT members.
All right. And did I understand correctly that one of the reasons that you were there was because you also have specialized medical training?
Yeah, I do now. I was in the process of getting that training at the time. I had completed 2 of the 3 courses.
Okay. And can you describe for us at that point in time what your medical training was?
Sure. So I was in the process of completing the, we call it the Emergency Medical Response Team, EMERT, as you have seen in some of the documents, which we have support EMERT positions that are not ERT members, but they have that training. We were in the process of myself and Constable Ed Clark, an ERT member, to receive that training. And at that time, in January of 2020, received a 2-week emergency medical responder and EMR course here locally in Halifax. It's a Red Cross level course that gives you a base knowledge of kind of advanced medical, more than a first aid course, I guess. So that was a 2-week course I'd completed. And that's one of the first prerequisites of that EMERT designation. The second course is called a symptom relief management that was completed in February of 2020. That was put on by the Ottawa Paramedic Service in Ottawa that myself and Constable Clark attended. It's a 3-day course that's in line with the medical directives of the RCMP and of the EMER program, where some more advanced things surrounding delivery of medicine or of drugs and that type of thing. The last course is one I completed last fall. And it's similar to a TCCC course. It's a military term, trauma, combat casualty care. Again, that's an RCMP sanctioned course put on by a third-party contractor. So I had not received that one. I just received the first two.
Okay. So when you attended to Mr. Jodry's house, Ms. Banfield was obviously there,
She was.
and you would have been one of the first responding members to see her firsthand.
That's right.
And I think you had said later in one of your reports that she was extremely upset.
Yes, she was.
All right. She was able to communicate with you, though?
Yes, she was.
All right. And you noted that she looked disheveled.
I noted disheveled, distraught, more so than almost anybody I've seen in my, at that point, 11-year career. Even in the report, there's only one other time where I've seen a victim or somebody involved in a call for service that I go to that has been that distraught. Yes.
Okay. But as distinct from her emotional state, what was she wearing?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if, when you say disheveled, are you referring specifically to her demeanor or to her appearance?
No, that would be an appearance as far as clothing and whatnot, but I don't recall what prompted me to use that word other than that's how I.
And do you recall if the clothes she was wearing were appreciably soiled or wet or dirty? Anything that struck you as notable?
I don't recall. If I made note of that in my statement or my notes at the time, that would have been my best memory of it, and I don't recall at this point.
Okay, but as you say here today, you don't recall anything appreciably notable about her appearance?
No.
Okay. And you did note in your notes that it did not appear to you that she was seriously injured at the time.
There was no injury, like I mentioned earlier this morning, no life-threatening injuries that I could see, and nothing that I needed to address at that point. No.
You noted that she wasn't bleeding.
No, not to my recollection, she wasn't.
She did communicate to you that that her back hurt.
That's correct.
And it was your understanding from her that that the perpetrator had assaulted her some time before.
That's what she had told me, yes.
And there was another injury that she communicated to you as well.
I don't recall that at this time.
Okay. She was able to walk under her own power,
Yes, she was.
and she was able to communicate with you clearly.
Yes, she was.
Right. And your understanding is that Ms. Banfield had been out in the woods for at least a number of hours.
Yes, this was around 6:30 in the morning, so I assumed several hours.
And do you recall roughly what the air temperature was outside?
My recollection is it was a day a little bit sunnier today, but similar as far as a cool morning. At that time, it's fairly cool.
Okay. Do you recall at the time making any observations, even if just making sort of a cursory assessment, whether Ms. Banfield was demonstrating any symptoms of hypothermia?
She didn't appear to be at that time.
No. And if you were looking for symptoms of hypothermia, what would you be looking for?
Shivering, depends on which stage of hypothermia as well. Later stages, you can like bluish lips and the shivering actually stops. But no, I don't recall seeing anything.
Would you consider things like slurred speech and drowsiness to be symptoms of extreme hypothermia?
Yeah, later stages, most definitely.
And presumably, if you had noted anything that stuck out to you as being a possible symptom of hypothermia, you would have noted it?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
I will say that, and I mentioned earlier, it was a very brief conversation, and medically speaking, the extent of my assessment of her was to make sure there was no life-threatening, immediate life-threatening injuries. As soon as there was, and I kind of transitioned to that field interview to try to get some information.
Before handing her over, I expect to.
Yeah, I handed her over
EMTs.
to Constable Marr and Corporal Ivany, or EMER's Corporal. So.
Okay. And in terms of transitioning into that that debrief role, Ms. Banfield confirmed for you the identity of the perpetrator.
She did.
And did she tell you that she had been handcuffed the night before?
She did.
And at the time that you saw her, did you make note of any injuries to her wrist that would be consistent with somebody who had handcuffs on?
I didn't really have a close look though either.
And did she communicate to you that the perpetrator, the last time she saw him, was wearing civilian clothing?
I don't recall exactly what she said. From looking through my reports and notes, she did not mention that he was wearing a police uniform at that time.
Yeah, you would have noted if she had told you that.
Yes, so I would have assumed, with her not telling me that, I assumed he was wearing civilian clothing.
Mhm. Did she make any reference to you of him having or wearing a fluorescent safety vest?
Not that I recall.
You did receive that information later.
I did, yes.
Yeah. From the statement you gave to CERT, I understand that at one point you received information, and this is earlier in the evening, this is before you met Ms. Banfield, that what had precipitated the perpetrator's actions was some sort of domestic assault. Do you recall that?
I remember, I've read that in my report, and I remember that we had received that information. I can't speak to how I received that or where that came from.
Okay, so you have no recollection of who gave you that information or what the source of it was?
No, I don't.
But at some point before being called out to Mr. Jodry's house, it was communicated to you that this may be domestic related.
I believe so, yes.
Again, going back into the early hours of your response in Portapique, to understand that at one point you were tasked out to the 5 houses area that's sort of down the road from Portapique?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that 5 houses in Portapique are separated by, well, the Portapique River?
I knew that at the time. I was not familiar with that area beforehand.
Okay. And what was your understanding of why you were being sent? It was you and several members in a TAV, was it not?
In the TAV, I believe it was the full complement. At least the first time we went, it was every ERT member that was on scene was sent to there. Yes.
And do you recall why you were sent over there?
We, based on intel that we were receiving from general duty members on the ground, they believed that there was a possible suspect sighting there, and our number one task at that time was to find the suspect and end any threat.
Had you been into Portapique at that point before you were sent out to 5 houses?
I'd been, one of my reports, I referred to the spot near the mailboxes right off the main road as kind of the inner perimeter, not a command post, but a spot that we would congregate if we needed to get in or out of the TAV or do anything like that. So I'd been to that location. I don't believe I'd been further into Portapique before we were diverted over there. So as soon as the TAV showed up, I believe that was our first tasking. It was going to be the extraction of the children. But as soon as they had a possible sighting that they believed, and we're just going based off their intel, that became our number one task.
So to be clear, when you're arriving, and I think what you're talking about is that area at the corner of the Portapique Road and Highway number 2, where there was a number of officers, right?
Yeah.
So that's where you initially responded to.
That's right.
Right. And your understanding at the time was that you and the members and the TAV were going to be deployed in to retrieve those children.
That was, we were waiting for the TAV to go there. That's correct.
And then you were diverted from that task to go to 5 houses.
Yes,
And that obviously wasn't your decision. You were tasked with that.
that's right. I was operating under Corporal Mills' direction, who was operating in conjunction with the CIC.
Is it your understanding that the information leading someone to direct resources to 5 houses was that somebody had seen a light or an open garage? Or
My understanding was somebody had seen a light that they couldn't explain, and the light was turning off and on. They believed it was a light in the woods.
Okay. And at the same time, I think you would describe the events of what were happening in Portapique as like a war zone. Yes?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. That there was still buildings on fire, smoke from those fires. You're aware at that point that there's been bodies found throughout.
That's correct. On the way from Halifax or from Dartmouth to Portapique, we were aware of, I believe, 4 bodies at that point that the members on the ground knew of. So that was being communicated to us.
And were you aware of any other information, and perhaps the answer is no, any other information that was the basis upon which it was decided that you and your team were better served following up on this complaint in 5 houses?
It kind of goes back to what Mr. Burrell asked about this morning about the nature of my duties. We do have more specialized equipment, specialized weapons and training, things like night vision, FLIR devices, things that if somebody was waiting, and the concern was that that he may have been waiting for an ambush for either us to go in or for general duty to go in, or extracting the children, or in 5 houses if he had made it there. So some of that specialized equipment that we have provided us more safety to go in and locate him if that was indeed the threat.
All right. But wasn't your understanding that anybody had cited him in 5 houses?
No, and that was never communicated to us. It was general duty members in a containment position near the Highway 2 and 5 houses that could see this light turning off and on, and they believed that it was a person with a flashlight in the woods.
Right. But your team with your special equipment and your special training would have been directly useful in going in to extract those children, would it not?
Yeah, for the same reason we would have been, and that was part of the reason waiting for the tab. They, at that point when we got there, there were police officers with them, so they were, although they were not safe at that point. They were in it was safer for them to stay away for the tab at that point before we got there. Obviously, that changed with the new information and a possible threat. If you believe you know where the threat is in an active threat environment, that becomes the number one task.
Councilor Hubli, do I understand correctly that at approximately 8:30 you went to the command post to get information?
Yes.
And it was at that point that you learned what the perpetrator's name was?
Yes.
And you also saw some photos of the perpetrator?
Yes.
And you also learned that he was traveling in what appeared to be a fully marked police cruiser?
Yes.
And you also noted that you received information that the call sign on that particular vehicle was 28 Bravo 11.
Yeah, I believe there was a picture of it in the command post, and distinctively, I remember 28 Bravo 11 as it's a unique identifier that each police vehicle will have. First numbers usually denote the area of where it is. The letter is either town or county, and then 11 would have been the vehicle number. And I knew that 28 was a Cumberland County vehicle. Yeah, so along with his face, I had that number from that car in my mind's eye.
I'm going to suggest to you that you made special note of what that call sign was, because that's a way that you could distinguish that vehicle from anybody else's, from an actual RCMP vehicle.
I would have been able to distinguish that vehicle from other marked police vehicles, except perhaps the true 28 Bravo 11.
If there is one.
Yeah.
There was another distinctive feature on the mock cruiser that you noted as well.
Yes, there was a black push bumper on the front of the car. I think in my statement to CERT, I made mention of the fact that in my capacity as a dog handler, I regularly travel the entire province answering calls for service. I see a lot of police cars, RCMP and municipal police services, and what struck me about that picture was in this province, I couldn't, that would have been the first time I saw a bumper on the front of a car like that. It's not something that you see a lot of in this part of the country.
So again, between the call sign that's on the rear pillar of the car and this sort of unusual black push bar, am I correct that you are making mental note of these things so as to be able to distinguish between one of your colleagues and the perpetrator?
Yes.
Right. You're not going to assume that just because you see a PC cruiser that's the perpetrator.
Sorry, can you ask that again?
There would be, obviously, if you are to drive and down the highway and find a fully marked police cruiser, the concern here is that it may be one of two things. It may be the perpetrator, but it also may be one of your colleagues, and you're trying to find a way to distinguish between the two.
Yes.
Right. The vehicle that the two of you were in when you arrived at Enfield was an unmarked 2015 Chevrolet Suburban. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Constable Hubli, that vehicle specifically configured to carry you and your PSD gear.
Yes. Police dog service handlers typically either drive Suburbans or Tahoes, depending, and that really just dictates how much cargo area you need. The Suburbans in this province are typically configured the same way. There's no back seat. It's a kennel insert for the police dog. And then behind that in the cargo area is where, I mean, Constable McLeod talked about the specialized equipment. I carry a lot of that as well. You need room.
And in the Suburban, you were carrying a standard C8 patrol carbine,
Yes.
and that would have been locked up in the back of your truck.
In that particular vehicle, the rack that holds the patrol carbine was in the back on the passenger side, as far away from me as I could get.
And that carbine would not have been accessible to you while you're in the driver's seat.
No.
No. And when you checked that, I assume you checked that rifle out that morning.
I'm sorry?
You checked that rifle out that morning?
No, I carry that typically at the start of a block of shifts. My normal schedule in the city is 4 on for 2-day shifts, 2 night shifts, followed by 4 regular days off. I typically check that carbine out at the beginning and keep it for that block of shifts.
Okay. And that patrol carbine is chambered in 5.56 NATO.
Correct.
Right. And how many rounds do you load in your magazine?
28 in 3 magazines.
Right. It's a 30 round magazine, but RCMP policy is to load 28.
Correct.
And that's to cut down on the chances of binding the magazine.
Yes.
Constable McLeod, the rifle that you were carrying that day is not a C8, is it?
It's not. It looks similar, but it's not.
And I think in the document, it got, correct me if I'm wrong, got referenced as an M16A2, but it's not, is it?
It's not. The lower receiver of that, I believe it is still stamped with either C8 or M16A2. So the lower receiver is the same as an M16A2.
But effectively, it's a Colt M4 chamber for 300 blackout.
M4, I believe, is an American term. So no, that's not a term that we would use. No.
All right.
But it is chambered in 300 blackout. That's correct.
And you were running a suppressor on that particular
I
rifle.
was, yes.
Yeah. And just for context, the 300 blackout would be it's a subsonic round that works with your.
No, it's not. We have access to subsonic rounds. The operational duty round that we have is not a subsonic round.
Okay. Then what's the function of running the 300 blackouts over, say, something like the 5.56 that would be in the patrol car?
Well, for me, that's what's issued to me. So I don't have a choice in that. That would be a question for the armor and the RCMP and people above my level.
And when you, do you have that rifle with you normally, or do you check it out when you start a?
No, that's a rifle that's issued to me. Each member has their own issued rifles that we keep in our possession at headquarters.
And you load the magazine, I presume?
Yes, I did.
And how many rounds do you load in your
We
magazine?
load 30.
Okay. So as opposed to something like the C8, you would load the full 30 into that magazine?
Yeah, and again, that's a question for an armor, but again, in my training, it goes back to the tolerances and the issues that you would have. So if you loaded 30 with a 5.56, they've discovered that is not an issue with
The 300.
this one. That's correct. Yeah.
So you are, as you sit here today, quite certain that you loaded 30 rounds in that magazine, as
Yeah.
would be your normal practice.
That's my normal practice. Yes.
And I think it was, you had mentioned to my friend, Mr. Burrell, that it's your understanding that at the end of the incident at the Big Stop that you had fired 11 rounds.
I learned that information later on. At the time, I believed it was somewhere between 8 and 10 rounds.
And your understanding that it was 11 is predicated on the idea that you loaded 30 rounds in the magazine and there was apparently 19 rounds left in the magazine.
That's correct.
Are you aware that it's been suggested there was 14 bullet holes in that windshield?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I said, were you aware that there was, it appears to have been found by forensic identification services that there was 14 holes in that windshield?
I saw that on a report, yes.
Okay. Do you have anything that you can add to account for that? Or?
No.
No. And at the time that you were, you described your position as being about 45-degree angle from the front of the car?
Yes.
Yeah. And you're firing directly into the same center mass target. And the entire time that you're firing, Constable Hubley is obliquely at a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, roughly the same distance that you and I are away.
Constable Hubley, Constable McLeod described you pulling into the to the big stop as that you pulled in quite quickly. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
And what was the plan for where the two of you were going to go after you got gas?
I don't know that we had one, other than continue to do what we had been doing, looking in the places we felt hiding spots that would be readily accessible to him. Yeah, there were a lot of people looking for him. I don't remember having a plan specifically, but if we had not have found him at the big stop, we would have continued doing what we were doing in the area that we were in.
Well, you ended up at the big stop because you were hoping to get out ahead of him.
No, we ended up at the big stop because I needed gas.
All right, but you end up going in that area towards HRM because my understanding was that you were hoping to get out ahead of where the perpetrator was, if he was indeed proceeding somewhere towards HRM.
Yes, you're speaking about what I remember to be the space on the highway that we drove from the 104 up to exit 8 when the first time that we got off the highway, we were trying to get in front of them. Specifically speaking about when I drove into the big stop, I suggest that we were probably trying to regroup a little bit. And in that period, to me, it seemed the best chance, or the best time to fuel up.
Fuel up and then figure out where you're going to go from there.
Correct.
Okay, but you didn't have any specific instructions to go to a specific place.
No.
And I think you said when you pulled up to the gas pump, you didn't pull up far enough. When you got out, you realized that the gas cap was pretty far away from where the pump was.
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that that was unintentional?
Yes.
Right. There was no other reason why you pulled into that position. Your intention was to put gas in that truck.
My intention was to put gas in the truck and stop with the cap door as close to the pump as I could. I've been driving quite fast all morning. I spoke about the sense of urgency of finding him. Yeah, I just pulled into the pump super fast.
When you pull into the pump at the big stop, what you're seeing is a gray car to your peripheral vision.
Yes, I saw it as I pulled into as I was driving down the bank of pumps, I wasn't focusing on the car, I was looking for a gas pump. And when the first one that was available, or pardon me, when I saw the first one available, I pulled in next to that. And I'll suggest that as I was pulling in next to that is when I started to notice the car.
Right. You noticed the car, you didn't notice anybody in the car.
No,
Didn't notice anybody in the car until you got out of your truck.
as I was getting out.
Okay. And as you get out of your truck, I think you said, I looked around the pump at the car and saw a man sitting in the driver's seat.
Yes,
And the man is sitting, what you know now, is in a gray Mazda 3, which was not the vehicle you were looking for.
no,
And it's a man wearing a white t-shirt, which is not what you were looking for.
no,
And nothing about this is matching the description of the information that you have about the perpetrator at that point.
Can you answer that again?
Nothing about what you're seeing of this person sitting in the gray car. This is not lining up with the information you have about
I
the vehicle
knew-
that the perpetrator should be in or the clothes he should be wearing.
I knew what he looked like.
Aside from his facial features, I mean his clothes in the vehicle.
No. He was wearing clothes that weren't described to me, and he was in a vehicle that hadn't been voiced out over the air.
Best information you have was that he was in a silver tracker,
Yes,
and nobody communicated to you that he might be wearing a white t-shirt.
no,
Okay. And you said when you got out and you saw the man in the car, he's looking straight ahead. So you're seeing him in profile.
yes.
And you said he had a large hematoma or a bruise on his head.
He had a bump on his head. It
Where was it on his head?
was on his forehead.
In the center or on the left side or the right side?
I remember it as the right side, the side of his head that was closest to me.
Okay. And you say you saw a small trickle of blood running down his forehead.
Yes.
In the central part of his forehead or off to one side?
The side. It was coming from the bump,
From the bump.
or on the bump.
You said you saw that his mouth was open
Yes,
and he appeared to be breathing heavily.
yes.
And I think you described him as being worked up.
Yeah, I've tried to come up with the best description, and I'm not sure that there is one. He was not calm. He was sweaty. He was breathing hard, and he had his mouth open. He looked like a prize fighter sitting down between rounds, like that kind of exhaustion. Not trying to suggest anything advantageous for him, I guess, but yeah.
And you're seeing this sort of once you're out of the car or as you're getting out of the car? Or can you say?
You're asking me to split seconds.
Yeah.
My answer is at the same time. I mean, the pictures show clearly me getting out and looking that direction. I'm doing 3 and 4 things all at the same time. But yes, as I'm leaving my vehicle, I'm looking across, not because I knew it was him, but because I wanted to know who was in that car, if anybody, given what we were dealing with that day.
Would it be fair to say that his demeanor and his appearance caused you to pay attention? That's not what identified him as a perpetrator to you, but it's what caused you to look very carefully.
Yes.
And then you recognized him.
Yes.
And you recognized him from the pictures that you had seen previously.
Yes.
Right. And how certain were you at that point that you had identified him as the perpetrator?
Fairly certain. I suppose there's no absolutes, but I was certain enough to voice out to Constable McLeod.
And to draw your sidearm.
Correct.
Right. And to be clear, you spoke this morning about having your sidearm in a drop leg holster.
Yes.
Is that your normal?
No. I've moved it a couple of times back and forth over the years since I've been in the police dog service. My personal preference is to wear it on my hip. While you give up some comfort, you know where it is all the time. If you're running, if you're getting up or down, climbing, it's in the same spot all the time. It just gets a little much sometimes sitting in the vehicle.
The drop leg holster that you're wearing that particular day, does it have a retention device on it?
Yes, the holster is the same holster that we use in our issued. It's just a different mounting system on the duty belt.
All right, so it's still retained by a clip that keeps it from falling out.
3
retaining clips that keep it from falling out.
3 safety features that keep the pistol in the holster.
The same ones that you would wear if you were mounting it on your duty belt.
Correct.
Okay, so it's no more likely of coming out of your drop leg holster than it would be out of your duty belt.
I'm sorry?
There's no more chance that pistol is going to come out of your holster, whether you're wearing it on your belt or in a drop leg holster.
No.
Okay, so why was it exactly that you were indexing that pistol as you're getting out of the truck?
I was looking for somebody that I knew had shot at least 6 people and 2 police officers. I indexed my pistol because I wanted to make sure it was there, probably for a bit of confidence in that if I needed it, I knew where it was. Again, we're talking about pieces of seconds. Reaching for it in the wrong spot could mean that instead of this, it was that. So, and I didn't know that that was what was going to happen, but I think it's fair to say that when members change positions on their equipment or change positions of their equipment, there's a constant touching. Where is it? Do I still have it?
And your usual practice is to wear your pistol on your duty belt.
Correct.
So just be absolutely certain, when we see the photographs and the video of you getting out of that Suburban, and it appears that it certainly appears, and I'm asking you to correct me if I'm wrong, that you're drawing your sidearm as you're getting out of that truck.
No, or sorry, I'm not drawing my sidearm as I get out of the truck. The pictures you're seeing are, you think about the side of your thigh, and when you open the driver's door of the vehicle and you push it away, as you're moving out with that momentum, it was just a natural instinctual movement, I guess, to make sure it was there as I stepped out, because as I said earlier, it's normally on my hip, and I wanted that I knew where it was, because again, I was changing positions. If it was on my hip, it would have been in the same spot, but it was on my leg, and my leg is moving as I get out of the vehicle.
Okay. And after you identify the perpetrator who's in the stall next to you, we see you turn back towards the inside of the vehicle. Is that you calling the Constable McLeod?
I don't remember with
You don't recall.
certainty, but I can tell you that my practice would have been to see where Ben, I knew that Ben would have got out of the truck to take up a position of cover. Instinctually, I would have looked to see where he was.
Right. And you wouldn't have been surprised that regardless of whether you called him, he's probably going to get out to provide security anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. When you do pull your sidearm out, I know you said that you don't recall challenging the perpetrator. Would it surprise you if you were challenging and just don't remember? Would it be unusual for you to challenge somebody like the perpetrator in those circumstances?
Would it be unusual for me to challenge him?
Yes.
No,
No, it would be entirely in accordance with your practice and training, would it not?
not entirely.
Okay. Your objective in that moment as you pull that sidearm out is not to kill the perpetrator, is it?
My objective when I drew my sidearm was to survive.
And to stop the perpetrator.
Yes.
And if the perpetrator wanted to surrender, that would be fine from your perspective, I assume.
I'm sorry, if he wanted to surrender?
Right. If you had challenged him to put up his hands and he did, that would be acceptable.
Yes.
Right. You were cognizant at that point that this person had been on a 13-hour killing spree and was probably very unlikely to give up, were you not?
I don't know if I would have thought it would have been unlikely that he would have given up or not. His actions would have dictated my response. If he would have put his hands up and not brought a pistol up, he probably would be in custody.
Right. Because notwithstanding everything that you knew about what the perpetrator had done in the preceding hours, your response, your decision to use deadly force is predicated entirely on his presenting a firearm.
Not entirely.
What other factors were involved?
The fact that he had murdered at least 8 people, or pardon me, 4, and then shot 2 police officers, the family dog. He had burnt buildings. This, in my mind, in my mind, this was not somebody that was jealous or angry. This was something more. Certainly, I did take that into account. This person was clearly showing no regard for life or property. But moreover, for people that I thought at the time, people he knew intimately as friends, and people that he didn't. I'm thinking all of this is hindsight now. I think that at the time I would believe that he was capable of shooting people that he didn't know, police officers. Certainly weighed on me. It doesn't mean that I would have. I know there's a lot of people that are going to ask or wonder why we didn't give him the opportunity. And it wasn't so much that we didn't give him the opportunity, there was none. Again, we're splitting seconds. I think I forget your question.
That's all right. Well, let me put it to you this way. I guess what I'm suggesting to you is that what precipitates you using deadly force is not specifically what the perpetrator did in the hours before, but rather that all those factors, and he's now presenting a handgun. That's the final thing that happens before you open fire.
Correct.
Right. Because at that point, you have absolutely no doubt that this person is probably willing to kill you.
Correct.
Right. And you're aware at that point that he'd already fired on police officers,
Yes.
and that if he wanted to surrender to police officers, he probably would have.
Yes.
Right. But you're still waiting for the opportunity you're still waiting for the point at which you're required to use that force. And that moment is when you see him with a firearm. You see him with a silver pistol in his hand.
Yes.
And at that point, you're not willing to figure out what he's going to do with that firearm, are you?
I wasn't trying to figure out what he was going to do. I was sure that he was going to shoot near Constable McLeod.
The fact that it's in his hand is a threat, a direct threat to you and Constable McLeod.
Correct.
Right. Whether he was going to shoot himself in the head or pointed at you or whatever, the threat is significant, is exigent enough in that moment that you take action.
Yes.
Right. If he didn't have that firearm in his hand, you wouldn't have pulled the trigger in that moment, would you?
No. When I called out to Constable McLeod, if he would have put both of his hands up and complied with whatever commands Constable McLeod and I gave him, there wouldn't have been any reason to use lethal force.
Constable McLeod, you said you rotated around at 45 degrees because you didn't have a lane with Constable Hubley being there. And you have a clear view when you get to the front of the car of the perpetrator sitting in the driver's seat.
That's right.
And he's looking directly at you.
He did at one point, yes.
And you don't know who this person is. You don't recognize this person.
Unlike Constable Hubley, I did not immediately recognize him, no, but because of the manner in which Craig had gotten my attention, made me realize that this person was most likely him. But no, I didn't recognize him.
It alerted you to the fact that Constable Hubley believes it.
Until you can ascertain otherwise.
All right. And that's when you bring your rifle up on the driver of that car.
That's right.
And if the perpetrator had turned that car on and tried to drive away, you would have fired on him, wouldn't you?
Based on Constable Hubley's risk assessment, most likely,
Right.
yes. But it's, we're playing the what if game now too, of which is not what happened. So,
Okay. Well, what did happen was that you saw the person in the car present a pistol.
that's right.
Right. And at that point, that's when you made the decision to fire.
That's right.
And that is the factor that caused you to fire, was seeing that pistol.
Absolutely.
You knew exactly what it was.
Yes.
You didn't know exactly what he was going to do with it.
No, but similar to what Craig just said, as soon as the pistol's coming up, I felt that my life, Craig's life, and anybody that's in that, we're in danger.
And at that point, your primary objective is to stop that person from doing what they're doing right now.
Yes,
Right. Your specific objective is not to kill that person.
that's correct.
You just need them to stop what they're doing.
Change his behavior.
And firing through the windshield repeatedly was intended to stop him from having that pistol in his hand.
That's correct.
And you don't measure these things to a standard of nicety, do you? As in, should it be 2 rounds or 3 rounds? You keep firing until you're
Absolutely
comfortable
not.
with
No, that's correct. That's in line with my training.
And you're firing specifically into center mass.
Yes, that's the biggest target. That's easiest to hit with the most amount of chance of stopping that threat quickly.
And you're not sure whether regardless of anything you've seen after, from what you saw, do you have any sense of whether the perpetrator was able to get that shot off?
No, so like I mentioned this morning, I did see, as I started to shoot, simultaneously, the perpetrator brought that pistol up to the right side of his temple. I was not aware of if he had fired a threat or fired a round. In fact, it's a question I asked to somebody right away after. I was not part of the team that went in to take him into custody. And I asked that question and they couldn't provide an answer. So I did not know that until later on.
Okay. Constable McLeod, you made a specific reference in one of your statements to the fact that as you're firing, you're aware that you're, what, 6'6"?
Yes.
and that you're firing on a downward angle.
Yes.
And why did you make reference to that in your report?
Especially with a rifle, referred to often in the media and as a high-powered rifle. Any pistol or rifle is high-powered. But certainly with the type of ammunition we use, there is the concern of over-penetration, that it'll go through what you're intending to shoot. And one of the firearms rules that we call it when we're doing training is being aware of what's in front of you, between you and the target, and what's beyond you. And certainly, even though there was not a lot of cars there that day, there's a restaurant, convenience store, trucks in behind. So I need to be aware of that as I shoot. But I was close enough to the vehicle in that downward angle that I was comfortable taking those shots, and the risk of over penetration into something I don't want to shoot was minimal. Excuse me.
And when you say being aware of what's in front of you, you don't mean in front of you specifically, you mean in front of the target.
Between myself and the target, that there's nothing I don't want to shoot, other civilians or anything like that, and beyond the target as well.
Beyond the target.
Both. Yes.
Right. Because the concern is that that round will penetrate through whatever you're shooting at and may go across the street and hit a building or a car or something like that.
Yes.
So you're factoring that in when you're making your decision to fire, is where are my rounds going to end up?
It's a factor that we're aware of all the time. In the split-second decisions when your life's on the line, I'd say it's kind of reverting to your training and putting yourself in the best situation, kind of almost subconsciously. So that me finding that, I refer to it as a shooting lane, or a spot where I can shoot effectively and not have Craig between me and the subject, and not that was all being done in the matter of seconds, not consciously, but it's something we train all the time.
And it's an important part of your training.
Absolutely.
Because notwithstanding best intentions, if there's a soft target behind what you're shooting at, I mean, that could be a very serious incident.
Yes.
So it is something that you're cognizant of.
Absolutely.
My friend Mr. Brill raised with the two of you this morning the transcription we have of your communications that day at the Big Stop. And if I heard correctly, the suggestion was what appears to be gunfire is not gunfire. That's wind noise.
That's my understanding of it. And if you listen to further broadcasts that were shortly after, you can hear more noise that is the wind.
What I wanted to ask you, but I think it's you, Constable Hubley, is there's reference right before the description of gunfire. Sorry, no, it's Constable McLeod. And you're saying you use your comms, and then it's followed by, oh shit, oh shit. Do you recall what's happening in that moment?
I don't. I've actually listened to it. So what you're reading is somebody's transcribed that. So that's based on what they hear and what they understand. That's not something I write. When I listen to that, I actually believe it's show me your hands is what I'm saying. I don't believe I'm saying, oh shit, oh shit. Absolutely, that's open, because I don't actually remember that. And I've spoken to that already in my lack of memory of that. That's just open to interpretation. But that's what I hear when I hear that.
Okay.
And I'll speak a little further to that. Part of the reason I believe that I'm listening to that, I hear that. We've already spoken to the fact that as we're moving around behind that cover, and believing that he still may be a threat, even though we've just gone through the shooting, he was moving his arm a little bit, and almost, whether he was trying to move or it was just not purposeful movements in the last moments, he was moving. So that is in line with training to give commands still, even though you believe that, even though they're not an active threat at that time, still give commands and hope that they listen to you.
Because in that moment, you don't actually know if he's moving. You don't know whether those are conscious movements or unconscious.
That's correct, yes.
Just one final question I have. Well, I guess there are two questions. You made reference to pressing your ERTT button, your emergency request to talk button, or that it was depressed.
It was depressed. I don't remember doing it.
Okay. What are the circumstances under which you would intentionally press that button?
Intentionally, I spoke to it a little bit this morning when I said it's kind of a help me quick button. So especially if if you're working alone on a traffic stop and you need it back up right away and there wasn't time to communicate it, so whether that be somebody, the fight's on with somebody or something that you don't have time, quick to press of that button will, like I mentioned before, that'll open up the lines of communication, but dispatch will immediately start sending other members to that location. So that's one that right from our basic training at Depot is kind of ingrained in you, that not very often is it used. It's hit inadvertently a lot, working in the city, and Craig can attest to this too, I'm sure. It gets hit a lot just inadvertently, getting in and out of a vehicle. Guys like me with a big hand trying to hit something and I hit that, and it's nothing, but it still will get every other member on that radio's attention that they may be in trouble.
And suffice to say, in a situation where you've identified the perpetrator and are bringing weapons to bear on him, that in your mind would be an entirely appropriate time to press that button.
It would, and I should clarify that it may have been a conscious decision at the time to do that. If it was, I just don't have a memory of that at this point.
Yeah. And also, just you had made reference earlier to using WhatsApp to get operational updates. How common is that with the ERT team in using your personal devices?
Yeah, well, it's not our personal device. It's a work issue device, an Android device. At the time, we were using that platform as a messaging app. Just a little bit of a background, if we were to be called out by the team leader, it was a text message followed by any updates within that group. And what I mean by updates is things, who's going to the call, any taskings on an in-progress call like that, or like an armed or barricaded, our actual operational plan with what your task is and what the mission is would be sent out on that. We since switched to a different platform, but it's much the same now.
But that's going to your work phone. It's not a personal phone.
That's a work phone. That's right.
Okay. And that would have been in April 2020. That would have been how you received things like photos of the perpetrator, or if I wanted to send you a photo, that's how we would do it.
That's right.
Constable Hubley, the similar question: were you using your personal phone that day, or a work phone?
A work phone.
Okay. And did you receive any sort of meaningful updates or communication with other officers using that device, or was most of your communication done using your radio?
The radio.
Okay. Those are my questions. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Bryson?
Mr. Bryson and witnesses, if you could just speak clearly and speak up a little bit. I know it's getting long in the day and people are getting tired, but I appreciate attention to the volume. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Can you hear me? How's that? A little louder?
That's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. It was coming from the commissioner. Sorry, I thought it was the booth here asking me to speak up. That's why I was looking over there.
No, it's
Okay.
Commissioner Fitch.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, officers. I'm Josh Bryson. I represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond, who resided in Cobequid Court there in Portapique. And first, on behalf of the Bond family, I do want to thank you for your service, and I do want to say that we thank you and we appreciate the necessary action that you had to take on April 19th, and your actions, from our perspective, saved lives. So I do want to say that to you. I have about 10 minutes of questions to address with both of you. Are you fine to continue, or do you need a break?
Good.
You're fine to continue?
Yes.
Okay, so the first area I want to touch on is just, you had mentioned in your direct exam with Mr. Burrell about evacuation efforts within Portapique. And perhaps that just applies to Constable McLeod. Arguably, you were not involved in any evacuation efforts or canvassing within Portapique, were you?
I was not.
Okay, so Constable McLeod, you arrived in Portapique sometime after midnight, is that?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, okay, so what portion of your time in Portapique until you depart for Wentworth is spent either canvassing residences or evacuating residences within Portapique?
There's actually a fairly small amount of time. It was later on in the day. The first few hours we've spoken about already. Other tasking such as the light in the woods over in 5 houses, checking on victims just to ensure that they were in fact deceased, because the only people that had seen them at that point were the first members on scene that the commission's heard from already, and obviously there was a lot going on then, so we wanted to go just make sure there was nothing we could do. So those were a few of the tasks. Getting Mr. Ellison out of the woods was another one that was done fairly soon. So there was a number of tasks that I speak to in my reports that were undertaken over those first few hours. I do know that as far as evacuations go, we did come across some people throughout the night. I can't tell you what time, I don't remember, but when we did come across them, they were told that they needed to evacuate out of the area, and I can recall at least one time when that happened. The decision not to do that immediately, obviously I'm not the right one to speak to about that, but what I do know about it is that because we did believe the perpetrator, that there was a very good possibility he was waiting to ambush us somewhere in the woods. We were operating under that assumption for the majority of the night, if not the whole night. They wanted to wait for air services to get in the air to provide more situational awareness for us to safely evacuate people out. Again, I'm not the best one to speak about that decision, but that was my understanding of why they waited until later on.
Okay, so just in terms of your efforts just involved, and understood it was a minor part of your role throughout the night. You had many other duties that superseded that particular duty. But just in terms of your personal efforts, do you recall if you were working from any sort of centralized map of Portapique, or how did you decide what homes to evacuate within Portapique? Do you recall?
We obviously have Google mapping on our Android device that was being used throughout the night to provide that situational awareness. From my recollection, when the decision was made to start I call it evacuating houses, it was kind of a twofold task to go search and clear houses and potentially either look for more victims or if there was people in the houses, to evacuate them to a safer location. How that was done systematically, I don't recall. I do recall that as we would go to a house and clear it, we would communicate that over the air of which one it was and what we found.
So do you know, for example, just going back to that morning, if, for example, what homes Basalt, Merchant, and Patent had actually canvassed for their duration within Portapique?
I don't believe I had that information, no.
Okay. Were you aware of any database or any centralized area that had that information?
I would have assumed that the command post would have had that. That's typically where that information is. There's lots of people, like Craig had mentioned, there's lots going on there, and usually they're gathering that information.
Okay, but as you're evacuating and canvassing, you don't have a recollection of knowing specifically, okay, I don't have to do this house because Merchant or Patent or...
I don't, yeah, I think to say I don't have a recollection is probably what I'll say, because it may have happened, I don't remember. That being said, with what had happened and the amount of time that would happen, that would have no bearing. We would still be searching those houses, at least to, I say search, we weren't, at this point, I'm sure we would have got to there, we weren't breaking doors in or doing anything. If the house was secure and it looked like there was no issues, we would knock, announce. If nobody came, we were moving on to the next.
Right. And what was your familiarity with the geography of Portapique?
I wasn't familiar. I don't believe I've ever been there for operational service or for personal before.
Okay, and you were using, I think you said your personal phone, was it?
It was my work issued
sorry,
phone,
work
but it
issued
is an
phone.
Android phone with Google Maps on it.
Google Maps, okay. And do you know other members, I guess could have been, you don't know what other members were using to inform themselves?
No,
of
I
the
can
geography?
speak. I can only speak for the people on my team that we all have a work issued phone that the majority would have been using that.
Okay. But there's nothing centralized that you can make sure that you're all looking at the same app or the same map system for
No,
Portapique?
no. So before, and this is, I know it's been spoken to in other documents, there was, I'll call it an off-the-shelf system, not one that was used, so that ERT was using. It was one that you could download on any Android device. We had been using that. It's we call that a blue force tracking, blue force being police, and that you can track where other police officers are if they're logged into that. That system had stopped functioning, not on our end, but as the central server had stopped functioning a time before this. So we were no longer using that. And there was another system that was in the works at the time. It had been piloted for the same thing. That was more of a national pilot. Again, I'm not the best one to speak to about that, but I knew that that was in the works at the time. We had actually piloted it, but on that night it was not working. Since then, we're doing that system.
And understood, you're speaking to your own personal experience and the fact that you're not aware of any active centralized mapping system that informed all members on the ground in Portapique.
I'm sure Command Post, in conjunction with our operational communication center, they use PROS and the mapping system that the vehicles use. They can use that to see where vehicles are logged in, if they're logged in. That does not apply at the time anyway. It did not apply to us. We don't show up on that system of where we're at.
Okay. And were you aware of any efforts to make sure that all areas of Portapique were canvassed?
I believe, no, I believe that was being looked after at the command level with the critical incident commander and the people they were working with. I wasn't privy to that information.
Okay, so like, for example, when I look at the Colchester call logs and I search for Cobequid Court and I go through the 6,000 lines of transmission, I don't see any references to Cobequid Court from 10:01 p.m. on the 18th to roughly 11 a.m. the next day. Is there any information?
So based on my knowledge now of the geography, I can tell you that this might answer the question you had earlier, and I apologize. Just the way in which we went about starting to search and clear and evacuate those homes was from that area that I've called the inner command post, or that where the mailboxes are near Highway 2. We started from there and started working in, and I know Cobequid Court is, I believe it's the last street if you look
Close to,
right? So we were working in that direction. We were in the midst of that task when the Wentworth call came in, and we abandoned that task and went in search of the perpetrator.
And to your knowledge, by the time you departed for Wentworth, and again, just to your knowledge, there were no other members that had searched Cobequid Court?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have any specific knowledge that you can state of members referencing searching
No.
Cobequid Court prior to your departure?
No.
Was there any one person tasked with overseeing that aspect of this mission, I'll call it, objective, the canvassing of neighborhoods?
With an ERT deployment, everything falls underneath the critical incident commander, as I've spoken before. Again, often we'll take our task from either the team leader on the ground, we refer to as the ground team leader, or their second in command. I'm not sure where that direction came from. Sometimes we'll receive direction directly from the incident commander over the radio, but often that will get tasked out to us by our team leader.
So just in terms of the information that you're receiving, I just want to make sure I understand the means of which you acquire information besides word of mouth. So I can look at the Colchester call logs. I can look at the ERT transmissions. You made reference to WhatsApp, some discussion on WhatsApp between team members.
There was very little on this. It was more of the initial call out happened with text message. The WhatsApp would have been where the photographs of the perpetrator and later of his vehicle were sent. There was I don't believe there was much else on that chat group because of, especially later on, how active it went. It was all coming, like Craig had said, through the radio. There's a lot of information coming out.
Are you aware of any, we talked about this in regards to the evacuation, but are you aware of any centralized database that existed at the time where a member coming on shift at midnight or a member coming on shift at 8 could look and see all of the information gleaned so far in this homicide investigation?
I'm not aware, no.
Okay. Does that exist now, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. I'll speak a little. There's information that's accessible, and again, I'm not the person to speak to about this. I'm thinking back to a general duty member that's logging on. When they get attached to a call, there's certain information that they can glean from that. I'm not the person to speak to about that. That's not my role.
Right. And the reason why I asked that is, and perhaps you can just tell me your experience, you know, depending on which members' notes I look at or which report I look at, I'll suggest that members had different degrees of awareness of information in terms of what was known at that time. So that's why I asked the question about, was there a place that any particular member coming on shift at 8 o'clock could look and could obtain, for example, everything that was known about the mock cruiser at that point, the description of the perpetrator, and so on?
Yeah, not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge, okay. The second, that's the first series of questions I have. The second one is just to follow up on a comment that you had made. And I didn't actually catch all of it, but it revolved around, you had indicated that the sharing of information didn't happen. And I missed the context of it, but then you said things changed because of it or differently now. Can you just expand on what you meant by that?
It's been a long day. You're going to have to
Yeah.
refresh my memory a little more than that.
Yeah, see, we do things differently now because of this. And you had said that it was in the context of sharing of information. And you said that we do things differently now because of it.
Was it to do with the radio patching or
Oh, yes,
the
thank you
radio
very much. Yeah.
communications, the radio channels?
The radio channels, yeah, I can speak to that. My apologies. So at this time, at least in my experience here in Nova Scotia, so I've been back here with, at first as a part-time member with ERT and then later on as a full-time member. My experience was that, and I'll use an armed and barricaded because that's something that we go to quite often, where general duty has control of the scene, containment, maybe negotiating already, but we've been called out to take over that scene, and because of our specialized equipment and tactics. My experience at the time was from the moment we get to headquarters and then move on to the scene, we would be on their operational chat group. So if it's Colchester, we would switch our radios to Colchester. And that's so we can get as much information as we can from the people on the ground. At the time when we've taken over that scene completely, and what I mean by that is moving all those general duty members out to outer containment scenes, and we've taken over negotiations, and our teams are in place to control that scene, we'll switch our radios back over to the ERT channel. And that's just so when we communicate to each other as a team and the command post and all our support personnel, it's very clear and there's not unneeded information put out there. Because you'll understand too, with some of these incidents, there's still other things going on in the counties. Oftentimes they'll separate the talk group as well and put a different channel for other calls for service. But there's still some unneeded information that we don't need. So oftentimes that changeover may take anywhere from minutes to hours sometimes. And in the case of April 18th and 19th, that didn't happen initially because there was so much valuable information that we were still getting on that Colchester channel from general duty that we're still fairly close to that scene, I believe. That wasn't my decision to make. What's changed since then that they started doing, I believe fairly soon after April 19th. When we go to a scene now, I'll use an armed and barricaded again, we roll to that. Right away, we keep our portable radios and our work radio, our truck radios on our HERT, it's called, our ERT channel. But the OCC will patch that together with Colchester channel or whatever it is. So while that is patched, it's as if they're one channel. All information that I push out or that the general duty, it's all, anybody can hear it. So this is important so that we can still gather that intel as we're going to the scene, as we're taking over the scene. Once we have control of that scene, OCC will break that patch so that our channels is the only one on there.
Okay, and that's an encrypted channel?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so OCC can initiate the patch for the channels to come together.
Yes, and typically we ask them to do that right away, and actually even without us asking, there's certain people within OCC that know that we'll need that right away.
And do all the areas have the ability to do that, like Hants East or
Yes.
Valley Communication, so they can all be patched with the ERT channel?
All the provincial channels, and by provincial I mean everywhere but Halifax, I believe, can, and I'm not sure about Halifax. It's not something I can answer.
Okay, and what about the other municipal police forces? Do you know if they can be patched as well?
I don't know.
Okay. Yep. And actually, we were talking about, I just do have one question for you, Constable Hubley. We were talking about Wentworth there, and you went to Wentworth with your dog. Just the decision for you and the dog to go to Wentworth, was that just a matter of needing resources there as well, or what
Yes.
led to that decision?
That's where I felt I would be most effective. I didn't actually get to Wentworth, so.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, sorry. I missed it. Sorry, commissioners. I did have an exhibit to bring up, and it's just one question to
Sure.
deal with
Yep.
evacuation. It's exhibit 465. Officers, it's Constable Cloud, it's your affidavit, and it's paragraph 13. Once we have it up there, you can have a moment to read it. It references a particular address that you had checked on within Portapique where the TVs were on. Do you recall that location?
I recall that very well. I don't recall what the address was.
Okay. Do you recall if it was on Portapique or Orchard Beach Drive?
I apologize. I don't recall that
Yeah.
either.
Is there any chance it was on Cobequid Court?
Yes, there is a chance, but I don't recall at all.
Okay. Is there anything later on that you could look at to refresh your memory or help try to figure that out?
As I mentioned before, the addresses where we were checking, we would say over the radio what the civic address was of where we were checking. So there should be a log of that, most likely in the Colchester radio log, but I haven't reviewed those.
Okay, I did see a record of homes canvassed on Orchard Beach Drive, Portapique Beach Drive, and there was one home on Bayview. Is that the record?
Those sound familiar as to the addresses where we were before we were otherwise tasked.
Okay, so it's likely that you conveyed, so whatever address this is referring to, you conveyed that address over the radio is what?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
Great, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. You don't have any questions? Oh, Officer Ubley and Officer McLeod, thanks for being here with us today and helping us with your evidence. It's not an easy day for you. It's unfortunate that you have to revisit those difficult memories, but we very much appreciate your assistance. It's very helpful for us, and on behalf of the commission, we appreciate your attendance and for being here and answering those questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're free to go. Well, thank you. Next on our agenda for the day will be submissions. Mr. Van Wart, do you want to summarize the process for us?
Thank you, Commissioners. This is a process we began yesterday and will continue for the duration of the afternoon. I don't know if commissioners needed to have a short break before we continued.
We'll take a break. I'm sorry, Mr. Van Wart. We'll take a break now, and
thank you.
You can summarize the process. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
Trauma might have been overplayed now. I don't know where they're going to move on to now. Trauma, feminine violence, animals. Where else can you go? Time for a subpoena. Other channels, WhatsApps. Lawyer should be asking. Subpoena. Shouldn't be a problem. Should? No, of course not. I'm expecting to hear that. But we already know that the RCMP's radio wasn't bonging out. Who was it that was? Oh, yes. Angela from Hoyt. Good to know that they did follow the protocols from Moncton. So I guess that article was true. Good. Yes, protecting, defending is not a great thing. Don't understand why. The truth is probably best. Actions. Judged by actions. That's what it said. You lie one time in court, well, probably not so good. Psychological exams passed by all GD members. Oh, those are, yeah, those, that's totally another topic, but I love all the psychological profiling everywhere. Even those stupid games and things are always psychological profiling. Why not play the full videos? Well, you know, you don't deserve it. Might be too traumatic. Like the family standing up. What was it? Oh, no, it was the journalist. It was Blair. Review? Still have it on tape. Well, not on tape. I guess we don't use tape anymore. No, we don't need to go through anything. We don't really need to tell the families anything because it might be too traumatic. Reporter asks. But I'm hearing the families want to know. What do you say to that? Oh, well, they don't really need to know. Okay. I can see what's going on here. Let's get some of the transcripts from these WhatsApp conversations. Yes. Yes. Where is that article I had there? Oh, yeah, no, those cases were brought up. FBI absolutely has access to. Oh, did I close that window? No, we can just do a search. Todd's in here. I'm sure he can tell you all about it. That's why BlackBerry went boom. I'm smelling Project Wide Awake. Do you smell it, Todd? What year is this again? Can't remember. It was a drug dealing case. It was the first time that it ever came out. What year is this? 2017? Something like that. Oh, yeah. Big secret. Secrets. I got a secret. Secret rooms. Private conversations. Nah, doesn't exist. Encrypted. No such thing. BlackBerry was the last thing. Seikos. Yes. Very interesting, all that. Project Echelon can go through all WhatsApp. Oh, okay. Let's have a look at that. you speaking about things that, oh yeah, boo, boo. Oh, who runs it? Oh, Project Wide Awake. Subpoenas. Any updates on the Twitter front? Where else people do stuff on social media asking all these institutions, these media institutions, why do you have to sign agreements? How long? What agreements have you signed? Under what threat? Would you possibly keep things from us? Whatever you do, don't look at CFB Lettrum. Anybody wearing purple today? I didn't see that. Brown and Melanson, Enfield. Oh no, I can't read that. My eyes! My eyes! One moment, please. I don't know. Can you guys read that? Oh, let's see here. Nothing more on video. Where's my glasses? Oh no. Well, can I zoom this? Let's see here. How do you do that again? I don't know. It's already up like 120%. No, of course. No, that doesn't work. Nova. Where are you, Nova? I think it says something good. No idea what it is. Probably. Oh my. I know I have glasses somewhere. I got shades. Those aren't going to be very effective. Can you download it and then zoom? Okay. I'll do that. Save image as. I'll just save it in here. Let's see here. Where did it go? Okay. All right here. Let's see what we've got. Coleman from 355, just trying to give it 1021. Yeah, call me. Are these all the private convos they're having? Bruce, Melanson, and Brown are in Enfield at the big stop. There was a 1124. I know it. I'll have to go back and find it. Everybody to the big stop. And I'm like, that doesn't fit. That's ahead of time. That would be very strange if that, in fact, were true. Oh, sorry. Did I get the whole thing? Sergeant Constable Melanson. Sorry, Bruce. I cut you off there. It's Terry. Corporal Peterson. Yeah, Bruce. It's Peterson here. I'm down in Shubenacadie. We've got a grass fire on the go. What am I looking for? Or am I missing? Oh, they were doing the staging. Ah. That's very interesting, isn't it? Oh my. Oh boy. Well, maybe they just needed gas. Don't you know? Who'd have thunk? You hear crunching? Crunching. Nova was running around. I don't understand why videos are being sent to the media and told to destroy. What's the angle? I would ask. I would get on the social media. That would probably be good. Small as a Dollarama keychain Bible. Do they sell such things? I don't know. I don't go to Dollarama. Howdy, good people. Howdy, Harls. How's it going? I do all my socializing on MySpace. There you go. Is that even still around? Oh boy. Enhance. That's bullshit. These RCMP cops are here paid to protect us. We are the public that needs the truth. Frankly, just intelligence of any ilk against its own citizens. It's pretty ludicrous. Good old-fashioned policing is probably good. They can't get their shit together, so. Supposed to give us all transparency. Not. Nothing more on the video issue that I've seen. Oh. Yeah. Well, get out there. Start blasting them. Start blasting MCC. That's another good one. Let's see what else we have here. Your cats would munch those glasses. No, Nova's not silly. I don't know if she. Oh, here she is. She looks silly. Because my girlfriend's going to take her for a walk. Come here. Look at you. Nice. Even though you've got a coat on, you look foolish. Who puts a coat on? Does she put coats on you and make you look silly? What's that? Yum. Oh, yes. This is like bigger than you. Careful of those high-powered rifles. Here you go. They went there to do staging. That's just irony of ironies. What was it? A remarkable coincidence. Perhaps I should play that again. This destroying stuff, if bullshit, I'm getting pissed. I'm fucked. Sorry. Wow, my eyes. I'd like to have surgery. Maybe that will be my one ask through all this. I don't feel that I brought this upon myself. Eye surgery, maybe, after everything's said and done. I'm fucking pissed that they are still hiding stuff from the public. Why still play games? It's 2 years of this shit. Tell the truth to us. All not just a few like the media. Yeah, well, the media's obviously into not quite telling the truth either. Ouch. Big Stop was the hottest place in town to fill up that day. Well, they had all kinds of orange bags all over the. Don't go there. Got to go to Irving for the air miles. Oh, is that what you get? We don't have Irving down here. we're not, we don't have the, I'm sure their family's influence possibly is down here, but we have our own homegrown ones. Must have had a discount on gas. I don't know why the ERT vehicle and other vehicles were filling up in Helmsdale. I don't know. You know, that's what you do when you need half a tank of gas. Correction, paid to protect the crown. We all, something about bathroom, we'll skip by that. We all know they certainly weren't going there on Sunday for turkey special dinner. Do they have turkey dinner at the big stop? Like home style turkey? Real turkey, not that loaf crap filled with soy to emasculate people. Did this morning, asked if they cared to comment. Any reply, Nikki? Very curious. Good for you. Good for you. Maybe I might have to give that a like. Where's that at? Is it on the MCC site? I figure I do enough. Here I probably don't need to. Go out of my way. Yes, that's it. I almost said it. I thought I said cats. See, this is what's going on with my eyes. I thought it said from cats. Constable. Well, the cat's rolling around. Wow, psychological warfare. Did you put it in here? No. If your intent was to waste the time of people and show total disrespect for those who lost their lives, mission accomplished. I don't know how you sleep at night. Mass casualty cover-up. The RCMP needs to go. They have shown they're incompetent and dishonest. I don't know about, I guess this go thing is probably true, sadly. It is a national institution, but I mean, what is it? It's just, it's nostalgia. No, doesn't work. You always have to try something new. Red Mazda, where is it? Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, Peter. Good to see you. Darren knows where it is. He likes the red Mazda. I speak, the OIC was extended 18 months due to very low compliance. I suspect. Okay. Tim Houston making 1819 Remembrance Days. Sure, more emotional still. Everybody's got it out figured out now. It's a bit of a fail. The families themselves. It was good. Not forgetting. That's the thing. You just don't sit around and boo-hoo about it. You do something about it. That's what they love. People who stand up and say something. They just want people to boo-hoo all day. Fail. Emotional heartstring psychological warfare. Garbage. I feel like the lawyer just mentioned shit part on the transcript and not the I don't know the guy part. Did I miss that? That was interesting. There's some good stuff. I mean, there's going to be all kinds of, throughout all of this stuff, there's going to be just mountains of clips to come for years. People will just be sampling stuff. The receipts, wow, the receipts all over the place. I'm confused. If the bond lawyer is done, we still have no real info on this family or the Tuck family. I'm confused as to why they didn't ask more about these two families. I'm very curious why more isn't being asked about them. I don't think we ever had anything established firmly on anything. When did they die? What order everything happened down there? He just magically appeared sometime, possibly with drones flying styrofoam cars in the middle of the woods with no start point. Right. And no end point either, I don't believe. That was just sad. Well, yeah, why would the cops still stop to fill up in Elmsdale? Themselves shot the pumps when the cops themselves shot off the pumps. I asked way back when why people from Elmsdale didn't launch a suit. Frankly, discharging firearms. It placed a lot of people at risk, especially if you didn't identify yourself. Eye surgery up close, for up close or for far away? I don't even know. I'd say it's both. Get glasses, they don't work that great. Zero yet. Tweeters, I tagged you in the DM. Oh, okay. Well, if I don't have enough problems coming my way. Thanks, Nikki. Just teasing. Next week the Mazda will be orange. No. They like the red. They love red.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Sorry, that's a bit loud. I was listening to it in the background. No. So who was the only person to ever witness supposedly a uniform? The Fishers? To the best of my knowledge, that's it. Am I right? I think that's it. You had, I don't even, pre-bivision correction. Huh. No, I sent you a DM of the tweet I tagged. Okay. Oh, okay. See, I'm not very techno savvy. All about transparency. Care to comment? Good job. Well, I'll definitely give that a like. There we go. I thought Lisa told them, the sister, that Gabriel had uniforms. Meaning that day. Who witnessed him that day? We have different outfits. What was that show, Mr. Dress Up? I'm showing my age. Mr. Dress Up. Still looking for the car the next day. Any news on the 28B11? That's Bible Hill. 28 Bible Hill. Where's gas receipts, credit cards, stuff? Oh, there's all kinds of FinTrack stuff. File a receipt at the end of the shift when I played OPD ride-alongs. You liked Mr. Dress Up? I always get Mr. Dress Up somewhat mixed up with Polka Dot Door. I don't know why. No, kids didn't see uniform. No.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Okay, one moment. One moment.
Mr. Van Moore?
Where is it? Okay. Oh no. Here we go. Is this it? Uh-oh. Oh no, I've lost the window.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the remainder of the afternoon, we will continue hearing from submissions from participant council, a process that was started yesterday.
Fuck is the window?
Just to reiterate briefly my comments from yesterday, this is an opportunity for participants to draw the Commissioner's attention to any perceived gaps or errors and need for additional context in relation to the foundational documents that are presented to date. And it's also an opportunity for participant council to identify why questions that arise from the factual record in context with the phase 2 proceedings that lay ahead. And today we have 3 more participant council that will speak. It is not generally the role of commission council to provide submissions. I do want to take a brief opportunity at this moment while I have the podium. There was, just to clarify the record from yesterday with regards to Ms. McCullough's submission, a fact that she would not have known, but Ms. McCullough made reference to Darren Thurier not being interviewed with regards to these matters related to the mass casualty. Mr. Thurier has been recently interviewed by the the commission, and the contents of that interview is being disclosed to participant council today. So at the time Ms. McCullough made her submission, she would not have known that, but I just thought it would be important to clarify that for the record.
Thank you.
Continuing today, we will be hearing from 3 more participant council, beginning with Nova Scotia, followed by the National Police Federation, and then finally Canada. I believe it's Mr. Waugh from Nova Scotia that will be beginning with submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Moore. Mr. Waugh?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you. My name is Jeffrey Waugh, and I represent the Attorney General of Nova Scotia in these proceedings, along with my colleagues Samantha Paris and Ed Gores. The Attorney General takes this opportunity to provide brief submissions which may be useful in light of some of the comments from Participants Council yesterday on the areas for further exploration in the next phase of the Commission's work. That is, when we turn to exploring why and how the mass casualty occurred. 2 of the areas noted for focus by the Commission going forward during yesterday's submissions were radio communications and public alerting, both which are matters under provincial jurisdiction and of course are squarely within the Commission's mandate. The province expects and has always encouraged a fulsome investigation by the Commission on those issues. And indeed, we can advise that the province has been fully engaged with the Commission staff in producing documents and obtaining witness evidence with respect to both radio communications and public alerting. So first, with respect to radio communications, the Commission has engaged in several interviews with individuals in the Public Safety and Field Communications Office of the Department of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services. That office administers the contracting and use of the radio system in Nova Scotia, which we have heard is known as the TMR2 system, or trunked mobile radio. And that system is in turn used by first responders in an emergency. This radio system is highly technical, and it takes a certain level of technical expertise in order to truly understand and appreciate its capabilities. To that end, Commission Council have interviewed members of Public Safety and Field Communications Office at length to obtain this technical information. And the topics explored in those interviews were radio communications infrastructure, the system capacity, mobile radio equipment, management of the system, as well as training of its users. These interviews also included a live demonstration of the handheld radio technology and the software that tracks and logs their use. The province fully endorses a detailed and thorough assessment of radio communications in Nova Scotia And based on the extensive work in that area to date, we believe the commission will deliver on that front. And we anticipate that this information will be made available to the public and to the participants in an upcoming phase 1 topic-based foundational document titled Radio Communications Systems in Nova Scotia. And given that we aren't quite there yet, the Attorney General reserves any further submissions on radio communications until the foundational document has been released. Having said that, the Attorney General does support the request made by some participants to recall Daryl McDonald, the commander of the RCMP Operational Communication Center in Prince Edward Island, as a technical witness to speak to the GPS tracking capability of the handheld radios used by RCMP members, as well as the efforts made to date to make operational use of that GPS tracking capability, as well as the challenges that come along with that. In addition to recalling Daryl McDonald, the Attorney General has also put forward the names of provincial witnesses who can speak to the radio communication system. And we would submit that these witnesses would add value to the public understanding of the radio network and its use. Turning secondly to the issue of public alerting. Public alerting is an area of intense public interest, and we are all aware of that, and this is a focus of the Commission's work. One of the large lingering questions, why wasn't an emergency alert issued to warn the public of a rampage, must be answered by the Commission. And there is no doubt in our minds that it will, as planned, be addressed in the next stages of this proceeding. Similar to the radio communications issue, the Attorney General has been engaged with Commission counsel in providing extensive documentary and witness evidence regarding the administration and use of the public alerting system in Nova Scotia generally, and with respect to what happened with the potential use of the public alerting system in connection with the tragic events of April 2020. It is important to note, though, that the province only holds one piece of the public alerting puzzle. The RCMP will be providing the other puzzle piece because the actual transmission of an emergency alert in these circumstances was their decision to make and their decision alone. It is anticipated that the pressing questions on public alerting will be addressed in the upcoming phase 1 topic-based foundational document titled RCMP Public Communications. And the Attorney General, of course, will have further submissions on public alerting when those issues have been fully explored and entered into evidence before the Commission. So to conclude these brief submissions, in light of the work done to date to explore the radio communications and public alerting issues, the Attorney General submits that the Commission is well equipped with information to address these important areas as we move into the next stages of this public proceeding. And certainly if there are any additional questions the Commission has beyond the extensive information we have provided to date, we would be pleased to work with Commission counsel to find answers. And that concludes the Attorney General's submission subject to any questions.
No, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nasha Najawan. Thank you for the opportunity to provide submissions on behalf of the National Police Federation. Over the past several weeks, Nova Scotians have heard a presentation of facts that span the first 911 call received by the RCMP after the first murder on the night of April 18th, 2020, to after the killer was stopped by our members at the Enfield Big Stop the next morning. The NPF was pleased that in these presentations, the public had the chance to hear about the dedication and professionalism of our members in the face of adversity. Adversity is a euphemism. We use a lot of euphemisms in this room. This was the worst mass murder in Canadian history at the hands of a skilled, motivated, relentless murderer in a remote location in 2 separate killing sprees over the course of 13 hours. It was an occurrence that no one in our small, quiet province expected or had ever experienced before. The NPF is confident that the record shows that all of our members called for service in response to the murders acted to the best of their abilities in accordance with their training and their oath to serve and protect the public without once hesitating in the face of grave personal danger. That includes the IARD team, general duty officers doing containment and responding to new scenes, the risk managers and commanders, supervisors, police dog handlers, IRT members, and others who participated in efforts to locate and stop the killer, including those who got out of their beds and drove to Colchester County from all corners of our province to lend a hand. And we must not forget the ultimate sacrifice of Constable Heidi Stevenson and the bravery that she showed in her final moments engaging alone with the killer. As the Commission reflects on our members' actions, we hope that it will remember that they did not have the benefit of hindsight of the fruits of the investigation. They heard the radio transmissions in real time while talking, driving, running, keeping watch, conducting interviews. Their attention was often divided, helping a civilian, monitoring for a threat, responding to new information while they had to synthesize, analyze, and improvise. They couldn't see a bird's eye view on a map or a slow drone pass and had to deal with a dark, loud, chaotic, unbelievable set of conditions from the ground in real time. Split-second decisions, as we saw, meant life or death. Let's not forget, the danger to the public was created by the killer. It was stopped by our members. This is the first time the public has had the chance to hear a factual account of the police response over those 13 hours, based on meticulous research by the Commission, the review of thousands of subpoenaed documents, dozens of interviews of RCMP members and civilians, and the iterative input of participants. Thank you for taking the time to ensure that the information was presented in a thorough and accurate manner. The NPF looks forward to continuing to assist the Commission in the completion of the remaining foundational documents and to continuing to support our members' contribution to that work. And make no mistake, our members have, without hesitation and without exception, supported and contributed to this work. That includes the members that the public has heard from, like Constable McLeod and Constable Hughley today, and the dozens of others who have provided detailed, comprehensive interviews to inform the foundational documents. While it has been the NPF's job to try and ensure that our members' participation in this process did not come at further or unnecessary personal cost, it would be unfair to suggest that our members have been anything but forthcoming and cooperative. Some have suggested that the NPF's efforts to hold the Commission to its promise of a trauma-informed approach for all persons directly affected by the killer's actions may curtail the truth-seeking function of this body. Nothing could be further from the truth. The NPF is committed to ensuring that the Commission obtains the best evidence available from each of our involved members. The Commission has told the story of the first responding officers on April 18th to 19th, but the Commission's ability to tell that story to the public has also been aided by our members' excellent investigative work in the months that followed the murders. Their work, collecting video surveillance, taking pictures, physically searching for, collecting, and processing evidence, conducting forensic analysis, obtaining warrants, identifying and interviewing witnesses, and meticulously assembling information into a narrative so that, even though the killer would never stand trial, one day Canadians could understand what happened and learn from it. I know that our members are pleased that all of this work has been shared by the Commission so that the truth about the killer's actions can be known. The NPF wishes to acknowledge the contribution of our investigative members to this part of the Commission's work. Of course, we participants have had months or years to consider and digest the information that the public has only had weeks to hear about, mostly through the filter of media reports, and sometimes through media reports in 280 character increments. Perhaps the level of care and detail of the Commission's fact-finding process is difficult to see with that lens and without the benefit of time and attention. To say that this is a lot for anyone to take on board for the first time would be an understatement. The NPF recognizes the submission made yesterday by Ms. McCullough with respect to the importance of ensuring that the Commission's work is accessible to everyone who needs answers. We agree that not everyone who needs to know is capable of reading and digesting the dense, carefully compiled summaries or the voluminous source documents that the Commission has exhibited. It is important in the service of one of the objectives of the Commission, not just to discover what happened, but to effectively communicate that information to the public, to ensure that there is faith in the diligence and care with which that work has been completed. Justice is only as good as access to justice. We support the proposal for more comprehensive and detailed oral presentations of the foundational document information by the Commission for the benefit of the public. We also agree with the submission of Ms. Lenehan that the process for fact-finding and the product of that process that the Commission has engaged to date is more than sufficient to lay a foundation for the crucial work that lies ahead. The foundational documents and hundreds of source documents tell us what we need to know. The NPF looks forward to providing more detailed submissions about those documents in writing. But we believe that any outstanding issues can be resolved on the basis of the evidence already available to the Commission. In saying that, we submit that the Commission, participants, and the public must accept that some inconsistencies, gaps, or apparent errors will never be resolved. This is especially true when the body of available evidence includes hundreds of eyewitness perspectives based on memory created in traumatic circumstances and recalled months or years after events. It is not the Commission's mandate to answer every question. The NPF urges the Commission to remain focused on the questions that need to be answered so that it can do its work in phases 2 and 3. This is particularly important as it considers fresh requests for more witnesses that may retread ground already covered in foundational documents and source documents. The NPF agrees that member communications, staffing, equipment, technology, training are all questions of critical importance for this Commission to consider. We would welcome recommendations that make our members safer and make them more able to fulfill their role of protecting the public, even in the face of extreme violence and other serious criminal behavior. The NPF is open to constructive discussions about how the RCMP can do better and how our members can do better. But we remind the Commission and the public, in order for them to do better, they need support, funding, resources. Our members can't do more with less. We are prepared to contribute meaningfully to those discussions, including on all topics thoughtfully articulated by other participants yesterday including GPS location, air support, radio communications, in order to advance public safety. To that list, we would like to add the following. The Commission is here to ensure that this never happens again. Another euphemism. Let's not forget what the this is. The actions that caused the losses felt so deeply and widely in our interconnected province were the actions of a killer. Our members can only respond to the evils our society creates, fosters, conceals. How did a man with a busy professional and social life, with friends, neighbors, colleagues, family, come to grow into such an uncontainable threat? How did he access firearms? How did he build and display a police cruiser? How did he harbor murderous plans in plain sight of his community and out of sight of the police? The NPF is interested in these questions too. It is easy to blame police for not preventing harm or not stopping it fast enough. These are important questions to consider and to learn from. But let's not forget who caused the harm, who committed the murders, and our rush to hold someone, anyone, accountable for the losses. Though we do not name him, let's not let our minds lose focus on the fact that we are here because of what he did. It is important to make sure that the next time a mass murderer targets our community, the police are more prepared, more equipped, better resourced. It is even more important to ensure that a mass murderer never again targets our community. Those are our submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think she could bring her officers on if she really wants to
Good
find the
afternoon.
truth.
Good afternoon.
And thanks for the opportunity to make submissions today. It's Patricia McPhee again, one of the council representing Canada. And some of my submissions will be repetitive of those of my friends from the NPF and from some of the participants who spoke yesterday. It's what happens when you're at the end of the line. But we do want to start our submissions by remembering the context in which we're doing our work. The mass casualty event, as my friend from the NPF has pointed out, was unprecedented. 13 hours, 16 crime scenes, a mobile perpetrator who covered hundreds of kilometers in a large rural area, driving a replica police car, an incident that involved upwards of 400 witnesses. Most mass casualty events, as I'm sure we'll talk about further in these proceedings, are confined to a specific geographical area, are confined to a specific geographical location, a building, a campus, a school. This event was unparalleled. There's no other point of comparison to be found in North America. We want to echo the comments of our friends from the NPF. When we look at this situation, we think the record reveals a dedicated, a highly competent, a highly trained, and an admirable response from the RCMP members. That's not to say there aren't lessons to be learned, not just for the RCMP, for all policing agencies, for all first responders. And that's the important work that you have to do. We think you've been given a tall order, the task of taking all of this information that are relevant to these events, including physical evidence, documents, policies, training materials, witness interviews, and transforming it in a way that forms a digestible, factual narrative within which the bigger questions can be considered. And that's what the foundational documents and the reference source material thus far have offered. We recognize that this is not a conventional approach, but submit that breaking down the what, how, and why associated to an event of this magnitude in this time frame that we've been allotted in an effective, trauma-informed way really necessitates a non-traditional approach. And again, I echo the comments from my friend from the NPF. We do understand and acknowledge that not every single question has been answered, and not every question can be answered. But nor is an answer to every question necessary for the commission to carry out its work. It's important to remember that our work is far from done. There are many more foundational documents that have yet to be introduced in the record. There are many more facets of these events that we have yet to address. There are many more people that will be interviewed. There is much more evidence to come. And hopefully, and we expect that that will answer some of the remaining questions to the extent they are answerable and material to the Commission's ability to carry out its mandate. Yesterday, we heard submissions from Participants Council about the further witnesses they're asking to be called here to round out phase one of these proceedings. And I'm not going to get into specifics, our specific response with respect to those requests here. We'll save that for our written submissions. But I will offer a few general comments. In order to get to the important issues that lie ahead regarding the whys and how to prevent, we can't get bogged down calling witnesses to repeat evidence that's already on the record and is undisputed or immaterial. If this entire process is to move forward in a trauma-informed way, there has to be a principled basis for calling witnesses to testify. Is there a gap? Is there an omission? Is there a need to clarify something? Is context required? But repeating evidence that's uncontroversial doesn't further the process. The reality is that we're working on a tight time frame. There's a lot to do. We have to remain focused on what is really relevant to understanding what happened. We can't be calling witnesses to address any inconsistency without an analysis of the materiality of that inconsistency and the reliability of the inconsistent evidence. We'd simply run out of time and be no further ahead. And this brings me to a point that was raised by one of our friends yesterday and addressed by our friends from the NPF today. And that's one of the submissions advanced yesterday regarding the presentation of the foundational documents to date, and the criticisms that those presentations didn't spend enough time highlighting the discrepancies in the evidence on particular issues. For example, certain eyewitness testimony that doesn't line up with what the preponderance of evidence tells us happened. For what it's worth, we think the presentations provided a comprehensive overview of the best evidence of what happened. To get mired in the details of conflicting evidence would have made it difficult for those outside this room, outside of this process, the public, to know the most accurate version of what happened. And for those who really want to know what those presentations are based upon or test those presentations, the material is available to them on the website. They can read those foundational documents, they can review the source materials upon which they're based and come to their own conclusions. We agree at this point that we know what the facts were. We know the what happened. It's time to move on to the bigger questions that still have to be addressed. The why certain decisions were made, why actions were taken or not taken. And we agree with the submissions made by our friends yesterday about some of the emerging themes to date. For example, our friends have spoken about situational awareness. Clearly, we acknowledge that that's an issue. We've talked about GPS tracking. We've talked about various methods or technologies for situational awareness, such as ATAC. We've talked about night vision goggles. We agree these are all important issues. But what's also important as we move into the second phase, in which we hope to bring to light, is that the RCMP has already started implementing changes to respond to these events, including on the issue of situational awareness and GPS tracking and ATAC. And we'll be offering evidence on those developments and others at the appropriate time as we move into the second phase. As we know, there are several senior members of the RCMP who are scheduled to testify as these proceedings move forward. And we anticipate and expect that they'll be able to answer many of the Commission's questions about what the RCMP has done since these events. Public alerting. Our friends have noted this, and we are all in agreement on this point. Clearly, it's an important issue. And a significant amount of information has already been provided in the form of documents for the Commission. Not only that, many witness interviews have touched on the issue of public alerting and what was known. And I think it's important to point out that at the time of this mass casualty, there was no policy in place for the use of public alerting in policing situations. The RCMP at the time of these events did not have direct access to the public alerting system. At the time of these events, public alerting was only used for natural disasters and Amber Alerts. In fact, public alerting had not been used in Canada for policing situations. We agree it's important to focus on this. We also think it's important to look at some of the changes that have been instituted since these events. The RCMP now has direct access to the public alerting system. Further, each division has implemented public alerting policy in December of 2020, and national policy and police-initiated public alerting was released in March of 2022. The RCMP has also engaged an outside party to complete a public alerting risk analysis. That work is ongoing, and when that work is completed, it will be shared with this Commission. Some of the other emerging themes that have been highlighted by our friends deal with air support. We know that this is a matter that will be addressed as we move into phase 2. There is a foundational document that will deal with this. There's also a witness testimony that has been provided to the Mass Casualty Commission on this issue, and there clearly will be further discussion on the issue of air support. We agree that it's significant. Communications. There's been a lot of criticism about the communications during these events, from the OCC to the members, between members, and between members and those in command. Is it fair? Are these criticisms reasonable, given what these people were dealing with at the time? Is this with the benefit of hindsight that we can make these criticisms? Are there things to be learned? Importantly, yes. We agree it's an important issue, and we know and expect it will be addressed as we move forward. And we look forward to helping the Commission address and consider some of those issues by advancing further evidence. And again, I'm going to highlight that since these events, the RCMP has started to make changes. They are already learning from these events. As we know, the OCC has since moved to a new facility in Halifax, a state-of-the-art facility. So changes are already being made. No one is waiting for the outcome of the inquiry to try and improve the situation. Communications technology. We've talked a lot about radios, talked a lot about the ability for members to communicate with each other, between districts, between organizations. We've had some evidence on this matter already, and we can expect more. We know that Daryl McDonald will be returning to speak to this issue further, so there will be an opportunity to further address this issue. We've heard from our friends at the province that they are also have advanced the names of witnesses to speak to this matter. So we know it's an issue that we're going to get the opportunity to dig a little deeper, to learn more about it, and to see if there is room for improvement, and to see if recommendations might be helpful. Again, the RCMP has already been working on this issue. They've implemented changes, including more training for members with the use of the radio system. There have also been changes made to address the risk of communications between members becoming unencrypted when channels are patched together. There are now improved marking for encrypted versus non-encrypted channels to reduce the potential for selection error. So changes are afoot, and we look forward to providing further evidence on this to help you in the next phase of your work. Interoperability. Again, we agree this is an important theme to be discussed in the next phase. But we're going to have to talk about what this issue is, how it impacted these events. We're going to have to define it in the context of our work here. We do have the report that's already been entered into evidence on the structure of policing in Nova Scotia, and there's going to be much more said on this issue, and it's important to hear that. I've mentioned it before, but we know that there's going to be several senior RCMP members yet to be interviewed, but yet who are scheduled to appear in this proceeding as we move into the summer months. They're going to share some important light and perspective and context on this issue. And they're also going to give you some additional information on how the parties, the stakeholders, are already working on this issue. The RCMP has already been working with its partners on interoperability, its partners including the province, on the creation of new policing standards. And there'll be no doubt a topic that you'll want to hear more from and that we'll want to get into much more detail. Our friends have mentioned this, resourcing, clearly important. Again, we're prepared to address this and to offer evidence on this as needed as we move forward. It's always a dialogue, and you'll learn that as we move forward when these senior members take the stage and provide their evidence, but there's always a dialogue between the RCMP and the province on the issue of resourcing. It's a live issue. It's something that I would submit that people are struggling with, certainly, and making efforts to improve and address the needs. Finally, I'm going to suggest that from our perspective, before we really get into the work of the whys and looking at possible recommendations, we suggest you hear from a witness from the RCMP to speak to the foundation of some of the training that we've been talking about over these last many weeks. We've talked about IR training. We've talked about the ERT team. We've talked about eMERGE and their actions. There is lots of material before you on these particular techniques or methods, but it really needs to be teased out. People really need to understand the foundation for what these members were doing and how they responded in order to fully understand and then make meaningful recommendations where and if needed. But we really need to understand the basis of that training. What is the IARD response? What are its goals? What are the principles? Similarly, what are the training for the ERP members? What are their principles? How do they respond to a critical incident? The same with the eMERGE. What is their training? What is their skill set? Again, all significant issues, and that has to be a foundation for the types of recommendations that may go forward with respect to training and response to this type of incident. So with that, we look forward to the next phase of this proceeding. We believe, as an agreement with our friends from the MPF and Ms. Linehan from yesterday, that we know we've completed the first task. We know what happened. We're ready to move to the next. We need the time to fully canvass these issues, and in so doing, it will shed further light in context for the what happened phase. We look forward to assisting the commission. We look forward to advancing evidence, and we look forward to answering any questions that arise on these emerging themes. So thank you. Subject to any questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Participants and council, the commissioners will be offering some closing remarks today, particularly in light of the pending anniversary. So in order to prepare for that, we'll take a brief break. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
Oh, I think the commissioners should sit down with families. Yeah. Yeah. That would be a great anniversary. Listen to them. That would show you that you're honoring them. Maybe the white shirts could do that too. They're not, they know, actually. They really do get it, I think, this time. They've played these cards over and over. Spiritwood, Marathon, Moncton. It's the same old things. Same old things. Look back in history and you will see it. Drown people in paperwork. You got to have recommendations. Just wear people down. Settlements for lawsuits with non-disclosures. We need more toys. Things were broken. Didn't work. Oops. I mean, you make this many mistakes, people begin to figure out it's just not a mistake. Oops. Sorry. Don't buy your bullshit anymore. Pretty lame. The psychological tactics, way overplayed. Loser tactics. I don't like to throw around ad hominems, but honestly, they're just beyond sad. Really sad. Pity. Yeah. These people all were young once. That's what I see. People who were young once upon a time. They had hopes and dreams. Look at where they are now. Just dashed. People who have money understand money's a tool. It's useless. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't buy your dignity. It doesn't buy your pride, your word. Doesn't buy you friends. Doesn't buy you help. These people who assist, anybody who assists in this stuff, they get discovered over time. People keep records of things. And it's sad. Just sad. So all you have to have is pity. Just look at them with the utter heartbreak, It really destroys a person when they see you've given up on them. Sorry. Everything she says needs to be recommended. Already paid for a marathon. Who was it? The Colchester former member came out. Oh, they have all the toys. I toured. You can't do it. So, it's all the members too, and there's a lot of them who look back, and I definitely have spoken to a bunch of them. your career, something that you built, something that you had such pride in, is just destroyed by other people. What might have been once upon a time a very noble organization, maybe. I mean, it had its flaws. Now, people are ashamed to utter that they remember before. That's sad. It's really sad. Your whole career down the toilet. And all those members who are still serving. But look at how many of them have bailed. And those are good people that they lose. No. Money doesn't cure it. It's just tactics. Very cheap. Very sad. Sad people. I don't know. The shame that they're bringing upon themselves is far bigger than. And you see what a net it is cast. Now it's brought all kinds of other people who, funnily enough, weren't associated with that organization into it, whether it be in the media, over here at the Omission, lawyers. All those people are tanking themselves publicly in front of everybody. They need to have some phone calls with some family members. It will really rein some of these people back in. Some people are way beyond redemption, sadly, but others are, I think they have hearts still left. Tara always says I'm an optimist. I used to get told I was a pessimist. State-of-the-art new building with, wow, I don't know, does it make you feel good? Something shiny? It just gets old, broken down. Doesn't work anymore. I worked in a building that was shiny once upon a time. And? But I got laptops, etc. in exchange. Or sorry, artwork. You know, those kinds of things. No. And you're broke, and people come along and replace other people, and they frankly don't give a fuck about you. So now you have nobody. This community, funnily enough, well, it's got a lot of people. And they can stay the course. You may want to go through this. That's who wants to go through it fast. Them. But the PTSD that will follow them, their conscience, ouch. The grocery store, the kids, such. Sad. Inclusion with porkers. Not sure. Gotta look at the issue that's running underneath all of it. It's not just tragedy of errors. One guy who's going ballistic. Derp. How simple do they think people are? I don't know. I don't usually do anything to do with that, but that varies. Depends on how many they're removing today. I suppose you can throw out some. Maybe it does something. Don't worry. They come in and limit the likes and the views. Nobody's paying attention. Of course they're not. Of course. So that's why this is here. Nobody's paying attention, don't you know? Maybe in Bizarre World. 103, 96. You see? It doesn't matter. Don't worry. And it's not like 7 difference. It's way more than that.
Excuse me,
running
everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
People running off in the shadow band world talking to themselves. That's sad too. Don't even realize. They're like, oh, I'm participating. I'm watching. I'm typing comments. We're reading them. Why is nobody responding to me? Huh? Oh, that's because you're shadow band. Shadow band viewer, because, well, then it looks like nobody's watching. Right? Oh, that works. Really cool, man. Only 16 watching? Oh, that's cool. Showing 3 likes. Oh, okay. Well, you can still hit the button, I guess. I'm not too particular. The message is still getting out. That's what I appreciate. The message getting out. That's all. More people looking at them with pity in eyes. That's the trauma. That's the true trauma that will be felt. Well, again, this is not. No, that Linda, that's nothing to do with shadow band. That's called band. Shadow band is a different concept. Muted, I think is it, because it's either muted or. Anyways, tech fun. Screen's getting blurry. Oh, sorry. Dan. Is it Dan? Hello, Dan. 43 likes. Oh, okay. For having an opinion. Didn't like what. Okay. Oh, they're back for more pity-inducing.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Well, thank you again, everyone. And again, with the pending 2-year commemoration and the material we've been through in the past several weeks, we thought it would be a good opportunity as commissioners to address the participants, their council, and the public at this stage in our process. So I want to begin by thanking again the participants and their council for their submissions yesterday and today on identifying gaps, material differences and theories and suggestions for phases 2 and 3. Thank you again for the record to Constables Hubli and McLeod today for their being here to help us understand the context of their involvement particularly during the morning of April 19th, 2020. So as we conclude the proceedings this week, it's a good opportunity to reflect on where we are and what we've covered so far. This week, Council for the Commission has shared 4 more foundational documents, continuing to carefully and methodically build our understandings of what happened. In fact, yesterday, our Commission Council presented the final foundational document focused on a specific time and location involved in the roughly 13-hour time period of the mass casualty. As you can see on the screen, we have now shared the Commission's current understanding of what happened at critical locations during the mass casualty, starting with what happened in Portapique and continuing right through to Enfield Big Stop. As a Nova Scotian, this is a particularly important milestone for me. From day one, we recognized that the public wanted and deserved to understand what happened during those 13 hours. We instructed our staff from the outset to carefully and methodically piece together this complex and complicated factual foundation. We then have now had the opportunity to share it with you, the public, at the earliest opportunity, as opposed to waiting until we file our final report. But of course, our work is not finished. Far from it. There are many more foundational documents to come and many more people to hear from. It is also important to remember that the foundational documents are not intended to be the final word on what happened. We continue to advance our independent investigation and to invite participants to identify any meaningful gaps or errors, along with any further information they feel would be required to address them. We have heard from a number of witnesses individually and in panels and gained insights from the questions asked of them by Commission Counsel and by Participant Counsel. And it's an opportunity to remind everyone that there will be more witnesses to come. We greatly appreciate the engagement and contribution of Participants Counsel, of the witnesses, of the media, and the members of the public. We have heard from many about the sheer volume of information. That's why we felt it important to produce the foundational documents and why our team has worked diligently to distill the information. But we also found it important to share the source materials. We have heard lots of feedback, comment, and input on the foundational documents, and we appreciate all of it. This is exactly what those documents are for, to help us efficiently organize and distill everything the Commission has gathered during our investigation so far, in order that the public can get answers to questions about what happened, to get answers efficiently and humanely. This is also why the Commission, through its council, has been delivering presentations on the foundational documents to help the public get answers as efficiently as we can and as quickly as we could provide them to them. The presentations do not and were never intended to cover every detail, but rather they were intended to assist the public in navigating the immense amount of material and navigating it in an accessible way. Sorting through this information and organizing it in a way that is easy to understand and can help answer the questions about what happened, why, and how has been a challenge. And we thought it an appropriate opportunity to acknowledge the dedication of our commission team members who have worked tirelessly over many months to gather and organize the information and source materials, sifting through what has often been very challenging and difficult information to serve the public interest. We are grateful for the participants and their counsel who continue to provide input on the foundational documents and source materials, helping us prepare them to share with the public and identify remaining gaps and material issues. Again, the participants and their counsel have all needed to deal with voluminous information that has often been difficult to read and difficult to hear. We acknowledge that. We thank the partners and teams working to ensure the delivery of the information is accessible in person and virtually, and all the staff here and who will continue to be with us to make sure that that happens. We appreciate that you have taken great care with the information and the people you encounter. And of course, we are grateful to you, members of the public, members of the media, for your continued attention, interest, and engagement in our work. We acknowledge this process and the sheer scale of the effort may at times be frustrating. Sometimes it might seem like there's too much information and not enough time to review it all, while other times it might seem like the process is not providing answers quickly enough or in a way that may have been expected. As we said in our opening remarks in February, a reminder that our mandate is broader than that of a trial. Our mandate requires that we determine responsibility for public safety going forward. We are precluded from finding individual criminal or civil liability. That means our focus on the facts is different. We need to have a broader lens in order to serve the public interest. Getting to the facts of how and why this happened will ensure meaningful recommendations. We're doing our very best to keep making progress and fulfill our mandate as efficiently and effectively as possible. And another reminder to members of the public that you can continue to choose how much of the information you would like to read and take in and at what time. And we explain this in our opening remarks by using the Commission's website. It's designed in a way so that you can, again, at your own time and your own pace, and it's indexed accordingly, you can look at the various foundational documents and source materials that we have filed. Subject to very rare exceptions, where we must redact some limited information to protect individuals' privacy and dignity, all the source materials shared so far are available or will soon be available there, along with the recordings of these proceedings and the foundational documents. They are all there to guide you. In those rare instances where we have had no choice but to redact, we have provided summaries so that the public may be aware of everything. As well, accredited media have been provided the opportunity to view the unredacted content to assist them in their reporting. So once again, thank you all for your continuing patience. Thank you all for your continuing engagement. And thank you for our shared commitment in helping us do our very important work on behalf of the people of Nova Scotia, the people of Canada, and beyond. Thank you, and I would like to now ask Commissioner Stanton to speak to what is coming up next in our public proceedings. Commissioner Stanton.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald, and good afternoon, everyone. We're here to address important questions about what happened, why and how it happened, and what findings and recommendations can help to make our communities safer. Up until this point, our proceedings have mostly focused on the first of those questions, sharing what we've come to understand about what happened through the presentations of the foundational documents, based on months of independent investigation and review of the available materials, and hearing from witnesses who've assisted us in closing gaps and providing important context for the factual foundation. When proceedings resume after next week, we'll continue to explore what happened, sharing more foundational documents and hearing from more witnesses, including senior RCMP officers. At the same time, we'll also begin to broaden our focus to look more at why and how the mass casualty happened, considering the causes, context, and circumstances that may have contributed. There will be clear links between what we've learned about what happened and the questions we are asked to consider about how and why. In other words, we'll build upon the factual foundation we've been piecing together in our first phase and begin to address some of the issues outlined in the Commission's mandate. After hearing or reviewing the foundational documents and source materials presented so far, you'll have a sense of some of these issues, and we intend to focus more deeply on them. For example, the accounts we've heard of the perpetrator's decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser will be further examined when we resume on April 25th in proceedings that will focus on police paraphernalia and how it is managed. Similarly, some of the information shared to date includes descriptions of the firearms involved in the mass casualty, and we expect to focus on that aspect of the mandate during the week of May 2nd. The week of May 9th will focus on public alerting and public communications and how they're managed. As you can see, there are foundational documents coming up that deal with these and many other topics. Our proceedings will begin to shift toward exploring why and how things happened, so there will be a broader approach than proceedings to date. The hearings will continue, and we'll hear from more witnesses and continue to invite participant input. You'll also notice that the proceedings will begin to engage with some of the other participants who have an interest in and knowledge to share with the Commission and the public about some of the issues set out in the mandate. In the coming weeks, we'll also begin to share commissioned reports prepared by independent researchers and report writers. These reports will be useful resources to help us gain a broader understanding of the wide range of issues included in our mandate. So in summary, when we reconvene in a little over a week's time, you can expect the proceedings to be more diverse. We'll continue to hear about foundational documents focused on what happened, but these presentations will tend to be briefer than those you've heard so far. We'll continue to hear witnesses being questioned by Commission and participant counsel in public proceedings, helping to address gaps or material issues arising from the foundational documents. And we'll start to hear and talk more about why and how things happened. We'll begin to share the commissioned reports and to hear from a wider range of the participants as we begin to explore some of the policy issues in the mandate. We'll do our best to share what to expect as we go and how each aspect of our work and the public proceedings are feeding into the big picture and helping to fulfill our mandate. Thank you for being part of the work with us, and I'll just ask Commissioner Fitch to come up now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stanton, and hello, everyone. Commissioners McDonald and Stanton have just shared some updates on where we are at and where we are headed. We'd now like to close the proceedings today by reflecting on why we are here and what we need to remember every day of this public inquiry. Next Monday and Tuesday will mark 2 years since what happened on April 18th and 19th, 2020, that took the lives of many people, caused serious physical and emotional injuries for others, and left people in Canada and beyond feeling fear, anger, and grief. Public proceedings will be paused next week during what will be a time of commemoration for many. We hope this means that you'll be able to come together to remember, to mourn, to support each other, and share in the ongoing work of healing and rebuilding. I will now read the names of those whose lives were taken, and following that, I ask you join us in a moment of silent reflection for them, their loved ones, and all those affected. We remember Tom Bagley, Kristen Beaton, who was expecting a child at the time, Greg and Jamie Blair, Joy and Peter Bond, Lillian Campbell, Corey Ellison, Gina Goulet, Don and Frank Glenchen, Elena Jenkins and Sean Cloud, Lisa McCulley, Heather O'Brien, Jolene Oliver, Aaron Tuck and Emily Tuck, Constable Heidi Stevenson, Joanne Thomas and John Zoll, and Joey Weber. To the families of those whose lives were taken, once again, we offer our deepest and heartfelt condolence and sympathies as you remember your loved ones, all they stood for, and all they shared with you and with others. And to everyone affected by the mass casualty, including all the witnesses who were there, saw what was happening, and were in harm's way. The first responders and service people, including police, emergency health service professionals, firefighters, and others providing frontline services. To all the people living in the affected communities who have lost their friends and neighbors and whose sense of community safety has been severely affected. And to the wider public in Nova Scotia, across Canada, and beyond. Please know that the Commission and all of our team and the Commission is here working for all of you. We are here to help answer the questions about what happened, to explore why and how it happened, and to develop findings and recommendations that can be taken up by policymakers, governments, institutions, community organizations, and the public at large, all working together to help make our communities safer. We at the Commission believe the best tribute we can make is to continue doing our work to the utmost of our ability. This is our unwavering resolve and commitment to you. We could not do our work without the commitment and take part in the proceedings, including community members, and organizations and the media. We are so grateful to all who have helped to deliver on these proceedings, to all of our commission team members, to all of you, our deepest appreciation and gratitude. Please remember, if you or someone you know needs support today, tomorrow, next week, or anytime, there are resources available across the country, many listed on our website. And for those directly involved in our work, there are dedicated team members who can help you in person here in Nova Scotia. Proceedings will resume at 9:30 a.m. on April 25th. And please note that we will be at the Prince George Hotel here in Halifax during that week, and that we will continue to provide our webcast. Again, thank you everyone, and take care.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until April 25th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, so you saw, and there's some poignant words in there. There's a permanent record now, and if they're proud of what they're doing, then it's not an issue. I just wonder if that's going to be the case. I wonder how many people are going to remember them or come and help them. Well, I think a lot of people will remember them, but probably not in a positive light. And honestly, I just pity these people. They're just sad. It's really sad to watch where they went. I mean, you can think, like, Leanne Fitch once upon a time was a young woman, and she swore an oath to protect her community, and I'm sure she started with the best of intentions. And Kim Stanton is a expert on inquiry law. Justice McDonald, well, I don't know, no QC. I suppose that will come, but I mean, when they die, how many people are going to come to their funeral? Or what will they be remembered for? This is our legacy. Integrity. Integrity. I know I have really good people around me. I got some interesting folks too I've come across, but it's part of life. But there's some really good folks out there. And I don't think that, it's not a think issue. I always speak in thinks, but I know I got lots of good people. I met a lot of good people around me. A lot of family members who are honest to goodness, just really having a tough time, a province, a country. And I see through the weaponized trauma and the easy websites and the distilled documents and the transparency of NDAs and these kinds of things, It's all permanent record. I used to love going to my grandma's house. Well, I lived with her and just talking to her about all her experiences and things. I wonder if those same conversations will be had about anybody who participates in this to this level. All they have to do is just say, you know what, I can't. I can't do this anymore. It's wrong. It's wrong to the families. You know, lots of people, again, you have to put the disclaimer in. Lots of people are doing this out of just the sheer goodness inside of them. Everybody needs a wise grandma. Grandmas are awesome. Granddads too. You know, you get to go to them and they spoil you, but more importantly, they share all that wisdom with you and all those stories. And I mean, people make mistakes, but some things are, I don't know. I'm not to judge, and I'm not. It's just very sad. I don't have anger, and I think, funnily enough, if people just react to them in that fashion, you know, you're just sad. Nobody believes you anymore. Your word means nothing. You destroyed everything that you had. Who knows what you got or how that was blackmailed out of you or how it came to pass, but you chose it. You chose it. It's a choice. Just like it's a choice for anybody in this picture to walk away. But 2 years, and I can't even begin to think the hundreds of thousands of hours of the good people's part. You know, the glowy trash that runs around in the background, they're equally complicit. But the good people who just came together and said, listen, I feel really badly about what's happened here. It could be me. Oh, unhandled video privacy. I don't know what that is. You know, for nothing, just because they cared. And that's what's returning to our society. That goodness and the shams and the weaponized psychological warfare. It's all wearing off. Doesn't work anymore for a lot of people. Many people are just waking up to it. And those are sad discussions to have with people, I always find. Because they're just like, it causes cognitive dissonance. Why would anybody do this to somebody else? I just don't understand. Family members who say that, they're like, I just don't understand why these people are doing this. It's just not possible. That's not the way humans behave. And you have to just kind of say, yeah, there are people who behave like that. You know? But there will always be good people who will be there for them. And those people don't need anything because they're just good people. And their morals and their integrity means something. Not just something, it means everything. Anyway, I believe that there may be something I have in the works for this weekend. We'll see. But we will revisit soon. Again, pray for these people. They're sad, and it's really haunting them. You can tell, and it will continue to, and it will get worse. And that's a real tragedy, because there was enough tragedy to begin with. But now it's just compounded. I don't think their resources are going to help them out. And probably that hand that's feeding them just won't be there anyway. The proud stories of one's lost life. Anyway, don't be angry. This is the important thing. Don't be angry. Just pity. It's because they need help. They really do. They really do. But that's probably between God and them. We got a good family. God bless you all. God bless the 23.